Please say the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
We're gonna find out if that's true today, aren't we?
Well, we'll,
In the Senate.
oh yeah, I'm gonna start impeachment there.
Did you see the Pence thing? Did you?
Oh yeah, that was,
Did you see?
well, it shows how crazy they are, in my opinion. But anyway, I guess we'll start with correspondence.
Yep, good idea.
Is that fine? And the first thing that's on my mind, Don emailed me that today there's a hospital board meeting at 2. Now, I don't know if that's gonna be every month at 2, or it is, Don, okay.
They're changing. The
And so, and I know we're gonna be going into, looking at the handbook. I would like to go over there too, so if I don't know if we wanna take a recess, we could all go over, you guys can too if you want. What do you wanna do about that?
Well, why don't you go over there and we'll keep reading on the handbook.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
That's fine with me, if that's cool with you guys, cause I should go, we got the new, administrator person trying to come in and I'd like to listen. So, okay, I will then leave it to it, you guys can
Yes,
just keep
I
going.
think it's
Okay.
important you go, and then we can just continue to edit and whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you
And
have
I'll bring
something
back-
you want to change, then just let us know.
Well, yeah, and I'll bring back news, what's going on there.
Okay.
Okay, so at 2, I'll just
We'll
leave
probably
it.
still be here by the time.
Yeah, and I won't
Sure
even,
that.
I'll just, temporarily leave myself and you guys can, we'll just keep the
We're
meeting.
gonna end
up
up with another draft and we'll have to
Yeah.
have one more meeting.
Okay.
I'll publish everything as a final draft.
Okay, well, let's go through the correspondence
We
here.
did receive a signed copy of the
Okay.
bylaws.
Okay.
And it has all the current board members on it, but it has no date.
Uh,
So it at
Well,
least has signatures this time.
okay.
I'm gonna store it in here.
Yeah, I talked to them about that. I said, we want a signed copy because that's official.
Yes.
Because you could change, of course, they could probably
You
change
know
it,
what?
you know.
We need to, can I ask Hannah to stamp this with a date stamp? I'll do that. That way we at least have a
Okay.
date of when we received it. I'll be right back. You can keep doing the correspondence.
Okay, well, I'll start reviewing some of this correspondence, and we need Alexis's concurrence. I'll, wait on it. We got a letter from Rod Broberg to the county commissioners.
What's Mr. Rod got to say?
And it says, the Lincoln County Commissioners, January 13th. My current term on the Lincoln County Hospital Board will expire in the near future. This letter will inform you of my desire to continue to serve on this board of another term. Respectfully submitted, John Rod Broberg. So, that's, we can,
Okay, my mistake. It has it way at the top in the middle of a sentence, but I read it in a sentence. It's there.
I was just gonna tell you, Alexis, we got a letter from Rod Broberg, you know, he's just, his term expires and he requested to be on it again, the board, hospital board.
I personally would like to deny that request. I feel like that's one of the members who really pushed, when I had a conversation with him in the open meeting for the hospital, he was adamant that their board was nothing more than a policy board. We had an entire conversation about it, and that is some of what led to the last administrator doing things and then informing the board retroactively. I really think that's a problem.
I do too, but you know what, since then, in the last month, I discussed it with, when we knew Mr. Granzo was leaving, he saw what was really going on there better, because they should have been, but he understood, and I think he's,
Hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that.
but I think now he's better, and I think he's trying to change the page and trying to have the hospital be more responsible about spending. So I would be for him now, and I understand your concern, Alexis, on this, but I would be for him because he's very knowledgeable now, and I think they got a whole nother attitude now on, they gotta be more proactive on oversight of the administrator.
I don't know that yet because I haven't seen them in action, but I do think they made a wise choice with someone who's very confident in the workings of the hospital. Everything I heard her say was very concise,
Yeah.
you know, and she wasn't giving the song and dance about how, well, if we get more money, we can, you know, reach the rainbow. But I would say that, hasn't he done 2 terms already?
I don't know how long.
I think this is the end of his second term, And I would say historically, if he had not figured out in 2 terms what the purpose of the board was, maybe we need to get some new thinkers in there.
Well, he does have knowledge though, and does understand, and we need to have people that do know what's going on there, and I know we may have issues with him of his performance in the past, but it is difficult to get people to
He
come.
was the specific board member who said that any questions, and he was addressing one of the other board members in the meeting, and he specifically said, any questions you have as a board member, you need to direct to the administrator.
Well, I know, and that they made mistakes, and they admit that, but.
Well, I've not heard that yet. I've not heard that they've admitted that anything needs to change about.
Well, he admitted it to me, maybe not publicly, but, all I'm saying is we need some people in there. I know we're changing, and the hospital's moving on, and if we get all these people, or if they're gonna resign or we don't reappoint them, first of all, it's hard to get people to get on the board. I've tried 12 people and turned me down, because it's a difficult job. It doesn't pay nothing, and it's,
Yeah, it does too.
I don't think it does.
They pay mileage.
$100 a meeting, don't they?
I don't think so.
I don't think it's
John told me it
It's
doesn't pay.
bylaws.
$20 a meeting.
Okay,
They get
okay,
paid
well,
something, but no.
well, anyway, then they
And a
give them
meal.
lunch, they used to, but okay, pays a little, I'm sorry. But
Well,
anyway,
let's just do it this way, if I may suggest.
Okay.
Let's at least advertise it, because that's
Okay.
kind of what I've been pushing
I
on
think
the
so.
commission is
Why
put the position
yeah.
out there. If there's no response, or
Okay.
if no one indicates a personal interest to any of us, sure, you know,
Okay.
we can
we'll
continue
do, yeah,
on.
and he doesn't go off till March or something, but I do think though he's.
Trying to be proactive.
Well, he had to me a revelation type of thing, understanding what had really happened in the last 2 months. And because they kind of let Mr. Granzoff run the place, and now they see that they should have been more involved. And I think, he
yeah.
told me that, and he even stated that, and he understands if we wouldn't reappoint him. But my only concern is if we get rid of the guys that maybe, or the veterans, get rid of all them and get all new on there,
No,
then you have no experience on nothing, and then it's good to have some people know what's going on there, because then the administrator will be running the whole show, and because these people, you get somebody off the street, they don't know what's going on with that hospital board. It's a complicated place to run that.
It is very complex.
Yes.
However, if you didn't already have it figured out, yes, maybe you have an understanding of what needs to change going into the future, but that doesn't mean that anyone else can't do it just as well, if not better, coming into it.
Well, I'm not
fresh.
against getting new people on, but anyway, we can discuss this later.
Yes, I think we just
We'll
need
go
to
on here,
advertise it.
and we got another,
Well, before you do that, there's
Okay.
part 2 here you need to know about.
okay,
They have criticized Mr. Kringle very heavily, the board has, because he is Dragoni's lawyer, and they have pretty much forced him to resign, so he's going to quit the hospital.
But
board,
Mr.
too.
Dragoni isn't employed there anymore.
I'm
That's
just
right.
telling you what's going on
So we're about to get a resignation letter?
from Kringle.
Well, I'll bet this
Okay,
is what
yeah,
this is.
open
I'll
that.
read,
Okay.
whatever that one may be. I'll read the next correspondence letter. That would do it.
No, that's not this.
It says here is, this letter to inform you that Mr. Bob Kringle has resigned his position on the Lincoln County Hospital Board of Trustees. The board has received information that Mr. Ladd is interested in a position on the board and will be contacting you separately in this regard. Please inform the Board of Trustees as any further action you may take in the matter. And that's Rod Broberg too. I'm surprised Mr. Kringle didn't tell us instead of having Rod do it, but anyway, there you go. Rod Broberg just said,
So you need to advertise for at least 2 positions.
and it's difficult to get them filled because,
Well, why wouldn't Mr. Kringle write to the commission himself?
yeah, I don't know either. But anyway, here's another letter of correspondence. This is to inform you that I would like to be considered for the vacant position on the Lincoln County Hospital Board. Gerald Ladd, Jerry Ladd. So, there you go for that. So we have, do you know him? I don't know if I know him. Oh,
I know who he is. I don't know who.
okay, well, we'll discuss that later.
Yeah, but if it's not a quorum of the board.
Who was the guy at the Ladd that was, worked for the county on the
He
highway
does.
department?
Oh, no, he works
That
for
was
the
Dale Ladd, wasn't
EMS.
Which lad, that Michael Ladd that wrote the letter?
Jerry Hole.
Gerald.
And he's an EMTA, correct?
I
Do I
don't
have the
know.
right
Yeah, I
person?
think he's an EMT.
Oh,
Just-
an EMT.
Okay, we'll move on then to, some bills here from, gppartsdirect.com, Lincoln Park Manor, at a heat element 119.50 watt, replaces the RPC. I don't know, it doesn't say, $68 heat element.
For a water tank maybe? Hot water tank?
Hot baby heater, water heater, I don't know.
Be nice to know if this is our stuff or their stuff.
Well, if it's a hardware on the building, it's probably ours.
Well, but we don't know that.
Mm-hmm. Right, if that happened to be for something that had to do with the dishwasher, which we don't own, then it would be, yeah, questioned for sure.
Portable heater.
We should explain more, give a
Mhm.
description of what they did and what they did.
Mhm.
They just build some number or some weird part, will expect us to know what it
We
is.
need to know what it's on before we could do anything
We
with
could
that. I think.
request what that's
Okay.
for. And then we have another, I don't know, do we wanna approve this heat element?
Well, we can ask them.
Okay, I could call Jonathan.
He's coming in.
What?
He's on the agenda.
Oh, okay, well, we'll ask him when he's here. So for now, we'll just table that. Now, then I have another bill from Phoenix Supply, Lincoln Park Manor, for a sensor faucet control module. Special. There must be a sensor on a faucet. And it's from Phoenix Supply, Lincoln Park Manor, $163.
I would say a faucet is probably a piece of property,
module.
part of the property.
So we'll prove that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll prove that then. We'll give that to her, we'll hold the rest of it. Now we have another, for the commissioners, another folder here.
That's all right. No, you're good. I just need another half inch.
This is here from Jerry Philbrick, Commissioners. I won't be able to attend the Handbook meeting on this day, the 21st of January, because I have a Salina run that begins at 9:15 a.m. and won't be back until 5 p.m. Part-time driver cost would have been more than $80. Please find following a salary scale which was requested by the Commission that I pulled off the internet. I am also addressing the subordinate employee review of the Transportation Department. Garrett Cheney was hired on June 12th, 2019. According to the current employee handbook, a review should be conducted after the first 6 months, within 12 months after date of hire. I have chosen not to give a review at this time for 2 reasons. He was included in 25-cent raise given shortly after he was hired on last year. He has verbally communicated that he will be returning to active military service in the very near future, possibly as early as February. He currently is in the active reserve, Army Reserve. So Jerry Philbrick gave us some ideas on pay or something here. You can just keep that one, Jim. I guess you get
Okay,
it.
thanks.
One for us 3 here.
All right.
And then if they're not back
My only concern about that is, even though this is a public meeting, you guys are elected officials.
yeah.
So, people who attend still have a certain level of
This doesn't do much
privacy
for
that
me.
they.
But just the people at the table, is what I
Okay.
meant. Not, maybe
Okay.
not pointing this way, but just
Okay,
at the table.
okay,
It might help just with certain things.
sure.
Maybe this one?
I guess we'll just do nothing with this for now.
No, that's, all that
Yeah.
stuff's in the background, just graphs of salary ranges that people
Okay.
get for his job.
Alexis, Jerry Philbrick gave a little letter on why he's not
Oh,
gonna be here
darn.
today.
I know, because I'm trying to put it, I did hear you read that,
Okay.
and that makes sense. And he's saying that he already was given a raise, and might be leaving.
But he's
so
leaving,
not-
yeah, I talked to Garrett and Chris here.
I'm doing
What-
the email one. That's what I need, is the email one.
Oh.
I am hooked into the Wi-Fi.
You wanna wait, get hooked up to the computer here? What, are you just trying to log in?
Yeah, I think it's, I was gonna open our emails for
Yeah,
correspondence.
That's fine.
So I think this is fine, probably to not redo
No,
an
that's just,
assessment for someone
I've
who's
got
on
it in
the.
here, and when we start making a pay scale, refer
He
to,
should ask him some exit interview questions, though.
I would like to see a review, because after he gets done with his active duty, if he wants to come back here and go to work, that'll be one more thing in his favor.
True.
I know Jerry doesn't wanna do it because it's a pain, but I would really like to see him do it.
Sure.
No, really, it
So
isn't
I
that.
can, we can email him.
We could email him to have him do that before.
That's
I
what
think-
I think it is,
Okay.
and if it's not, put the numbers first.
Are we on Skype here?
No. Oh, can we be?
I don't know. I
Yeah,
could
we were when
Skype my
Alexis was in
computer, but I don't know
Pennsylvania,
what
we were on
it's
Skype.
Yeah.
You can ask
You were on
about it, see
Skype.
if it works.
About Skype?
Yeah,
You were asked what?
I've got it on my computer, but I don't know anybody that has Skype, so I don't know if it works or not.
Oh, I do. I do. I can.
I might give you a try then later on.
Did that work?
Or the next day.
Yes, it did. Thank you. That is right.
Well, what do we
Get
have,
full
what program do you have on here that interacts?
What? That was Skype.
We
Dawn
had,
made an account, and then I was using my own
Oh,
account, and she
okay.
made an account so that I could do it here.
So in June, when I'm up in New York State, I could Skype in?
Yes.
All right, that's what I.
yeah, Alexis did from Pennsylvania, that's what she was on.
Well, this is farther than that though.
I don't know if it
Still
reached
work?
that far, New York, yeah. It only goes to Pennsylvania, yeah. Hopefully it will, Jim.
And it'll be working with Mormons, that might be different yet.
They probably only got horses and buggies, huh?
Dawn, do you have Jerry's email?
Pickering? Or,
Uh,
Burbeck?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I don't even know a Jerry Pickering. God.
Sorry. Starts with a P. It just starts with a P. That's all.
I think I just read Pickering, that might
He
be.
was a colonel in My Fair Lady.
I think it's lcbus@lincolncoks.org.
And now we have for you
Would
ready?
you like me to respond to him? Please do the review so that we have it in his employee file if he
Yes,
wishes to
yeah, I
continue
think,
employment.
yeah, it would be good for him and
Yeah, before he would leave especially,
just make
Okay.
a
if he is
complete
leaving.
file.
Yeah, and it wouldn't take that long, how long, you'd sit down 10 minutes and
Right.
ask him how do you like working here and what's the problems, you know?
Sure.
If there are any.
Garrett.
Had good
And,
service the other day.
And also, okay, are we ready to move on? From Trainer HL, that's the company we reviewed all these companies for, they sent us a contract, the way it looks, for fixing the courthouse here. We picked them, you know, out of all those ones that we reviewed. So it looks like we have a nice big fat contract here that they want us to review and sign up, I guess. And it's pretty thick, I don't know if we wanna talk about it all right now, because it's pretty big, and maybe talked about, here, you can,
Need to kind of
You look
read
at
and
it.
study this for a while.
well, we
couple
could,
of
we
hours.
could maybe take it home and study it.
Yeah. let's
Each of
sign
us,
it
each
next
of us
week.
could, cause it'd take hours to go through it, it's a lot of, and we probably need to have Jennifer review it, with attorney, obviously, cause it's contractual stuff. So, why don't we just, Jim, if you wanna take that home
I will. if
and
you don't
review it
mind,
and,
yeah.
see what you think of it.
Yeah.
That's our agreement with them about, update fixing the courthouse.
There's 2 copies there.
Oh, are there? Oh,
Just want
okay.
mine.
Yes, there are.
And as, here's some, we got
What's-
courthouse,
Who wants the other? No, these are,
are they two different ones?
no, same one.
Okay,
Who wants that second copy?
you want to, Alexis? You wanna review it?
Mhm.
That's the, yeah, so, well, you, but and I will too later, and, see what we think of it, if we like it. We probably ought to have Jennifer review it, and then we agree to it, we'll sign it. Then I have more, the hospital board, this is the minutes, I'll review them here. We got a meeting today, as I stated, now at 2 o'clock. Normally it was at 6:30, the third Tuesday of every month. And I guess now they've changed that to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the third Tuesday of every month. So I plan to go there at 2 today, and you two can keep, reviewing Handbook or whatever else we have going on. Unless you guys wanna go. Okay.
I
Okay,
think it works what we decided if you go.
okay, sounds good. So that's all I have now for, or no, do we have, oh yeah, we have these resignations and, do we wanna discuss more about Broberg and them guys, or do it later?
I move to advertise 2 vacancies on the hospital board.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to advertise for 2 vacant positions on the Lincoln County Hospital Board. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, none opposed. So we will do that.
Okay, so I'm just going through the board appointments that's open now. And, so we have the unexpired term of Bob Kringle, so
Yes.
I'll add that. But I also have that Lorelei Dole will be up in 2020, Richard Ansel in 2020, and then Rodney Broberg. So there would be the 3.
2 more.
Yeah.
2 more.
When in 2020?
Well, Lorelei
March
Dole last
and
week we approved.
February 28th.
Yeah, but that was just to
Okay.
continue
Good
her
for this year.
term, so I think
February 28th.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is doing the ad, so hopefully we can get in the paper,
Yeah, for
for
all
all the
5.
positions.
All of them. You might say for multiple districts or something. More than one.
Well, are they even split by district? Because I was looking at the bylaws and it doesn't really
Oh, really?
have a.
Well, last year when I came in new, you know,
We tried to get a
well,
replacement 'cause it
you
was
said,
your-
you guys, you and Al Joe stated that, remember,
Don't think there's anything in writing, but I
Oh.
think they always try to keep a good number.
Which makes sense
Equally
to get some
well,
outlying.
Mr. Crispin resigned last year, and you guys stated,
Uh-huh.
I don't know this, but you said, well, he's in your district, Randy, so if you wanna find somebody to replace him, I said, okay, I will try to do that, and I asked 10 people, and finally we got Mr. Krangle, who's not even in my district, because we was just wanting, remember we asked that it shouldn't have to be.
I
so.
believe that someone on the commission should approach Mr. Krangle and ask him if he sincerely wants to be
Oh, I've
removed.
sat in there for 2 hours.
Does he want to leave the board, or does he?
He's really torn. I think he probably does because I think he's pretty disenchanted with the board. He's sat on there a couple times and he's not at all happy. I tried to talk him out of it. I said, you know, we really would like to keep you on there.
He just came on.
Yeah,
And he would be very good, I think, being an attorney on and he's a common sense person to help fix it, you know.
but no, I've talked and talked. We said, you know, I sit right next to his office and he comes in there and visits all the time. He's just adamant that he's gonna have to leave.
Okay, well,
Who is adamant?
Bob Kringle.
Oh, because
He said the issue that he had with the board was over Dragoni.
I understand that, but now that that's no longer, I was concerned about that too when it
Yeah.
first happened, but now that that's no longer an employee, there's really not the
He
conflict
said-
of interest.
He indicated or implied that there's some bitter recriminations and feelings with those idiots. I'm
oh
sorry.
yeah, there's no love lost there.
Sufficiently that he just doesn't see it's in his best interest to continue in a job like that.
Okay.
Okay, but now I wanna, since we've discussed Mr. Broberg, I personally would like to put him back on, and I know Alexis, you don't want him to, but I do because I think now he would be more proactive, and he's very knowledgeable, and I want somebody with experience in there to help the transition to new administrator.
If what you're saying is true, not that I'm questioning you,
Yeah.
I'm just saying if the scenario is true that he has had some personal epiphany about the practices of the board prior and then what needs to happen in the future,
Yeah.
that's wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm going to support that in any way that I can. I still think that we need to at least open it up and say, is there anyone out there who wants
agree
to bring
with
some
that.
fresh perspective?
No, I agree with that, and we can advertise for him, and also, since we are gonna advertise now, I would request you two, Jim and Alexis, if you guys want to approach individuals you think would be good on the board, go ahead. And ask them, hey, we got openings on the hospital board now, would you be interested in being on it? Go, either, I don't, like you said, I don't think districts matter that much. I think it's good to try to not them all have a one area, like not all in the city of Lincoln or something. I do agree, it's nice to have them spread out. But, like I said, I asked 10 people last time, and nobody wanted it.
What is it is the second Tuesday?
Yeah, the third Tuesday.
Third
That's
Tuesday.
today, third Tuesday, and it was at 6:30.
And now it's gonna
be,
be in the afternoon.
It's 2 o'clock today, it's 2 p.m.
I'd like to see on Broberg's application a discussion of his epiphany.
Okay, well, we could bring him in and talk to him.
I'd like to have it in writing, and then we can view that and decide
Okay.
how that really looks.
That's fine, we can talk to him about that. But I had a discussion with him
Yeah.
about all of this here in his house.
And I
Not
don't
to
mind,
go.
I'd just like to see him
Yeah.
say that.
That's fine. And anyway, but it's not easy to get people to serve.
I understand that.
So-
I understand that.
So it's not like we got 5 people beating the door down in Woodbury
I
County.
also think that now that there's been a huge shift in what's been going on, you may have a whole other,
Group of people.
right,
Yeah.
that
could-
One of those
didn't wanna
occurs.
get involved prior,
Yeah.
but may be interested
Just
now.
like Mr. Ladd here, offered, that's
You've
fine.
been marked off of the list.
The thing is there's a lot to learn and know, just like being a commissioner, like I've been every year, and there's a heck of a lot I don't know, and I'll admit it. So same way hospital board, cause you got, now the administrator obviously is supposed to do the bulk of the work, but.
The daily,
work,
yes.
but the board needs to really be smart to have good oversight, because,
Or to know what questions to ask. You may
Yeah.
not have the answer, but you have to at least be willing to inquire, where I have a problem with the prior board putting pressure so much as to kick someone off of the board who was asking questions. There's my concern.
I got another subject I'd like to broach. I don't know how to do it, but I will. We had the death of a county employee, and I think we ought to make some note of that. That doesn't happen very often. And we did send a memorial to the funeral, and some of us went to the funeral. But I think we probably ought to, I don't know whether it's appropriate to note that and recognize the death and express our sympathies formally to the widow and family.
recently or what, prior?
Yeah,
Who was that?
Strut.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, I did
Lance
hear.
Struck, yeah. Well,
Have we ever done that? We don't have this happen very often.
well, about how, but he was retired.
Yeah, this, I would think it would be appropriate if we'd send him a letter, perhaps from the commissioners, thanking him or the family for his loyal service and expressing our sympathy for the death, as he was an employee, not retired. No, he was an active employee, died in the line of
Yeah.
duty.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can email upstairs and ask her to print that out.
Could you write something up, Alexis? Like some type of, that'd be good. Then we could sign it or something, or even just email it, or we better send them a letter, that'd be more
Yeah,
formal.
oh yeah. Back to the agenda. I'm sorry, but I thought we need to make that,
Okay,
doesn't happen often.
okay,
Yes.
well, here, Leann's here, 10:30.
Two
About-
sets of resolutions
We
for
got some
your
resolutions.
banking, financial stuff.
And I think we're done with our,
Have you called a sheriff on these escape taxes?
Getting ready to send out notices, personal property notices, and then sheriff's warrants will go after that.
All right.
okay, Leann. So you're here for, to review fund balances too, and
Yeah.
I don't know if you
In the
got.
last quarter of the year.
Well, this is the one.
You
that's
just
for me.
click that over and then compare that to the bank balances.
Okay,
Is that 61%? Is that a good figure at the first half?
That's a good figure.
this is the end of year of last year. She gave me one, I'll let you review it too.
Could you please remind me, what is the reappraisal that you have? It says $1,481.
With the contract you have with Truett as the special,
Uh-huh.
$246.60 goes in monthly to a
Retainage.
special account, a retainage fee.
Okay, but he still gets, does he still
Okay.
get a regular paid check?
Yes.
He gets an accounts payable check, and then he gets a
Okay,
1099.
accounts, okay, that's, but that is what kind of rolls over monthly from that particular account.
And it's paid out in June.
Okay.
So we're getting now a year for the wind tower.
Are all rural fire districts combined in
Fund
that number?
57, is that correct?
Is that RFD, rural fire
No,
district?
they're
That's
all
a
they all
reappraisal
have
capital
separate
outlay.
accounts for the special,
That's
the
something else.
special equipment
Something
accounts.
Okay.
Okay,
I think
but this
142
total
is
number that
what-
you have for
Oh, okay.
356,000?
That's all of this special.
Yeah.
All of
accounts.
those combined?
Yes.
Okay.
I see a wind power economic benefit. So we got like 413,000 last year. That's the benefit they gave us, right?
No, that's just what the total of what's in that,
No, you got 4,304,000 for the total.
yeah.
Year-to-date activities, 413,000. That's in this.
Yes. Well, the interest earned, 15,880.92.
I'm looking for this one here, Leann.
Oh, those are just the fund balances at the end of the year.
But it says year-to-date activity, 413,000, so that's what we got last year, right? From them.
No, that's just the total that we've accumulated all through the years.
No, but that's 4 million. You're confusing 400,000 with 4 million here.
Oh, I don't have a fund balance.
There,
to
yeah,
look
I'm
at.
sorry. There. It's just no problem. I'm just curious question. You just gave me that.
Yeah. Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we've received. I would have to add that up separately. I mean, that's interest earned on all the CDs.
Oh,
all
and,
the
and
accounts.
what they pay
It's
us.
all-
And I was
yes,
just wondering, how do they pay us on that? Is that quarterly, yearly?
yearly.
Yearly, end of the year? Okay. That's all I have. No problems there, nothing.
They pay at the end of the year?
You're right. Well, that's what I was
Is
saying.
that the payment?
No,
Well, I see year-to-date,
That's everything added.
413,000.
that's everything. Interest
So,
earned
but then,
and payments.
but interest earned is under it, 28,000, so. It's no big deal, I don't wanna create a conflict here, I'm just curious how it works. That's another separate deal here.
You know how much they pay us total?
Not right offhand, but I can look.
It's,
I don't even.
well, we've been dealing with them again, they're repowering, I was just curious where we're at with all that.
I think he's asking if the 28,000 was that the 2019 interest earned, or those two is Fund 118 and 119, are they separate?
They are separate.
So
And
is the
so all the interest is transferred into the 119.
So all the interest for the entire investments, wherever those CDs may be, is all combined in that 28,000. Then how did the web fund distribute? I think we distributed more than 28,000 this year.
That's the current balance.
Oh,
Well,
current.
no, I don't know what you're looking at.
She's
So
looking at
I'm looking at
the
the
end of
total
the year
year-to-date.
fund balance.
So
So what
one
you're seeing in the
18.
middle, I'm assuming is just for the
And then
quarter.
119, and then it says.
This is the total dollar amount that they're gonna have to distribute. That is what they had at the beginning of the year to distribute, which included interest plus prior year.
So I
the
think that's
period.
what we almost spent that. So now if we collected that throughout the year while we were spending that, then really the ending balance should be closer to that.
No, because it has interest in it. I just did the spreadsheet for them.
Okay.
This is the dollar amount that they have to distribute. It includes whatever they did not spend, as well as the,
So if this is the
Interest
beginning
earned.
balance, and that's what we added,
But-
that's the total we
well,
get.
that's not
That's
what
a
you added.
Quarter though, isn't that, Dawn?
This says year to date.
It says as of, this would be all of the year-to-date activity, so it would be all of the income plus all of the expenditures.
Oh, okay, so the interest was more than this. This is the total left over after what we spent in grants.
Yes. I can tell you how much the interest was,
Okay,
because
okay.
I got that.
But then I guess
calculated.
what we're asking is one more line above that in 118, there's year-to-date activity of 413,000.
That would be the county's gross. Because she also had to distribute out, we actually received more, but she had to distribute to the schools.
Yeah, but that's
So
a
that's,
gross.
so
that's
he
a
was
gross
asking,
amount.
that's what the 2019 collection was from their
Wind power.
payments.
Yeah, the payment. That's all I'm wondering.
I will confirm that, but
Okay.
yes, I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay,
It's no big
that's-
deal.
that is what,
Thanks.
that's what you were asking.
Yeah, I'm
That's
just
right,
curious
too.
how much we get a year from the wind towers. Okay.
So when you report to the web fund at the beginning of the year for the distributions, you're just reporting the total in the account at the beginning of the year, not assuming any increase throughout the year. So really, we're retroactively spending what the interest was from last year.
They're only spending what was earned in 2019, and then in 2020, in 2020, they'll only spend 2019.
Gotcha.
So on and so forth.
Okay.
I have that they have a total of 71,000 to disperse, and that's after taking out the rural opportunity zone people, cause if you.
That's after?
Yes,
So that's why it says 77 at the end of the year.
yes,
Okay.
cause I had 74, 415, 18 as actual interest earned. $3,247 was remaining from prior year, so it gives them a total of 77,662.33. But then we will journal entry that $6,000 out for the student.
Mhm.
Because before they were spending it, even though they weren't encumbering it basically. So they were spending it, and so the account was, they were spending current interest money. So now we just transfer it out, and then when the state finally sends us the bill in September, October, November, we pay it, so.
How much now does the schools, I saw when they renegotiated a contract with the wind towers, a certain amount now has to go to the schools. How much is that, do you know?
I think
Is
it's
it
30%.
30%? That's fine, that's all I need to know. You don't have to tell
35%.
me a dollar amount.
Well,
Done.
if you give me a second, I will
Okay.
tell you. Which brings me to, I had a question, but it's not really associated with Leann, but if.
Whoops.
Well, do we, you guys see any issues with this? Alexis or
At
Jim?
first glance, it looks all right to me.
Do we need a motion to approve this, or is this just for information,
That's just
info only?
information. The resolutions I need
We need the
signed.
resolutions to approve, okay. Okay, you wanna review those, Alexis, resolutions?
Okay, the total that went to the schools this past year is 129,850 total.
129,000 for
Between
wind
the two
towers,
schools.
okay.
And that's based upon where the towers were sitting,
That's the total for both schools.
both schools. Which is,
Now, were they made aware, because I was not part of that discussion, were they made aware that if they absorb that into an increased budget scenario, that 7 years from, or not 8 years from now, that money might not exist?
I think both schools, I can't really speak for them, but I believe that both schools are counting it as a gift and not as reduction to their tax levy. Now, with that being said, the conversation was held, and I did not get a chance yesterday to finish researching the minutes to see, but the conversation was held that if the schools got this money and it was set automatically, did they continue to qualify for web fund distributions? And the board had said no. But I asked Deborah Ortez if either of the other two commissioners had ever said anything, and she said no, but she said last year neither of the schools had requested funds anyways, so
I don't
my
think that's
question is for you guys whether or not, how do you guys feel about it? Cause when the conversation
signed
was
it.
had, it was had, well, if
Printed
they're
here,
getting this
signed
money,
there.
I know, I
why would
screwed it
we
up.
also give a grant to
No
them?
biggie.
Although they do have
kinda printed.
$70-some thousand now to disperse.
But we also gave
I guess you give
them
that to Dawn.
nearly $1 million apiece in capital improvement expenses in the year 2018.
You got 2 more, Randy.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go
to
back
these
to that in a
resolutions.
minute. Whereas on the 21st day of January 2020, at a duly assembled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners in Lincoln County, all members being present, pursuant to KSA 91401, the following resolution is adopted by said board. Be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners in Lincoln County, Kansas, designating the following financial institutions as depositories of all money in Lincoln County for the year 2020: Bank of Tusket, Lincoln, Kansas; Citizen State Bank, Lincoln, Kansas; Bennington State Bank, Sylvan Grove, Kansas; Farmway Credit Union, Lincoln, Kansas; Wilson State Bank, Beverly, Kansas; State Municipal Investment Pool, State of Kansas. I move to adopt Resolution 2020-01.
I second that.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to adopt resolution 2020-1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. None opposed. You need this, Leann?
Yes. Dawn needs a copy and I need a copy.
And same, whereas according to KSA's 191401, be it resolved, the Board of County Commissioners, Lincoln County, Kansas. Oh, this is just a second copy. Didn't you say you had 2?
3.
Where are the other?
Under here.
Oh, they're next page.
They're under
Sorry.
here.
Be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Lincoln County, Kansas, by the board, that Leann Bishop, Lincoln County Treasurer, shall develop and implement a cash management and investment program for the handling of monies in the custody of Lincoln County, Kansas for the year 2020. Monies shall be invested as set forth in state law, and the investment program shall be conducted in a business-like manner without preferential treatment of any person, firm, or corporation. The liquidity and maturity of all invested monies shall be such as to permit the prompt payment of all financial obligations of the Lincoln County Treasurer and Lincoln County. That's
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2020-02.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution 2020-02. All in favor say aye.
Alright,
Aye.
Motion carried. None opposed. We'll just sign this one, Alexis.
Oh,
Since
sure.
we got-
You need two signed copies.
Oh, two signed, okay, we'll sign them all then.
Sorry, I didn't realize
That's
that
okay.
I had the
I
same
didn't either. That's
three
okay.
in each packet. Okay. And resolution 2020-03, the Board of County Commissioners of Lincoln County, Kansas hereby pass a resolution on January 21st, 2020 to allow Leann Bishop, Lincoln County Treasurer, to invest idle funds as she sees feasible in Lincoln County banks or investments. And I would just like to make a comment here. The web fund has been a point of contention, and it is considered an idle fund, correct?
No.
It's not? Why is that?
Because it's not county government tax money. Would it be?
I think,
I don't think it would be.
It's payment in lieu of
Fine.
taxes, so that's not considered like mill levy tax money, right?
That would be my thought.
Is that the, I don't know, is that the reason? I don't know, I'm just guessing here. Do you know, Alexis, Thomas?
I think it's still considered an idle fund, because it's something that you're also reporting interest earned on. I guess this is where I'm going with the conversation. You know, in the last 3 years, it's been a point of contention. Where does the money go? Why does the schools get the money? You know, are we gonna put it into the road system? Why are the roads more important than the health department? We need a new ambulance, yada, yada, yada. How do we spend that money? There is no, when we have the capital, improvement plan, we actually, which we should be doing that here soon, correct? Looking at our capital improvement plan for the year?
We don't normally do that unless there's a change to
Okay,
it.
well, we've made changes to it before, you know, you can buy this, or the money is set aside for that. You know, we have $700,000 in that account, which is why I suggested we don't roll over any more of the general fund money this year. I've been asked quite frequently why we're not taking any portion of the wind farm money and putting it back into the general fund to basically
Lower
affect
taxes.
every single person that pays taxes
I've
in
heard
any
that too.
particular way. So, not that we can't do that even if we sign this resolution, but I think this is a point to discuss where when we tie up the money in a CD, then the age-old argument is, well, you know, we lose a percentage, or that's already tied up for we can tie it up for 2 years. So that well overextends the life of what I have any personal influence over. You know, if it's tied up this year for 2 more years, I don't even know where we are in the maturity dates. I know you have that information on the report, but I'm not opposed to seeing a portion of that money be spent in such a way that it equally touches everyone, because we have supported the schools. We have spent money on the nursing home, $500,000 worth. That's
Yeah.
for 30 people.
Yeah,
So are we gonna keep justifying $500,000 for a particular group of people? Or are we gonna say, you know what, it's time that a portion of this money be put back into the general fund? We haven't significantly lowered taxes at all. We've kind of kept a lid on it, but we use the excuse, well, the state put a tax lid on. Well, we can put our own lids on, you know? I would like to see that be discussed as far as when we're coming into budget season where we're thinking about the future. We've been having this discussion about your 5-year plan, which I understand where you're going with that. It's a good idea. But these conversations need to be had, and if we just keep allowing all the investments to be locked up for 2 years at a time, we are a county with 100% savings for a year's budget. We have 100% of the funds back that we need to operate into the next year. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And that concerns me.
So would you like to have like a meeting and with the town hall, or a information with people about possibly giving a portion of that web fund money or windmill money? Actually, the windmill, we get so much a year, right? We're gonna repower, so I think they're gonna renegotiate, aren't they, on how much we get?
No,
No,
it's already been
It's
decided,
decided, but we go back to a higher payment than the lower
when
payment.
it's completed.
When it's completed. And that's about, how much, 400,000 a year? Do you know?
I have told you that number several times, but let me look it up again.
Okay. Well, no, but I'm just saying, I kinda agree with you in a way
So-
that we could give a portion of it maybe back to the general fund. It would be like a tax cut for the taxpayers.
I understand that the, money has increased our financial position so that, our reputation as a financial sound county is very good within the state. Is that not correct?
Probably.
it depends on who you're talking to from perspective, because do you withhold 100% of your budget in savings and consider that to be well off? Or do you have a lower mill rate for your citizens and consider that to be well off? We're not gonna see a growth in population.
I understand that. That's gonna decrease considerably. But I was just thinking that somewhere we were told that that money, establishes a value for Lincoln County.
It counted towards the bond rating that we received
Right.
when we applied for the hospital bond on behalf of the hospital.
But if we, one of the things we need to consider is if we decrease it, is that gonna decrease our bond rating? Because we're gonna be looking at more bonds one of these days.
We will go back up to 321,518 for Smoky Hills, and then I'm not sure what we get from the other wind farm.
Okay.
Well, I guess I would just like to see this resolution say that if anything is going to change with the wind farm money investments, that it needs to come before the board before that happens. Because right now, the way this sits, whatever's coming up, I'd have to look at that report. Really, it can just get reinvested into a 2-year investment. I mean, are you prepared to just say,
No, I'd like to have it come before us again.
What is that, a 10-year?
so one CD, wind power economic benefit, a lot of them mature this year. In April, June, April, May, no,
Are
that
they
was May
automatic
last year.
rollovers?
So, these ones that you had maturing in 2019, does that mean you did an automatic renewal if you don't have a new maturity date on them?
Some automatically renew, but most generally I can get a better rate cashing the CD and renewing it.
But I mean, you have one here listed that it matured in April of 19, so and that was $200,000. So where did that go then after April of 19?
Which one are you looking at?
I'm under
Which
Citizens.
CD?
Okay, Wind Power Economic Benefit Fund CDs.
Mhm.
Citizen State Bank, bottom one, CD 210684 matures April of 2019.
Mine says April 28th, 2020. The last CD on
CD
Citizens.
number 210684. There's a 1 missing in the 2019. Do you have that?
Mine
No, but I
says
have
it matures
2020.
April
I
28th,
have
2020.
I have April 20.
Oh, I must have a defunct copy because mine's the same with the 200,000 and the 1.75%.
You got 20, you got 20.
See where it says 20 and then
9 months.
9-month CD.
oh
4/28, 2020 and a 9-month
9-month
CD.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought it
It's
said
like I-
20 and
Yeah,
then it was
it says-
missing 19.
It's 4/28/20.
Aha. So then a lot of these are, that's where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
A lot of these are maturing. One looks like not until 2021. So we have $500,000 in a CD invested until 2021. The ones that mature this year, I'd like this discussion to happen as they mature,
Okay.
not just us say for the whole year, yeah, just roll them all over for 2 more years. Does that make sense to anyone else or?
Yes.
Okay, so could we amend this resolution to say idle funds with the exception of wind power economic benefit
Sure.
income?
Sure.
And then anytime that you wanna renew a CD, maybe we can have that discussion, depending on how they're parceled out or what rates you find, or how, maybe we also need to have a decision as to what portion of that money could be rolled over. If we have a 5-year plan, we could have a plan to roll over some of those as they come.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it does. I think we should review those and.
Okay,
Here,
so let's
you
sign,
wanna Sign that
Yes.
last one on the first one.
yeah.
So the third, so 20,
We'll,
2020-01,
Why
we're,
don't you write on your copy how you want it
Okay.
to read? I'll go redo it.
okay.
we do still have some loose money in Wind Farm,
What does that mean?
1.8 in money markets that you can do whatever, whenever.
We have one. You need 2 of these signed copies, right?
Yes.
And then pull that third page off of there.
Yeah, and sign those 2, Jim. Well, we have 3 signed copies, but I guess it doesn't hurt anything.
I think Dawn needs one.
Oh, sorry.
One signed copy.
Okay, so Alexis, you're going to. So we have how much in money market? 1.4 million, you said?
1.8.
At any time, we could use that for whatever. And this is, yeah, Alexis's edits.
And you
Okay,
have
thank
the other
you.
2 signed copies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we gave one to Don, one to you.
Dawn's got it.
So I guess anything else, Leann?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See you at 1:30.
All right.
All right, have you guys, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Come on up, you guys. Guess we're kinda on time.
Yeah, it's all right.
So close.
Bring a chair if you want to.
Yeah, you can all come up. We had one question while you're here, Jonathan,
Yes, sir.
on a bill here, just for Lincoln Park Manor, a heat element M-shaped, we didn't know what that really was. Can you-
That is for the warmer in the kitchen.
Okay.
The
Heat element in a
Yes.
stove?
no,
cook
in
stove?
the we have a warmer. It's a tower thing that they warm. They keep when they make the food. They keep the food warm in there. They
Okay.
heat the plates up, etc. It's a tall tower thing.
Oh,
Got a
okay.
front door on it. Keeps
Do
everything
we
warm.
own that?
Yes, ma'am. You do. So the heating element went out on that, and we had 2 choices: either order the part and do it myself and spend $100, or have Streets come do it for around $5. I chose to order the
Okay.
part rather than have Streets come and do it myself. So,
Okay,
so
so you want me to prove this, Alexis and Jim?
Yeah, if that's.
I said,
that's
we wasn't sure exactly what that was.
yes, that's
So
what that is.
approved now. Okay, what's up with you guys?
My part of this is I need to get a service sink replaced up there at the nursing home, and the reason I have to come to you all is because it is over $1,000 for the thing. We started having issues with that service sink not holding water, and it was putting a smell throughout the building. I couldn't figure out what was the cause of it. I had Streets come up, and they did a scan or a scope or whatever you want to call it of the piping underneath there to see if there was a problem with the pipes or what it was, but it actually ends up being that sink has got a crack down through the porcelain, which causes it to just get air, leak everything out. Phoenix Supply is where the nursing home gets all of its toilets, etc. Normally, I would just call them up, order the thing, but that's a $1,400 item. So
Oh, have you tried to get that locally?
we cannot. It is a specific item.
Okay,
So
and, where is that located exactly?
Salina,
I mean, where's the sink out in the?
that is actually in the
Nursing home.
biohazard room. We have 2 of them.
Oh, yeah.
The biohazard room down on the east end of the building had
Okay.
its replaced several years ago. That one has never been replaced since it was initially put in there. So,
It's not a defective manufacturer.
no, it is just old. It has been there for probably 20 years.
Do you have more than one bid?
That is the only company that we have set up for the count to bill the county.
Oh, well, I mean, we can pay anyone, we just issue a check.
So
I recommend we pay it.
we can get it. I can check out other places. The only other place that I found it was ordering from Direct Supply. Direct Supply is cheaper a little bit cheaper on it than that, but you know,
You can go to supply, or to Salina, pick it up, bring it back, put it in, right?
same day.
Yeah,
So-
so that's what you ought to do, I think.
So, because direct supply, they said it'd take about 14 days for us to order it and get it in. So they have those in stock, and I can just go down, pick the thing up, and install it. So
Is that a wall mount?
No.
It's-
Floor mount.
It's
That a
a
wax
floor,
seal,
yeah,
the
the
whole
floor.
thing.
it is not a wall mount; it's a floor mount, but it's actually called a service sink, a flushable service sink.
So you're gonna have to get a wax
And
seal
that
on
is
it.
that isn't necessarily. We do get a little bit cheaper price. That is just the price that he quoted me off the top. Whenever I called him and talked to him about it, he said it was on the website. We tend to get things a little bit cheaper there than that, but I ain't gonna guarantee it's gonna be a whole lot cheaper than that. So Phil said he wouldn't know till he actually ordered the thing for us. So,
Is this their shipping too?
no, we pay nothing except for the cost of the item. There would be if they shipped it to us, but
Number 2 there.
That's a wall mount one though. It looks like places like Home Depot and Lowe's carry them too.
the floor mounts,
Not
Lowe's,
wall.
neither Lowe's nor Menards in Salina can get them. I've called both places.
Weird.
She's just looking to see if
What's the
Yeah,
money?
Because this is a commercial item.
Uh-huh.
It's
Sure.
not a residential thing. It's purely a commercial item. So
So Jim, you think we should have it?
so
Do we need a motion? Alexis, what do you think?
You will need a motion to approve. I would just like to definitely see more than one bid come across the table, because this is how we save money, you know? This is how we save money in the account for expenses at the nursing home. So I don't know.
well,
what
I can
she
actually
thinks.
get it from Direct Supply for less than $1,000. But the difference is you guys, Direct Supply doesn't normally bill. They bill us, and then we would have to just bring the bill over here. I can get it for around $695 from Direct Supply.
That's quite a bit cheaper than 14.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is $523 from Plumber Stock.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what the shipping would be, but that's about half the price.
Well, $14.95. That's like
Yeah.
Yeah,
triple.
maybe-
The
if you
shipping
look
on those,
around-
the shipping on that particular thing from Direct Supply, he said was about $120.
No, still a lot cheaper
That's
than.
still under $700.
Yes.
Yeah, that's half the price. I think you should probably get another
Well,
bid.
if you can save that much money, that's a lot of money difference.
Yeah, because if you had it under 1,000, you don't even need to come before the board.
Well, I was just gonna get it from Direct Supply, but I thought, well, we don't bill, Direct Supply doesn't bill you
Billing's
guys,
not
but
an issue. Maybe Dawn should take that question, but anybody can bill us, and we will issue a check. But you should explain to them that we do twice a month checks.
Okay.
So if it's ordered in the first 2 weeks, we don't. You
We
do.
do once a month. We only pay
once a month.
utility bills and fuel at midnight.
Okay, so then tell them we only pay once a month. So then in that case, we can always reimburse
They
you
normally
guys.
give you 30 days though.
Yeah.
It'd be at the end of the month is when you.
Yeah, we have a
Okay.
90-day thing with Direct Supply
Yeah, so
anyway,
you
so it's not a
either
big
need to
deal.
time the purchase so that it can get paid at the end of the month with our checks,
Mm-hmm.
or if you need it immediately, internally foot the bill and then turn that bill into us and explain what it's for, and
Oh,
we'll
no,
just
we-
reimburse Lincoln Park Manor.
I'm not even certain Direct Supply will even charge me shipping, because a lot of my maintenance stuff that I order from them that we pay for, I don't pay shipping because of the contract I've negotiated with them. So I'm not certain that we'd even
And
pay
what was it at Direct Supply?
$695. So
Yeah, that's
They-
half price.
Yeah.
They give you the mounting hardware and the
Yes.
wax seal and all that
yes,
stuff.
all that comes with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem.
It's the exact same toilet, just cheaper. But we pay a whole lot lower price from Direct Supply because we're HCIS, and it causes us to get things way cheaper than commercial. So
So is
Okay.
that something we can coordinate with you, that if you have to buy something emergency, like immediately, you can buy it and then we can actually reimburse you
Sure,
instead of
yeah.
the company?
Yeah.
If they're not set up for billing like you were concerned.
yeah, we're set up for billing. So I'll just order it. I can just order it from Direct Supply and get it way cheaper. So
Well, yeah,
And just
especially
deal
if
with
it's
that.
a lot cheaper. That's the objective here, to save you money, us money. Everybody
Right,
money.
every dollar that you don't spend
Right.
stays in the account for you to spend on something else, so the next time something goes.
see that's why I was going
Yeah.
with this to
Now, if
show
it
you
was
that
only-
and then tell you.
If it was
about
only
Direct
$100 or
Supply, so-
200 cheaper, then you'd say, well, maybe it's not that big a deal. But if you could get it for half price, that's a big deal. You're saving $600-700 here.
significantly. So I would rather.
Check this plumberstock.com because that's.
Yeah, I have that one on my saved on my computer as
Okay.
well. So I did a ton of research on this to see where we could even find them
Okay.
and the pricing for it. So
Okay.
just for that reason, because this
think-
is astronomical to me.
Who
And it-
do you report to when you do that? I mean, are you presenting bids internally to someone?
To you.
Or
Yeah, usually
Generally
artists will
artists.
just talk to
Do you?
me and,
And if you could save money, obviously try to.
Yep.
Now I know you maybe go to them guys a lot, but.
We do because we pay $122 for our toilets from there, and that's just something we just order when we've got a problem and.
But yeah,
it's
if you
done.
save money, that's great for everybody, you know.
That's true.
Now, if it's feasible to do that.
Yeah.
Like it is here,
It is.
yeah.
So it's not too big a deal.
and where are we with our? We were approving the purchase of your new call system.
yes,
That's
that's
the
the
other
other
thing
thing
we
we
were
wanted
going
to
to talk
visit
to.
about,
That's,
yeah.
yeah,
Go
what
ahead.
we wanna talk about. And you're here about the
Yes.
call system?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Come on
Just
up.
pull a chair forward, please.
Yeah, we
And
were
I wasn't part of that conversation that you, had before
You
about
were
that.
Mr. Grace and you.
I
Yeah.
was, yeah, and that's why I was asking Jonathan, why don't we have that done yet? And there seemed to be some miscommunication maybe. I think you were trying to coordinate some work here at the courthouse as well. Is that-
Yes, yeah, we did we did a bid for here, and then I believe so. We had thought we were just doing the Wander Guard system and cameras, so we don't have a nurse call quote.
Okay,
No,
and I
no,
thought
no,
they were
no.
doing
It
the
was
nurse
the opposite.
call.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah, I
opposite.
thought they
No,
were
no,
doing
no.
the nurse call
No,
system.
no. Wait a second. He's a different company. You guys brought a bid from Alliance.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
That's correct. And then artists
And then I thought-
received a bid that was actually lower, I believe, or just the same amount as Alliance
For which portion though? Are we
for the
comparing?
call light.
Because you guys do
system.
call systems too.
We do call
Yeah,
system,
see,
yes.
so I thought they were doing the call system.
But our bid was just for the door system.
Yes.
The Wander Guard.
Wander
See,
Guard.
there's the
Yes.
issue.
There's
You're
the- yeah,
saying
that's
his
the
bid was
problem.
lower, but it was for Wander Guard. But your original bid you brought in that we approved
Right,
Yes.
was the call light
was what you
system.
had
I
found.
know, that's why we're.
So
That
you
was
really
with
need to
Alliance.
get him to do a call light bid,
Yeah.
then we'll pay for whichever.
Yeah.
Then you'll have two bids.
And see, I was doing, I was checking another company.
There was just a miscommunication as to
Right.
what he was bidding. So if you would please do the
Yeah.
call light system bid for them, keep the Wander Guard separate. You get a separate Wander Guard from the original company, and then we'll
Okay,
just do
and then-
each bid separately. What we approved to pay out of last year's funds is just the call light system.
Right.
So if we could get it
Right.
around the price or better, maybe
Right.
for what you brought in.
I believe your current quote is to upgrade what you currently have.
That's
so I mean, our bid would be probably substantially higher because we'd have to replace, put a new system.
You
in.
don't
It
do
would-
Well, you
Upgrade.
approved both. You approved, an upgrade and,
No, they
If you
approved.
No,
We
the
approved
call
a
light.
specific dollar amounts.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
so the reason why we did that is because we were closing out our books for 2019.
Right.
Then whatever was left over, we rolled on to some unpaid rent bills.
Right.
Now we're working in 2020, which we do have the money,
Right.
but I would prefer that you just go ahead and get those bids, because if you have two, and speak over me here.
No,
not to
you're right.
judge,
I'm
But
with
if
you.
you have two for each, you're saying you don't
Right,
necessarily
then
do an
you can
upgrade.
compare.
So we can go back to Alliance for that. You can give them the Wander Guard upgrade, and we can still pay for those, but I wanna pay for them separately.
Okay.
Because in 2019, we withheld a specific dollar amount
Right.
according to your bid.
Right. So question, if he's saying his bid's gonna be significantly higher on the call light system, we've already got the
Just go with
approval,
Alliance.
we're okay to go ahead and, okay.
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 And then you can,
That
now you can
clarifies.
start over with the Wander Guard bid that he
Right.
gives you.
Okay.
Go ahead and get that second bid for just Wander Guard, and then bring us that bill.
Okay.
I think that was part of the discussion. We agreed that in the next year's funds, which is
Right.
2020, here we are,
Yes.
now we can move on to the Wander Guard.
All right,
Okay.
thank
Is
you.
that, yeah,
Yes.
I think that clears
That
it
makes
up.
sense.
There we go.
Yep. And then we also did camera bid for here as well as
Okay,
at the park banner.
okay.
That explains it.
Okay. And while I have you here, I spoke with the elevator company because they sent us, each company does it differently from what I understand, and there are now less companies in Kansas than there were prior, so some companies have dropped out of the market altogether. So Kone is the company that was previously servicing
Yes.
your elevator there. Okay, so what they did was they sent us a bill in November, and it had an itemized list of what all they would do, and it was basically a yearly maintenance. Oil this, fix that, check this, pressure, blah, blah, blah. And then I spoke with the company that does our elevator here, a different company, and I told them that I'm looking for comparative bids, because really if the county's gonna pay for this for the next several years, we could combine and just see what we're
Sure.
getting. So what we pay for here is more of an insurance, where if we call them during working hours, they will show up. That's not what's going on at the nursing home, and in my opinion, it should be the opposite.
If I
think
call
the
Cone,
nursing-
he's there the same day. Because he's just right, just
But
not
we're
even.
paying parcel by parcel for that,
Oh,
is what I'm
okay.
saying.
I wasn't sure how that was set
What the
up.
county pays for here is like an insurance program where we're paying several $100s a month, but they will come and they're not billable hours. They might charge travel on top of that, but whatever they do, we're paying like for a service
Okay.
insurance policy.
There's a difference because of the fire marshal issue and because of OSHA when you deal with the nursing home versus here. We have a whole different deal with the fire marshal of stuff that he has to check out in regards to that elevator.
I'm pretty sure all the elevators have the same requirements.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't involved in all of that.
It's like an annual,
Yeah.
well,
They
regardless.
gotta be certified
Yeah.
all the time.
It's an annual inspection, just like your gas pump or just
And
like your
certified.
whatever. But on top of that, the servicing that's done
He's
can either
charging.
be billed out and parceled,
Okay.
or it can be part of the insurance program.
Okay,
and
I
so
see what you're saying. I'm not
basically,
opposed to that.
We're
That guy from
overinsured in the
Cone.
courthouse, and we're
Um,
not insured in the nursing home. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I would rather switch that and not say not insured, but basically, if we call up, we're not going to get billed during business hours for them to come out because something's wrong with the elevator
Okay.
here with this company. It's not the same with
With
Cone.
Cone. Yeah, I have
So,
no idea. I wasn't
I'm
involved in
working
that
on
original
getting
thing.
that squared away and seeing
Okay.
what the price difference is, because I think I can actually get us a new policy for the courthouse, which is cheaper, and then maybe just change what we've been paying for out at the nursing home.
Okay.
Hopefully for around the same price is what I'm getting at.
It's okay
so-
with me. That's not a big deal as long as.
Well, the big deal is they wanted it done in November, and here we are in January. We haven't done anything yet.
Yeah.
So that's why I contacted them, and I'll check my emails and I'll try to forward something to
Okay.
you from them.
That works.
You're-
I'm not
Just
opposed
update
to
you.
getting a cheaper price as long as they're doing what
Well,
keeps
it's
us
not
in.
about cheaper for the nursing home, it's about the insurance coverage for the nursing home. It's about
Right.
cheaper for the courthouse.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. As long as as long as we're staying within the specifications of what the fire marshal says, we have to stay in with them of the inspections that have to be done on a yearly basis. Because when the fire marshal comes and they look at that, one of the things they do is they contact Cone and they get that inspection report that tells them everything that's been done, and they talk to that guy versus what's hanging down in the elevator shaft, because we have to keep that inspection that he does on hand, and there has to be 4 of them in that envelope because it's a quarterly deal.
Maybe take a peek in our elevator and see if it's the same, looks
Yeah.
like the same inspection.
Yeah.
They're both Dovers, are they not?
I have no idea what ours is Otis, I think. Originally, Cone is just the company that.
Yeah, but
Um,
I was thinking you had an Otis, or a Dover elevator over there,
It's
just
an
like we
Otis.
do.
It's an Otis.
Is it?
Yes. And the reason we have Cone is because the Otis people are gone from Kansas. They no longer do that here. So,
It's the same people that take care of the high rise, that's why you have them.
The Kone company?
mhm.
Because that's the only bid that we could actually get.
So we had 2 Otis and 1 Dover then.
Ours
So
didn't
if you
end
have
up bidding.
someone show up at the nursing home to look, that's why, because
Okay.
I've been calling
No, that's
around
fine.
and asking
I-
that same company. Okay.
It would be nice to get it anytime we can get things cheaper. I'm all for that.
Well, like I said, it's not necessarily cheaper for the nursing
Right, I
home.
understand that. I'm
Okay.
just saying, county wise, anytime we can get things cheaper, I'm all for that.
Yeah. Yeah, we all should be. If
So-
you can get a functional equipment, why not be, yeah?
Yeah.
Good for everybody to save money. But, anything else?
Yeah, we do have, we've got some things up there at the nursing home that need to be addressed, and one of the things that has been brought up by the residents significantly is the windows in the 200 hall and in the dining room. All of the windows in that facility have been replaced with the exception of those. And it's to the point where some of them windows no longer open, they no longer hold a seal, and there's a lot of cold air that comes in through those windows as a result of the fact that they are still those old metal, aluminum, whatever you want to call it, windows. The rest of the facility has all the new vinyl windows with the low E argon gas in between the panes, all of that nice stuff. And it was brought to my attention by a couple of our new residents that They were complaining because their room is cold because if you stand over near the window, you can feel if the wind's blowing, the air just coming through. And so that is something I would like to get some bids on that to just present to you guys for you guys to consider. So
Well, I think so. But how many total windows, and do you have a ballpark figure of how many windows, how much
there's,
it would be up front here?
I think when we did the original windows, it was like 500 and something a room for both windows that they did.
That's what's in one
There's
room
two
now?
There's two windows in each room, and they're
They
kind of
open and
large
close
windows.
and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
We didn't get fancy ones when we did them before. They're just what they call the single hung. They're not double hung or none of that because it really doesn't matter.
That was installation too, along with the material?
I can't remember. I would have to look. I
Okay.
think either you guys have the information or we do on when those originally were done.
If I may suggest, in order
ma'am.
to get two comparable bids, just go ahead and take your own measurements,
Mhm.
identify each room, the number of windows, the measurements, and the type of window that you want. Because you will get two people, one's gonna try to sell you Pella, and the other one's gonna try to sell
Yes.
you Next Door Joe, and so go ahead and put, everything in writing, and you can even say mid-grade, or,
Yeah, there's a lot of variety of windows, you know that.
Oh, yes,
Alexis
absolutely.
point. You can have your extremely expensive ones, or your medium ones, or your cheaper ones, so you gotta determine what quality you want.
because again, I think we need to see at least two, if not three bids,
Yeah.
and make sure they have
That's what
apples
we
to
didn't
apples.
go with the cheap ones when we did that. We went with the mid grade because the expensive ones were just astronomical.
Oh, yeah.
Windows, can
Some of them
can
are
be.
outrageous.
Yes, they can
And
be
when you're
more-
talking about that lunch room, the kitchen area,
the
would
dining
that
room
be,
and
the
kitchen.
dining room, would that
Yes.
be all those windows, or only some of them?
All of those windows are in need of being replaced. They can't. Some
That's
of them.
now that's a lot of windows.
Yes, that is a lot of windows.
That'd be pretty
So
expensive.
you may want to just choose a portion of the project in your 2020 funds, because
Right.
you wanna make sure that there's enough
Well,
left there
it-
to replace
From
faucets.
from my opinion, the rooms is more important than the dining room. We don't usually
Yeah.
ever open the dining room windows.
Right, I agree, the rooms, individual rooms would be most important, because of some individuals sitting
Personal
2 foot
comfort,
away,
right.
and if it's
Yeah.
drafty there, that isn't.
Yeah.
Time spent.
So I would much
Yeah.
rather see the resident rooms taken care of
Right.
than the whole thing done.
How many rooms are there, do you think?
There's 201, there's 201, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 9
9
rooms.
rooms.
9 rooms, 2 windows, 18 windows basically.
Why don't you get a bid on those first, in my opinion?
Mhm.
So that's
Jim,
right at $5,000 in.
And then let's
Somewhere right
look
in
at
that
that, and then I think I would be for that, if it's depending on price. But then maybe we'll worry about the dining room later.
Yeah, and I really want to, actually, my kind of thought is I would really like to look at whether or not I can deal with those windows myself,
Yeah,
rather than have somebody come in and do
Sure.
it. Because,
you know how to do that?
oh yes, sir.
Well,
I
good.
completely did every window in my house, so it's not
Well,
a big
then
deal
you
for
can
me.
do it and save us a lot of money.
But, I mean, that's again gonna be up to them whether or not,
Maybe then they'd give you a raise.
so, I mean, cause ultimately, as the maintenance person, some of that stuff should be done by me, period.
Well, if
But-
you can do it, yeah, there obviously, you get to some construction stuff that you can't really do.
Oh, and there ain't much construction wise I can't do, so.
Well, then, great.
So-
Yeah, I might go look at what he did at his home and see if they're good enough. But we might
He's
give
been
you,
very good up there and helped us with the roof before you
So
Oh,
came,
yeah.
and all this other stuff. Jonathan's
You've
been
been
very,
extremely
Yeah.
responsive.
he's been very good to me, and every time we call, he's responsive.
Yeah, we
He's
appreciate
been really,
that.
I'm serious.
The other
Yes.
thing that I
We had a
need,
lot of
the-
communication gaps before that you've done a good job at covering,
Right.
so thank you.
the other thing I need to bring up is the kitchen door from the Hall 5, when in 2017, when they originally did the fire doors and things, the gentleman that came out and did that from Overhead Door had gave a bid on the replacement of that door because it has been doctored to the point where the whole frame and door needs to be replaced. At one point, they came in and they welded the hinges to the frame because it just kept falling off. It is now falling apart from the door side rather than just the frame side, and I would like to have Overhead Door kind of give us a price, and then also to be the foundry.
Didn't we just do that?
No, that's the outside door. We did the outside door that goes outside,
Okay,
but this one actually is in the facility.
okay.
This is inside the facility.
Now, that's another thing, I haven't talk to you. How about, have they fixed them doors now on the fire?
They have
doors?
been working on those. They came down, they actually ordered, the doors came in incorrectly sized. And so they had to send them back to the manufacturer for a redo. So they're supposed to be back here sometime in February to finish that
Are they partly done?
project. Yes, sir, they are. They have got partly done with that. They have not done door 7, but they have done the some of the other repairs to those that was needed.
Now, does the state or federal government or somebody come in then and do an inspection on them?
The
Make sure-
fire marshal.
Fire marshals, make sure
Once
they're certified up to the correct standards, so we won't get written up a year from now.
We got a
As long as they
0.
don't change the law.
Yeah, well,
I talked to
They
someone, they
can't.
had to change the lining of their laundry chute about 6 times in their
Yeah.
nurse's.
Crazy, yeah.
They
Unfair.
when we had the fire marshal come through, we did get a zero deficiency on the fire stuff up there because I made sure everything was fixed.
good.
So we had no deficiencies
Good.
for the first time
Well, that's
ever.
what we want to
On
know.
that building.
And they need to
Perfect.
work
Well,
on
we
that.
want a safe place, we want these to be right, we don't want to get written up
Yeah.
by anyone, so that was the whole intent of fixing these doors, right?
Yes. So when and one thing I have to do when we do get the get that door stuff fixed, I have to send that to the fire marshal that they were
Okay.
fixed. So.
And when you get done with that, would you please call me, or I'll come visit you, Jonathan, you can show me what they did, and maybe we'll get a review of it here, and I can get some paperwork for the commissioners, and we can put in a file here what we did, when we did it, and take pictures even stuff, maybe then we got a record of this stuff for the future. Okay?
Okay. That
Thank
was
you.
everything.
Thanks.
Thanks
Oh.
for coming in.
Just wanted to let you all know that the gentleman is supposed to be there this week to put in the new skylights down there on the east end of the building.
Yeah,
And we did order, I did get in direct wire LEDs because replacing those ballasts in each one of those lights that's in there was going to be approximately $900 per skylight. And so I ordered direct wire LED light bulbs to replace that and do away with the ballasts in those. So that but I told him, I said, I can't replace these lights until after you guys fix them skylights because I ain't having you break my light bulbs. So that's all supposed to begin
What are they
here
charging
sometime
you
this
for
week.
each one of those?
Like $24.
well, we
So-
approved that for you, right? Fixing
Yes.
these skylights.
Yes.
And now the roof is all fine now,
The
right?
roof is marvelous.
No more
leaks.
leaking water in there?
No leaks.
Good.
So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I
Thank
make
you,
a
guys.
motion to
Thank you.
approve the minutes of 6 January.
Did we review the minutes?
Don sent them out and I looked at them.
Well, let's review them here while you're on to them.
The 6th or the 13th?
The 13th, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I was incorrect.
Yeah.
I don't have any question with them, do you, Alexis?
No, not, I mean, there are things we need to discuss, but not because it's, the minutes are need corrected.
I'll second them. Jim made a motion to approve them. All, been motion made and seconded to approve the January 13th, 2020 minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, none opposed. Also, let's get back to this resolution Leann modified. Is Alexis, you had some edits, would you review them, see if you like what you got there? Then if we do, we'll move on with that.
The Board of County Commissioners hereby pass a resolution to allow Leann Bishop, Lincoln County Treasurer, to invest idle funds, with the exception of the wind-powered economic benefit fund money, to be reviewed as individual investments by the BOCC, as she sees feasible in Lincoln County banks or investments. Maybe I should have written which are to me, but I think it's implied.
Okay, so it's fine with you?
I move to approve the revised resolution 2020-03.
I'll second. Motion's been made and second to approve the revised resolution 2020-03. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'll vote against it since I already signed it.
Motion,
And not, I mean, this isn't for your benefit as much as it's for anyone else that's interested, but again, I just want to reiterate, I think if we want to take action on moving any of that money, we don't wanna just allow it to be rolled into a 2-year investment without knowing, because they're all coming on an expiration soon.
Right.
Okay,
Well, then it ties them up.
right,
And I guess if we had an emergency and we need to spend it, we'd have to pull them out of a CD anyway.
Well, you got that $1.8 million in money
Yeah.
market.
Yeah.
I can't
Right.
imagine you emerging more than that.
well, I'm hoping more than anything that this sets a precedent for the board,
Yeah.
that you don't just, and I kinda, I think it was taken personally, maybe my first year in here, well, you're supposed to let the treasurer do the investing. I understand that. I'm not questioning her being able to call the bank and say which has the better interest rate.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the board is tying its money up without even checking on it first, so,
Well, I do think what you brought up earlier, I think maybe we should have a discussion with the community about, here, I got better.
I intend to visit with Ellsworth County a little bit on how they've done that. How do you determine a dollar amount that you should put into the general fund? Because at this point, we put $118,000 back into the general fund. That's the first time that the board has done that since I've been on it. And do you know what I'm referring to there? We took the
Yeah.
100,000 from the general fund and the 18,000 from the capital outlay from the health department. And the reason why we did that to the health department is because she already had 70,000 in the bank. So at what point are we gonna say you have enough reserves? Do you need 50% reserves? Do you need 25% reserves?
Yeah.
I have a problem with the government taking people's money and making interest on their money.
When Leann shows up at 1:30, we can give that to her rather than give it to Dawn.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Unless a governmental entity had enough cash on hand to make an investment where all their interest could cover all of the next year's expenses every time and you wouldn't have to tax, what is the point of making interest on their money and then charging them again to pay the current year expenses? I feel like it's just a vicious cycle.
What you're doing is mirroring what we want the hospital board to do. Which is, we need to have an oversight on the money. Not that we're gonna take care of the money, but we need to have oversight. That's our job.
Oh, I appreciate you going along with that, because I think when I suggested this a couple years ago, it was not well received. Yeah, and I didn't, it wasn't a personal attack on anyone. I mean, that's an elected official, and she's fine in her seat. I'm just saying the board needs to pay attention, because I had to even ask for balances. We don't see this information. We don't, even on this commissioner computer, we don't see the funds. I never see the actual bank statement,
Well, it's critical to us allocating money in the budget. If we don't know what's going on, then we're at a loss on how we're supposed to do our job. So,
Right.
No, oversights, that's perfectly, exactly what we wanna do.
And I trust the other elected officials. I mean, Leann and Dawn are responsible to bring us the information, but we're only here once a week. We can't just tap in and check it like you do your own bank account. So really, if something was going on, how does the board know unless they're informed? Someone has to be willing to be the informant. So,
Speaking of elected officials, since we got a minute or two here, I put another paragraph in here. On the introduction and purpose, the last paragraph is new of your handbook.
the last paragraph is what?
On the introduction and purpose of this handbook,
Okay.
I put the last paragraph in there.
Elected officials of Lincoln County receive all the benefits of full-time employees. In addition, elected officials shall determine their own basic pay subject to budgetary constraints. Elected officials are not subordinate to the Lincoln County BOCC, but work in cooperation with the BOCC for the good of Lincoln County. Any disciplinary matter involving elected officials shall be resolved by either the voters or the Kansas governor. You need a period.
Yeah. But I thought we needed some kind of a statement.
The,
I don't know. Oh, the start of it?
yeah, in
Oh,
the
okay.
introduction.
Okay.
Since we were talking about elected officials, I thought I'd just point that out.
well, I really think we need to omit elected officials from longevity pay.
Well, I think, yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to it, but I think we've done some of that. We need to see how we got it done. We'll beat this cow till it just quit giving milk.
Well, was that Mr. Chris Landrum still coming, or was that him here a while ago?
No, he's the,
INA alert.
oh,
I think that was who that was.
That's who that was,
I thought
wasn't
he was
That INA
coming to
alert?
see
like
you.
about the videos or whatever, or the camera.
I mean, they sent me a bid, but I thought when he got on the agenda,
Oh,
he's coming to present it.
so
I
we're
guess
done with
not.
him then.
Take one and pass it. So this will be the ad. The second page is board appointments that weren't finished last year. The third page is the current board appointments and the people who are holding those positions. See if there's something you'd like to change.
The repeater board, is that, Leon Kingham was on that, right? That's our radio club kind of thing?
Well, it's not really a radio club, but it's, I kind of take it there's basically like a representative from each district, fire district, and maybe the ambulance.
But don't they have a towering facility right across the road from my house?
Well, they have repeater towers,
Yeah,
yes, that
okay.
run the repeater for all the emergency services. But I take it that the board themselves are representatives of each of those
Mr. Chairman.
emergency services.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
I have a question. When you post those, like, for example, on the Lincoln County website, can you also put a little synopsis, a little description of what the job is? For example, repeater board. Just to see that line, only the people in the know are even gonna even know what it is. Wouldn't it be good for the citizens? Wouldn't it encourage more people to consider it if they actually knew what it was?
Yeah, I had never heard of a repeater board. I didn't know what that was.
Can that be added?
Not by me,
No,
because I have no idea what these people do.
but is that something you guys can find out and then
Well,
have it added
Brett-
to the
Well, they're the guys-
website?
We should ask the president of each board to give us a description.
And
Well,
what the board members do.
Well, that repeater board is like the towers of like the,
No,
Right,
but that's.
Right,
But
the
she's saying,
electronics.
can you put a
What-
description on the
what's
What
website
they
so
do.
that if anybody
What's
wants
the
to look it
point
up, they
of
can
the
find
board?
out. Hey, excuse me.
I
but
agree.
I called Anna Marie Wolting. I wanted to remind you because I had just called again because I came across in my old paperwork. And the number that I used, so has anyone talked to her about the bus board?
I did, and they're done.
Okay, because I had called that number and I just thought maybe I didn't get a hold of her, but I tried it again and I don't know if I just have the wrong number or, I don't even know whose handwriting that was that gave it to me. It wasn't yours, it was someone else's.
I don't know.
But anyway, okay, as long as you
I
talk
know her.
to them.
Well, I think they know we disbanded that.
Yeah,
board.
I was just following up on that, looking at the board.
I personally know her real well. Lives right by me out there.
Okay, as long as that was clarified.
And I think they don't have an issue with that because they weren't really giving any guidance anyway, like Jerry, on what's going on. He would
Should
do
we
it.
not have an odd number of people on the board?
Yes, we should.
These
We're-
are just current.
These are
not
openings.
everybody, this is just the openings.
Well, I was just looking on the back where you have, oh, okay, these are expired, I got it. I understood those on the back to be the board itself, excuse me.
No.
These are all just experts.
Recent
Somewhere
fine
in your
print.
pile of stuff,
Yeah.
you should have a little folder that hasn't necessarily been updated since last year, maybe the year before.
Yeah.
It's a little
I
blue
got
folder.
it, yeah, I was reading that wrong, I was incorrect.
And on that preservation board, I talked to Alfred Oftenberg. He thinks we should almost disband it because they don't seem to ever meet much and didn't do much lately. I don't know.
Well, I don't know what the preservation board was doing.
Well, I think I'm wrong. I think preservation board's like
Oh, that's the ad.
historical
that's-
society or that type of thing.
No,
What is it?
isn't the preservation board, wait a minute.
Terry Lilac is really big on it. Well,
Right.
Leon Dwayne Veneta started it, or Leo Dwayne Veneta started it. They've done like rehabilitation of that Spillman Creek Bridge. They've run a few grants through it, but I think Terry Lilac has just been going out on her
Right,
own.
and I'm thinking of something different
Grants.
that Alfred was on.
Well, I think that was
Oh.
it. Alfred was on it, but it basically they kind of put a group together and they wanted to do a mill levy a very long time ago, and the mill levy got voted down. Then there was another mill levy request and it got voted down. And then they wanted to come in and do a third mill levy request. And at that point in time, the tax lid was removed, so the Board of Commissioners could just add it if they wanted to, and they chose not to add it. And so basically, it's been a group of people. Shirley Gruber was really active on it as well. And they met to try to, refurbish some of these older structures. And I know, like that Spelman Creek Bridge that the highway kind of vacated, they got money to do that. They got money to build a gazebo.
And they were part of the,
Some of it
am
The
very
railroad.
in support of that movement, but couldn't we ask these people to start working with the Historical Society?
Well, either that or with Kelly.
and they think they just did also the railroad depot at Sylvan too, didn't they?
Well,
That was that part of it, yeah.
But that was Terry's.
Well,
Terry Island.
I think that was the Historical Society actually, because
Yeah.
it used to be that they funneled money through, but I think they found out that they wouldn't have to funnel it through us.
And I kinda agree with you, Alexis, that Historical Society's kinda working on that stuff too, and these guys, maybe they should all get
A
together in one.
combined effort, they
What-
could have a
Yeah.
delegation of duties to a specific
Yeah, I
group that
agree, we
wants to
could
get
combine
involved.
this preservation board with the Historical Society, and also work with Kelly.
Because we
Yeah.
also
And
give
Kelly can
money,
work-
we give
Yeah.
money to the Historical
Yeah.
Society.
Right, and also work with Kelly, cause Kelly's working too for, don't we get grants for like, some of this Historical Society stuff?
She's the one that put it all together
Right,
to have
so-
it designated for downtown.
But I think, I'm not against them either, I think they should coordinate all this together, because then they'd have one big powerful group instead of,
That's part of the Lincoln downtown hitting up the state historical monument folks. And that's the history and Kelly, but that's part of the preservation stuff too.
And see, since we have 6 positions available, I think that indicates how, I don't think it's been full the whole time we've been on the commission.
no, and Alfred was telling me,
The very first year you were on there, you appointed, like whoever
Everybody that
sent
showed
you a letter.
interest, yeah.
I think originally the formation of the board was created to be able to spend the levy if they had received it, but they didn't receive the levy.
And we are already giving a dollar amount out of the general fund to the Historical Society,
Yeah.
so that could even be beefed up if there was a project that we knew they were going to do, but really,
and I was
they
almost,
should be applying to the web fund grant.
well, and I was almost
Right.
thinking, we're gonna fix, what if 4 of those historical stone bridges up by Denmark, right? That's part of our budget.
That, we have a bid
Now,
going out right
I
now.
was almost thinking, isn't that kind of historical, shouldn't come, maybe some historical money could almost go involved with that
You
too?
have to get them designated first.
Well, you do.
Which is
Okay.
what Kelly was working on with the downtown areas. If you get them designated, then you're eligible for the state grant money
Grant
that comes
money.
along with it, or the national grant money that
Because
comes
we
along.
pretty well committed now to fix these 4 bridges, which I'm
We
okay
set
with.
out for a bid.
Yeah, but I was thinking, man, ain't that historical stuff, and couldn't we
Some
get
of it.
that to help? Because where somebody says if you get historical involved, then you got real strict regulations on, that you gotta comply with what they want, and that may cost us more, I don't know, you know.
Jack Crispin is working, I talked to him the other day about some of this. And they're working to eventually identify over 100 places in Lincoln County that should merit some historical monument or a sign, or at least an indicated on a technical.
On a map or
photograph,
something.
yeah.
The Historical Society is working on that right now. We already have 25 listed, 25 more are coming.
Yeah.
Signs have already been purchased, ordered and purchased using grant money, and we'll just need
Did
volunteers
they
to,
apply to the web fund?
I don't
I
remember.
don't think you guys did.
I don't
Well, I
remember.
missed one meeting though, so.
I don't
And
remember.
you know, we're,
No.
web fund, since I'm the chairman now, they're meeting tomorrow night, the web, people that hand out the interest distributions. I probably don't know if it's too late, if you guys would need.
Next
There's
Monday
another
night,
quarter.
Yeah, another time.
Every quarter.
I've asked
Have you-
Jack, and I'd like to have you come to the Lions Club meeting. I'm trying to sell to the Lions Club a service project by marking with signs, which is what you're doing, and we want to work in conjunction with, if I could sell it to them, they could produce a map, self-guided or,
There's a Google map on the Historical Society webpage right
Yeah.
now that shows at least 25 or 50
But-
sites.
I think
We
he
were-
needs a paper map.
we were trying to give a paper map, so if somebody could come to town, we can say, here's your map. And I was talking to Jack and Kathy about this. If there's going to be some overlap, I haven't sold with the Lions Club, but I think we will, but there'll be some overlap with the History Society and the Lions Club doing these things, and I think if we do it jointly, we can probably make a pretty good effort out of it. So I would invite you to the Lions Club, 6:30 next Monday night out at the golf club.
I'm out of town, sorry, but
But Jack is supposed to come
talk
in.
to
So
Kathy
you're
and
going
Jack.
to integrate though what they've already identified in the Historical Society
Well,
project?
Yeah, I'm trying to sell it to
Because
the.
that actually started as a
Tourism,
Yeah.
part of the.
the tourism group that came out of the strategic planning.
Doing,
Yeah.
yeah,
So did you,
doings.
But I've got the Lions Club need a service project, and that'll get a bunch of folks
yeah.
committed to servicing, which will give you a great big pot of people to work with.
I feel that I've said this, maybe not here, but to so many other people, Lincoln County is so poorly identified on I-70. I mean, you really come past Salina to nothingness, and if there were a lot more signs, I've traveled a lot, especially I-70.
Yeah.
And when you're looking for a place to, even if you said like park, that the kids, that you can let your kids out and stretch and run around, you don't care if you're driving 14 miles when you're on a 1,000-mile haul.
But
Right.
You will come 14
these
miles
signs
to
you
town
can't
to
read.
sit in a nice little park
Park. Or,
They're running
and
down
know
the
that there's a
interstate.
diner.
Yeah.
They're way too small.
I agree. On I-70 we don't have much, and we could say Post Rock Capital, Kansas.
Yes.
Turn off here. You get up by
Scenic
Wilson.
routes
Let's
all
get up by
over the-
Wilson, and that, then they have that 18, that
Maybe
scenic
we need a
drive and all
Burger
I
that
King
have
stuff.
sign.
met people who have
Something
moved
like
to
that.
Lucas because of that toilet.
Yeah.
Like KU
They
does
stop
on
to see
the
the
Well,
toilet and they go,
turnpike.
oh, this is a cute town. Oh, these houses are cheap. Oh, we're gonna retire. I literally have met
Lucas does a
people.
very good job of promotion, so does Lindsborg. Lindsborg's really the arts capital, man, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, we try to do that, but we're not up to it.
Well, I think there was that little bit of movement when we had, I think Kelly was organizing some of that when they had the billboards, but I'm talking about I-70 specifically.
Right, I-70 is where you get all millions of miles of traffic. I
Oh.
was wanting, when I was running for commission, I was saying, I was wanting to put some, let's try to locate some business, like a casino, which is insane maybe, but I'd say, why not, which is, people may think I'm crazy. But if you had something like that, say right off the Westfall Road in Lincoln County, and there's, because we're Lincoln County and, just something to promote ourselves on I-70. You get thousands of cars coming back and forth from all over the
Absolutely.
United States on past that road every day.
We got
And we got it in our
before
county.
lunch.
I know, we don't take advantage of it, I agree.
That's all our agenda.
Hey, back to,
I have a few things.
Mona, on, I was just gonna say, on this, preservation board, you're in the historical society. Would you like to, I wonder if we should almost talk to these people who are on here to combine with you guys. Have you worked with them or worked with?
Well, if Terry's on there, we
Terry.
actually wanted her on the board, but she's busy with other stuff.
She doesn't wanna be on your, see, we have two groups or three, work in historical stuff in Lincoln, and you guys can combine.
Unfortunately, if you look at the board names, there's very likely a lot of overlap. Unfortunately, here in Lincoln, there's an awful lot of people who like to sit back and watch, but they don't want to be doers.
Yeah, I know,
And they actually will come and complain about the doing that you're doing.
but they won't wanna contribute.
They don't want to contribute, they
Yeah.
want to, accept their
Okay.
complaints.
Well, thanks,
We'll
I'd like
see.
to change the subject again
okay,
and ask the county clerk to present some issues.
okay. Could we take a 5-minute recess?
Well, please,
We gotta go inspect the
well, I
paint,
finished my
paint the
calculation.
bathroom.
Well,
Secret
what are we
meeting.
doing about lunch? It's,
As soon
Sorry,
as
Don.
Don gets through talking, let's go to lunch and we can come back
yeah.
They weren't
and we can
talking
start
about
on
it.
this.
Dawn, do you wanna just recess for lunch and then start through that?
It's up to you.
He
What do you
added
got to do?
this,
A few minutes or you got a lot?
that
Okay.
right there.
I'm
He
assuming
added
this is
that.
gonna be.
I
we'll some
have
in-depth
executive
dis-
session.
Well, let's do that first and then we'll do the
Okay.
executive session, then we'll break for lunch.
Let me finish my one calculation, I kinda forgot I needed to do that.
Not that I'm running the meeting anymore, but that sounds good to me.
It's hard to let go of that power, isn't it, Alexis?
Does that sound convincing enough?
She's, probably celebrating that she doesn't have to talk to me on a regular basis.
No,
I don't
no,
think that's
actually,
fair.
it helps you to be more informed when you know that you're the contact point, but it also kind of makes you scatterbrained because there are so many overlapping issues. I don't know how in bigger counties they get it done once a week. Or in Russell County, they're only meeting every other Monday. Did you see that, Dawn?
Well, I heard you say that. I wonder though, is it because, they have administrators? I don't know what Russell County
Yeah, I'm
has.
sure they just get reports and approve or disapprove.
I just get tired, honestly.
Other than that change.
Do you have
I-
the resolution for the
That
pay
seems
rates
like
this
that's
year?
wrong.
I-
Are you still working on that?
Well, you guys haven't approved to
So-
give any raises, so
Okay.
we won't redo it until you do.
Okay, that's fine.
If that makes
Today.
sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the one with the changes, so,
Why do they have this on there?
probably, this is just a working copy, it's not
Okay, maybe I
It's
don't
not the
hate his administrative
final
leave as much.
draft.
Okay.
I think the lady at the hospital got me for the
Oh, good, you heard that? That's excellent. Everybody signed all of it?
I think we can do all of it together since it all concerns personnel.
I think theirs is 1974.
What's the subject?
One is gonna be
74,
family
94,
medical leave
whatever.
and the other is
Still
pay.
Still a long time.
But I think it could all be since it's all regarding personnel.
Okay.
And maybe also procedure of advertising by department heads. And I really don't know how to do that without like identifying. And I don't have a problem identifying. I guess I need a little bit more. Now I really do need to. It probably should be done inside. I feel like I am the whistleblower. Like this policy should protect me all the time. Seriously, I have to tap all the damn
You're
time.
insulated
Sometimes
by
it's not
election.
fair.
Well, you're the only one that knows what's going on, that's why. We don't.
Sometimes I wish I didn't know what was going on. Wouldn't that make life easier?
Is Randy King?
Does for me, I
Would
never
be
know
for,
what's going
would be
on.
for you, wouldn't it?
I don't know how long to tell you though, because it all depends on the direction of conversation. It could be as short
Didn't put
as,
that away in the paper.
Let's do 10.
yeah,
I don't think so.
I can talk fast.
Listen to me.
Unless you want to get in more depth, then
No, do what you want. What you think you'd want to promote here or talk about.
Subject line is
I need to talk about
personal information relating to,
current rates of pay for 3 particular employees.
but how's that executive session if it's what they
Um,
make?
Because it may discuss why they weren't given, or
Okay, so is it anything tied to a review? This is why the evaluations are so
not an
critical.
actual review.
Okay, so
But because
no,
if you guys don't agree with what I'm going to tell you,
yeah.
then you don't have to agree.
So
and
employee
it's not
performance.
taken
So
personal.
it's employee performance, not necessarily the pay rate, because we will publicize the pay rate. But this is employee performance and what was the other thing you said?
Family medical leave.
Okay, so
Question.
I move to recess into executive session for 10 minutes for the purpose of discussing.
And department head. That one I'll just do outside of the executive session. I'll be the badass. I'm just
Employee
tired.
performance issues and family medical leave.
I'll second that.
Wait, pursuant to KSA 75,
Oh, yeah, all that other
excuse
stuff.
me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. 754319 2B, number 1, personnel matters of non-elected personnel to reconvene in the commission room with the commission and Don Harlow, clerk
With
slash.
county clerk, and I will second it still.
Okay,
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to
Oh,
move.
how long? Sorry.
10, I said 10.
Motion's been made, second to move to recess into executive session for 10 minutes for the purpose of discussing personnel issue, I guess, right? Just pursuant to KSA 754319 2B, number 1, all in favor say aye.
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 I move to extend the executive session for the same purpose, FMLA and employee performance issues, for 10 minutes.
I second. with all the other stuff.
KSA 7947,
Yeah.
KSA 7543
Motion's been made
19.2B.
and seconded to, extend executive session for another 10 minutes. All
With
in
the
favor?
commission and the clerk.
With the commission and the clerk, all in favor say aye.
Alright,
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Available can be the second staff to help with with another call if you get an emergency while they're performing the transfer. Because I think that's right, you can be an RN and be that help.
I think we need to have the highway department head come in and for a meeting similar to the one we're gonna have with Derek.
Okay, I already emailed.
Can I,
So, go ahead.
or were you gonna make a motion?
No,
Can I- Oh,
no,
sorry, okay.
I'm just emailing.
Okay,
I'm trying to keep up with the department heads here.
I was.
Go
gonna
ahead,
search
you
for
can
that one.
talk.
No, I was just gonna search for that one. I thought
Did
you
you want
were
a motion for what we're?
starting.
Oh yeah,
yes,
I
just
have
a
that
minute.
ready, so when you tell me when you're ready.
I'm just seeing what, that's our account, right?
Well, this is my commission one, but yeah.
Is that your personal or?
It's, yeah, it's the one you send me stuff sometimes,
Okay.
like you sent me the.
Oh, yeah, commission one,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay, so I've contacted both department heads that we want to schedule themselves on the schedule, and then, are you ready for the motion, Dawn?
I'm still looking up that one to make sure I was right with the dates.
Oh, that one time.
And let me say this, please, while we're on the subject. I asked Delisa to schedule herself on our agenda, and then we will have to notify LaDonna when that happens, and Derek, and have them try to both be here when Delisa can come.
Yeah,
I got to speak to Lisa at Delisa's, and she failed to give me some of the information that LaDonna had. So I spoke for a long time with LaDonna, clarified everything that I know what's been going on with that billing process. And so we have some things to iron out with Delisa herself, and I figured we'll just have her come, we'll have an executive session because there are specific names and medical things involved. But that way, between LaDonna, Derek, who was part of it, and Delisa, we can, and really what I'm getting at is we deserve some compensation back from Delisa because we weren't made aware, we still have to this day have not been made aware as a commission that there was a hiccup in the billing.
right.
The only reason why we know that is because the public had a reaction to getting a bill that LaDonna was doing for us on behalf of another department.
Yeah, a year later,
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah, you're
November
right.
26, 2018.
November 26th,
Yes.
not December, okay. I move to approve the following pay raises. Wally Lloyd, 25 cents for 1 year employment, retroactive to May 26, 2017. Bobby Zacco, 25 cents for 1 year service, retroactive to November 26, 2018. And Heather Keener, 25 cents for 1 year employment, retroactive to January 26, 2019.
I'll second that.
And that implies that we will send them a check to bring them up to date and correct their pay scale to reflect that.
Okay.
If that's all implied.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Motion's been made and seconded to approve what Alexis stated with raises for past employees. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carried, none opposed.
Okay. Who is the head of the preservation board?
Well, I
It
don't,
was Leo Dwayne Veneta, but I'm almost sure he sent you guys a resignation.
He did.
I would
and
say,
Alfred Offenberg went off last year, cause I asked him again, he said he didn't want back
I
on
would
it.
almost say Terry Lilac.
Yeah, she's really involved
The
with it
more
a lot.
active.
If she isn't president, she'd certainly know what's going on.
Well, we
Well,
should,
I'm wondering if we shouldn't just kind of put the idea out there that maybe we'll fold the board and ask them to work collaboratively with the Historical Society, who we already give money to.
yeah.
Because
Well,
this
Alfred was
doesn't-
even indicating that we should do that, cause they hadn't met for months
Mhm.
as that board.
Mhm.
And if they are still
So really,
interested,
it's just been up to individuals who
Right.
feel compelled to do it on their own.
and if they still wanna be involved in historical issues, right, go to the Historical Society, join there, or merge with that. Like, with, yeah, I agree with you.
So before we make that official motion, maybe I should just reach out to her and let her
Yeah.
know that
I
we're
would.
thinking that.
And maybe I'll call Alfred again one more time and say,
See where he is on the
he
thought.
told me this like 6 months ago, but let me call him and find out again for sure
Sure.
what his position is here and,
A couple days a week, you know,
Wally-
she's up here, Prairie
Wally
Rose.
Lloyd, did you say May 26,
I live in
2017?
Sylvan. I said, Wally Lloyd, May 26, 2017.
Okay,
Bobby Zacco, November 26, 2018. Heather Keener, January 26, 2019.
correct, okay. I think I just typed wrong then.
Yep, Terry's here in town a couple days a week.
yeah, right, cutting hair. Yeah, we could, and she's very active in that, I know, so. And also obviously dealing with Terry, with Kelly, with, you know, getting historical society, designations too. Maybe we could communicate, all those groups could coordinate a little better. Mona, do you guys in the Historical Society coordinate a lot with Kelly Larson here on funding and stuff?
We asked her to help coordinate a group for the sesquicentennial. Yeah, we have conversations with her.
Well, because she's involved, like Alexis said
I mean,
earlier.
she personally is very involved in historical preservation.
Right.
So even though she's an economic development person, her vision, her focus is historical preservation as economic
Well, it
development.
almost has to be in this county because you don't have businesses to work with. You don't have
Right.
corporate industry type things.
No, I was just wondering how, yeah, because she obviously has been working here with the courthouse with us and getting money and preservation, all these other designation of these buildings. And I didn't know if that coordinated with you guys. You guys, Historical Society, sometimes you're about where there was an Indian war out somewhere, or if there was, that type of things, you know. But you could all go together because it really is similar stuff, historical
And I talked
issues.
to Brendan this morning, he offered to pay me $800.
Oh, yeah, because he's an outstanding person.
Okay, to Alexis, what,
Lunch.
was it lunch? Do we want to take a recess and come back? Like, I will leave at 2 for the hospital board meeting, but, I know part of the agenda coming up is to, review the, modifications to the handbook
Yep.
we've been looking at.
The only other thing I would like is
Okay,
the other subject that I had. Do you guys mind reaffirming the date to begin FMLA for the employee? Would you mind approving or reaffirming that the calculation of the date for family medical leave for the employee?
okay, yeah.
So that way I have something that you're
Yeah.
in support of my
Yeah.
decision, I
Did you hear
guess.
that, Alexis?
Would you be willing to move to approve to reaffirm the date that I have identified for family medical leave to begin for,
Yep,
Do we need to identify a person?
no, if you
A
just,
policy, motion?
as
Okay.
discussed in executive
Okay.
session.
Okay. I move to approve the start date for family medical leave during the executive session. Do you want me to just go ahead and give the date as December 26th,
Yeah.
2019?
I second that.
A motion's been made and second to, approve family medical leave, a date for per discussion in executive session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, none opposed.
That way I just have a little bit of support.
No, that's fine, and then I think what needs to be explained to everyone or anyone is that if you do not submit in writing a date, then we're gonna go with the first date of notification to the HR department. So if there was a discrepancy about a date for a beginning or an injury or whatever, or an illness, that commencement date has to be identified. And if it's not specifically identified in writing, then it's gonna go by the identification time to the person who's keeping track of your leave. Because at any point, I could miss 2 weeks of work and say, well, 2 weeks ago is when I got sick.
I'm sick.
So then the first 24 hours were on me, now the rest is on you. It doesn't work that
The
way.
requirement is for you to report your injury or illness to your department head or elected official that day.
And if
It's
that
in the book.
department head doesn't have it in writing, then it all comes down to the employee notifying the HR department, which currently is you. You can't have then the department head covering for anyone by saying, oh, well, they were out on leave. Where is it on paper then?
Yeah.
Because doesn't the time clock reflect whether or not they showed up to work and how many days in a row they missed? Only the first 24 are required to be on you, but you can't just keep pushing that back into the past and say, well, it happened, okay, so this
Well,
was
no,
a
this
second,
There's
and this
no
was the second time.
retroactive, you can't do it
Right.
retroactively, you do it on the spot.
Do we have that?
Not at all.
Do we have that in the handbook?
Well,
You
it
will, it's in the
specifically
handbook now, it's
says-
gonna
Well,
be
that, if we do,
clear.
that's
See,
good.
we had a situation where an employee had taken vacation on Monday and Tuesday, and that employee, who was a member of a state organization, got activated to go to some flood in southern Kansas to help, and he ended up working on Saturday. Well, he didn't want to have to use his vacation time. Well, I'm sorry, but you were already scheduled to be on vacation. That's a give me there. 'Cause
Right.
you can't go back and undo, and the board agreed with that,
Yeah.
a long time ago. That's probably why it says what it does.
We're gonna have some weird specific oddball
Okay,
cases
so
once in a
there
while.
is a little bit of vague
Maybe
wording here. It
We
says,
need to get specific here on this
it
stuff.
says a healthcare provider certification that an employee has a serious health condition for which extended illness leave is needed. Must be provided to the human resource officer. Okay, so the verification needs to be,
Can I tell you what I struggle with this?
Yeah,
And this can be, we can wait and have this conversation, but this is what I struggle with. I struggle with the fact that employees are sick. Let's just say they're sick and they think, oh, I'm gonna get over it. I'm gonna get over it. Day 2, they're not getting over it. Day 3, they go to the doctor and they get a no. And so the doctor writes them a no and excuses them from work because they've been sick like they're supposed to have. And they're supposed to supply that. And in past, the board has made exceptions to certain things. And in the handbook previously, it said for their personal family medical leave, which I think is something that Alexis pointed out. But we've been allowing it to happen for anybody. So like if their child was sick, as long as they brought us a note saying that they qualify. So I don't know if that whole section just needs to be either addresses to what we're doing or addressed to what we're going to do now. And then if
it's
we clearly
really
know the
only
exceptions.
meant for the illness of the employee. We have felt compelled, and I've been part of that before, to give extended family medical leave to people who are the sole caretaker for someone who's in the position that they have the serious illness. And part of that is so that their job is preserved for them. They can't necessarily afford to go that whole time without pay, so they get, the 12 weeks or something?
Mhm.
Isn't that you get 12 weeks per calendar year?
Yes, well, we do a rolling year, so whatever day 1 of family medical leave is, the
Oh,
next year.
from 12 weeks per year of the start date or
Mhm.
whatever.
Mhm.
So I think that's awfully generous, but it's to help maintain their job
Yeah.
for them. So it should be done on a case-by-case basis, but maybe we need a little more detail in here because you can't just say, well, I had the flu 1 week, then I came down with appendicitis the next week, so I'm gonna take all those 2 weeks FMLA. No,
Pat,
you have to report the date of incident.
they gotta be specific, yeah.
I think where employees struggle with the extended illness is they feel like that is part of their sick time. So a very long time ago it was 8 hours of vacation, 8 hours of sick, and then the commissioners decided to do this leave time where it's 12 hours of leave time, 4 hours of this extended illness. They classified it as something different so they don't have to pay it out when they leave and they can accrue a higher amount. So when they are ill, that they have, and we have had employees, but we've also had employees whose spouse has had cancer or their mother that's elderly has had cancer. So I think sometimes the employees feel like they can't use it. Because they themselves aren't really sick, and I think that's why we always come to the commissioners. The commissioners made an exception, at which time then they made the exception to the rule. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But you can keep expanding that, and then when you try to shrink it, you know, the dog bites the hand because you're taking the steak away. You have to actually set the parameters so that it's not in question, and I think that's where we're having a problem. There has to be a commencement date. And if that date is not identified, then we'll choose that date for you, and that's the date that you come forward. So if you're off for 2 weeks, then you bring in a doctor's note that you now have appendicitis, maybe you were being bothered with appendicitis, but we can't afford to pay everyone 12 weeks a year if in the event happens that they can retroactively not use up their own leave time.
Well, I guess my point being with the extended illness, is it too stringent? Is it only going to be the employee from here on out? Is it going to be the employee and immediate family, anybody that they would qualify for family medical leave for? Or is it truly only going to be for the employee?
I think it needs to be for immediate family as well, in my opinion, because we do have a small pool for employees. So we want to respect, I mean, if your spouse had to undergo chemo for the next 6 weeks and was literally bedridden, do you lose your job when really, I mean, I don't know,
because they don't qualify for short-term disability if it's to care for somebody else. It's only if it's their injury. I feel like they should, but I feel like the handbook, as you had pointed out, does not say that.
No, it doesn't.
And I feel like it maybe should.
It says the certification that an employee has a serious health condition.
Yeah.
And maybe we just add, or a person covered under FMLA, which would cover their immediate family.
And what we need to do too is we need to educate all of our.
In conjunction with FMLA, or in.
Yes, it's all.
What would that word
always
be?
in conjunction.
We need to educate our department heads on this policy stuff. Like Brendan now probably didn't know about what was going on with our last case that we talked about in executive session on the timeline there, maybe. Our department heads need to know what policy to implement with their employees, right?
Yes, our department heads need to know that they need to ask those questions.
Right. And see,
And
to be fair to them, maybe they didn't know how to handle it. You know, I mean, we got a handbook here, but it's kind of vague, and a lot of them all think that's your job, and that ain't your job, and a lot of them think it is.
I'm gonna sound very rude here. That's where arrogance gets in the way of people. People who are arrogant don't ask questions.
Right.
And I'm not
I agree
saying
with
that, but I'm just saying in general. That's what happens, and
They assume.
I'm just gonna call the kettle black. They make an assumption, they don't know, and they don't wanna ask questions because they don't want somebody to think that they don't know what they're doing. And that's our downfall.
I agree. Some people don't want.
And I'm probably the same way. I probably get arrogant as well.
Oh, that's what you do good.
You
But,
mean over the understanding the time off?
well, we
Is
want
that-
our department heads to know.
I just feel like sometimes the department heads don't ask questions
Absolutely.
until they get caught. And then it's me that's being bad, when if they'd have just asked the question to begin with, they could have squelched a lot of the problems.
Right. Well,
And unfortunately, whoever is coming into this role, hopefully we'll have somebody coming into this role, will have to deal with that. But maybe they'll have a better
Well, hopefully we'll get these definitions.
working
Well,
relationship.
maybe we get these definitions too in our employee manual, and also we'll educate hopefully the department heads, so that if we have this issue come up, they'll know how to handle it better, so we won't run into these issues as much.
I'd
Right?
like to go over this. Go ahead.
Well, the one question the one week was, I guess, directed at me, and I didn't realize that it was, who was upset about the thing that I put in their paycheck stubs, that if you have an error on your time card, to come directly to me. There are department heads that their employees do not feel comfortable going to them. And some of my changes was it said
That's
to
the whole purpose of having an
supervisor.
HR. That
Yes.
is the purpose of having an HR, which is why I also believe it needs to be out of an elected official's office. You have to have that third point of contact.
Some feel like they go when they say something to them and they do nothing about it.
Or
that it
some
never
people
gets
are
back to me.
dismissed and some people are treated preferentially. You know,
Right. There's politics
well,
again.
we just approved retroactive pay for people who were not identified for whatever reason to get their due pay raise.
Right.
Because if they don't deserve a pay raise at that time, then why are they still employed? Ultimately, is the question. Or why wasn't it in
It
a
just
timely manner? I mean, we're talking 2 years ago.
It got forgotten about. It got left, fell through the gaps.
Which is why there's supposed to be that point of contact in the HR office, because if I was the employee and said, hey, the handbook says I should be getting another 25 cents, then I can tell you and say, is this an error of my department head? And, you know, we've been asked by department heads, well, let them follow the chain of command. That's true until there's a whistleblower scenario. What if the department head isn't doing their job? That's where the commission has to take control, but we don't have any information unless it comes from HR or directly from the employee, which people are hesitant to do because they don't want to be put into an awkward situation in their workplace.
But as an employee, I think I'd keep up with my pay scale a little closer than waiting 2 years to bitch about it.
I kind of feel bad because I felt like I probably should have caught it at some point in time, but you know, there is only so many things that you can look at. But when we were typing the pay resolutions, I'm kind of surprised that over the years we haven't realized it. Because most of the highway department employees, if you have noticed, are on, especially anybody that's been hired in the last 10 years since they started increasing the starting wage along with the cost of living increase, they're on consistent pay. So whether they've been here, once they've been here 1 year,
It's
they're on
identifiable as to which is gonna be even more so when we implement the pay scale. And I think we're close to getting something worked out. The highway department's the biggest department. If we can get it worked out within the budget line item of the salaries, it might not be exactly what was proposed to us, but if we can work that out, then everybody kind of knows where they stand as far as what their skill set is, and the raise is gonna be minimal, of course, when you're talking about 25 cents to 50 cents, but it's still an increase for performance. And then you're going in at that rate, not just because you're starting, everybody starts at $12.50 or whatever it was, $12.80.
Well, and if you do a step system, you know, that's where your HR is gonna spend a lot of their time making sure that they're
Yes.
where it needs to be.
And I would also like to say, I think anybody that's on the first, 90-day or if we do a 90-day to 6-month trial period, because most of our job descriptions say you have to have completed all the necessary things, but then I think really they should be starting at 50 cents lower than that step rate and earn that rate once they complete their trial, even if it's 90 days. I'm just saying, most places you have to prove yourself, then it's allowable, unless you're starting at minimum wage. You know what I mean? We're basically promising them, start at your step rate, then you get 50 cents,
Well-
then you get 25, so you're getting 75-cent raise.
A lot of places call it a probation period. Like
Right,
a probation.
exactly.
90-day probation, you get hired, and then if you make it, off probation, then you get raised, type of
Right.
thing, which is what you're talking about.
I'm talking about you can earn this step level if you work and earn the step level, not just you start at this step level and then you get 75 cents. Because that would work better with our budget to know where we are.
We have had employees that they have been granted a higher starting wage and they would be foregoing the 50-cent increase, if that makes sense. Or the year increase or whatever it was that was
Depending on what they
negotiated.
were needed
Was that
for.
special situation, huh?
Most of the time it was special and most of the time it was like a professional person. Like I kind of remember LaDonna did with Sherry Pickering at the health department. I think we did with the ambulance director when we did go full-time. I think that's one of the negotiations because she kind of counter-offered a different pay. So there has been times that we've done that as well. So I'm assuming that if they come in at a pay at a step level that's higher than like the introductory, then you could say something like that. The one thing I'm not 100% sure about, because I really have not read the handbook through and through, and I started and I stopped
Went
and
to sleep.
started.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's just, my problem is I get to thinking about this section and I want to tell you a paragraph about it,
Which
which
section?
is not really what
The
I
pay,
should be
the
doing.
pay rate section?
About all of it,
Leap.
but is there anything in there that says that we do the 50 cent in the year, in the 25 cent? Because if you go by the pay, if you go to a pay scale, we'd want to strike that out too, I'm assuming.
That's not in there right now because I've got, we just need to revise and develop that.
Go ahead.
What I propose to do, and if we get them in here this afternoon, we might think about it, is each department head write up the job description, job title and job description for the basic position for each of their members. And then I would like them to write up gradation, 01, 02, 03 for each of those, so that we can sit down and take an employee, and when we hire a new one, we hire them at the base dash zero, based on what the department head says this person's supposed to be doing. And then we can, as he improves in both time and effort, we can go up to 03, 04, 05. But we'll have stated in great detail the exact things you have to meet to make that procedure. You follow me? And the only way we can,
I
I'd say
think
that
we
we
have,
can do
I
that.
think we have the majority of the job descriptions already, but what you're saying is we need to identify
Well,
layers.
I need each one of these department heads to look at each of their employees. LaDonna has 5, herself included, and she needs to tell me what the basis for that job is. This is the thing that job is required to do, and these are the things that we can check on. And then to improve a step as you go up the ladder, step 1, you have to be able to do this. Step 2, that. Step 3, something else.
Here's, if I may interject, and just in the health department, I'm not saying this is the case there,
Yeah.
but this is, I'm gonna say, the typical government structure is that everyone has their niche so that no one can necessarily replace the other one. We need to get rid of that mentality because we are a shrinking population, we're gonna have budgetary constraints. We already have lots of budgetary constraints. Other people are dealing with the same mileage of roads with twice the money that we have. So, and I'm using that as an example to say, we have to do the most that we can with the minimal amount of money. So what you're saying is you want her in the health department to come up with a job description specific to each person.
Yeah.
But the idea ultimately is that when person A is gone for 2 weeks, if person B can perform their functions, then they're more valuable.
Yes.
If person C can't perform person A's functions, then they're not as valuable
Those-
because
that
I'm not
was-
gonna.
And that needs to be delineated, those gradations in the step level.
But I think
01,
that's
02,
hard
03.
to ask someone
Sure
to
it is.
do who's been here for 20 years
But I,
and wants to save everybody's
Yeah.
spot because they hold value in the department as an individual.
but I don't feel that I could write the job description for the healthcare one.
No, we can't. We can't.
Because there's certain skills that you need to
Yeah, they're
recognize to do that.
specialized and
But
stuff.
we do have a basic
Yep,
point,
I agree.
a starting point, just like in the highway department, we have a
Yeah.
basic starting point. So if, we promise someone that if they learn how to run the excavator, we give them 50 cents or whatever it was, 25 cents, I can't remember.
Cross-train. Because cross-training is good,
So
because
if I'm a young
with less
employee-
employees, everybody needs to cross-train more. Because just like when we had our highway department this summer, half, all them people leave, we didn't have somebody who could come in and take over the office, say. Or, that's when if we would've had even one of the truck drivers
Who
cross-train a
spent
little
one
bit,
day in the,
the
right,
office would have a
Right.
little bit of understanding, and stuff like that,
right,
And also, I
exactly.
got one more issue with,
Do you think this is?
you say you got your higher end at 0, like say the
Yes.
highway department.
Oh, hi,
The basic grader operator has to do these things.
But do we have any policy for,
What
what if we get some guy who's really good?
Let me give you the
been at
extension.
working 10 years in
524,
construction, it's really good, and we wanna bring him in at a 4, and
Okay,
because he's
it's
worth
still
it.
75,
So can we do that?
Yeah,
It seems like our
do that.
system don't set up just to hire them at always the bottom level and then move up.
What
You
do you
might have
want?
some guy with 10 years experience,
419.
who's an expert at
Yeah,
stuff.
so you
Okay,
can hire
and you
him
said
at
that would be
grader
who?
operator,
Rhonda?
And that's gonna be
grader
up to
operator.
say,
Oh, we
the
do,
department
okay.
head would determine
Yeah.
the level
That's
they're
fine,
at.
yes.
Yeah.
And say, well, this guy's
Either
good,
or,
he's a
that's
3
fine.
or 4
That would
already,
be who
and he's
you
gonna
want.
make
So what is it?
15 bucks an
I'm
hour
Well, it needs
instead
to
of
have
12.
a check mark to make him a 3.
Okay.
He's gotta be able to do this, this, this,
TR.
this, that, do this.
No, that would be up to an interview process by that department
Thank
head.
you.
Yeah, but this
Uh-huh.
needs to be spelled out so that everybody knows what it is.
Who was that?
For the appraiser's office, wrong call, but
Oh, I was just talking to Jim about, he was saying having, scale, hiring somebody level 0, but I said, what if you've got a really good employee, person's 10 years, say, really good
Came
at
from
backhoe,
somebody-
yeah, came from somebody else and moving to Lincoln, and I'd say, how you gonna, he might be a level 4 already.
yeah,
But
And we
you do that.
wanna give him, say, 15, 16 bucks an hour, cause this guy's good, you don't go back to ground zero and hire him at 12 bucks and
exactly.
work up,
No,
that's
but you
where we
have
need
check
a,
marks for that dash
Yeah.
4
If
position.
you are qualified in these ways,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you fit into this slot.
and I guess that's an interview
If-
process for
If
that
I'm
department head,
new,
right?
let's
Yeah.
say I'm fresh out of high school and I
Yeah.
want a job at the county, I'm
Yeah.
probably gonna start
A
at the
0.
lowest grade.
Well, sure,
Yeah.
Well, if you make $2 more an hour, I'm gonna say, well, why do you make $2 more an hour? You shouldn't just say, cause I've been here for
Yeah.
15 years. No,
Yeah.
it's cause I know how to run this,
Yeah.
because I do this sometimes,
Right,
cause
the
I do that.
function, the
Yeah,
function.
And you
But I'm
can
just-
check that off on your little scale on the dash 3. I can do this, 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 you can check them all. It's
Anyway.
not subjective, it's objective.
Do we have that policy for that department head to say, I guess they could do with their interview process, saying this person's really knowledgeable, been doing it 10 years, and if he recommends or she recommends this person should get 50, 60 bucks an hour because they're that much, experience.
But
We don't really have a policy in a
It's like-
handbook for something like that, do we?
No,
No,
not
but
yet,
that's
but
part
we're
of
gonna
our
have
pay
that.
scale,
That's-
so the attachment to the
Yeah.
handbook is the pay scale.
Okay.
With the
Exactly
job
right.
descriptions
And then
and
we
the
could say,
evaluation
and
forms.
if we got a
It's
level,
all
if
integrated.
we got a level pay scale like a 4 or 5, well, that person's a 4, we start them that high.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
if I move from Riley County to Lincoln County because I wanna raise my kids out here, and I was already operating a bulldozer and blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
for
and
10
I just,
years. it
yeah,
jumps
then
to
I
30
just slide right in.
At a
Now,
higher,
of
at a
course,
higher level.
my pay rate might be different because of the cost of living in the area,
Because-
but within our own little system,
Yeah.
you have a
Bigger
regulated
companies,
scale.
big corporations doing that all the time. They're
Exactly.
getting people coming and going all the time. They all go in at a different pay level or
Depending on-
grade based on their experience and their education and
But
all
you have
that.
to have an objective checklist, you
Yeah.
can't do it subjectively, it's gotta
Right.
be objective. You
Right.
gotta be able to put tick marks.
Oh, I agree.
That's
Objective.
what I want.
That way then
these
too,
guys
if they
to
would
do.
bitch about it, they'd say, hey, we looked at you and you had
That's
this
right.
qualification, that qualification, this qualification.
That's all.
And we didn't hire you because we were our brother-in-law or something and
Exactly.
put him up here vice president.
One brother-in-law, that's one of the check marks on all 5, yeah.
Hire your sister from your sister. Well, that's what happens unfortunately in government too much.
It
yeah.
is. Well,
Yeah.
and then, not here, but in other
Yeah,
places, then
other
they'll
places,
create
yeah.
jobs.
Well, the big,
We
for
got
that.
a big,
the big dash federal and
we
state.
got a big
yeah.
nepotism paragraph in here to solve all that.
Yeah.
And
Solve
it's-
it, or just?
Well, we had to go
No
through that
nepotism.
last year. We
Yeah,
had someone
yeah.
apply who wanted us to make an exception to the nepotism policy, and I was very much an advocate for
No,
saying no.
I should have done it.
Yeah, I mean, you do that, and then you do it for everyone. And I know Dawn made the comment in an email. Well, a lot of these little paragraphs are all because one person caused a problem that then you make a rule for. Well, I don't believe in that. I believe you state the rule, and whoever breaks it, break them off. Because you can't keep. That's why we have a legislation problem at the federal level, at the state level.
Making
we keep
exceptions.
making one rule at a time
Exceptions
for
for
one
everything.
particular issue.
Yeah.
You can't do that. It's not effective.
On the radio this morning, they noted that the 10 Commandments are still the basic law, and all these other tens of thousands can't improve on them.
It's
And
true.
That's the same thing here, but keep it simple, keep it straight, enforce it.
Okay, well, where are we at now, Don, you have more?
It's hard though, because I'm just gonna tell you, past history always repeats itself, but you have the rule, you tell them what the rule is, they don't like it, they come down to the Board of Commissioners, and if you're too good of a good old boy system, then you change the rule for that particular person, and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
where I struggle.
I know.
At this board, I don't
But
think
that's
that's
the
gonna happen.
public's
That's
job
an extra mile.
to do what they did and get someone like me who doesn't have any of those connections. If the public does that, then it rolls over. If the public doesn't do that, you get 20 years of the same, and they only have themselves to blame. And that's not your fault.
I don't think this board's gonna roll over for the good old boy network.
So Don, any other issues you have to discuss with us or anything?
No, I'm sorry,
No, don't be sorry, we need your input, you're very valuable.
I will talk about like the few things that I notice as we go through the handbook, but
Okay, now what do we,
You guys wanna recess
you guys
for
wanna
lunch?
recess for a little lunch? It's
Yeah.
12:40. Now, 2, I said I have to go to the hospital board meeting, but how about this 12:40, how about we come back at,
Let's start at 1:15. Is
1:15?
that enough time?
Yeah, that's
Because if
fine.
we do that, then we have a little bit of time to talk before any department heads show up
Okay.
for
Right,
legitimate purposes.
okay,
and then you
let's,
can
let's
leave.
recess till 1:15 and then, pick it back
I
up.
wanna call Nick.
I did it for,
Recess for lunch,
maybe it's trans bus.
so
Oh,
we're going to now review, some of the handbook edits that Jim has done and also other inputs from other people. So, Don, you working here with Alexis first on something?
No, we need to pick up where we left off, except I wanna go back to the first page,
Okay,
what Mr. Gableman had entered in there for the last paragraph.
Elected officials?
Yes, I would like
Okay.
to strike in addition the second sentence, because that's not necessarily true. The commission does set elected officials' salaries. Now, them being allowed to manipulate their paycheck throughout the year, I suppose that's never really been addressed. It should be coming before the board every time that happens. So whoever's doing payroll needs to be informing the board. If we're gonna allow them to absorb any unused funds in the salary line item, that can be stated, but the commission, when we create a pay scale and we do a resolution every year for their pay rate, we're actually approving their pay rate.
Yeah.
So I think we
Okay.
need to strike this, just strike it to leave it out,
Okay,
but it still needs to say elected officials are not subordinate to the BOCC, which means
so
we can't.
take the pay sentence out,
Mhm.
alright.
But when we, say we do this pay scale, then that's gonna apply to elected officials? Now what
Not
happens,
not that they can come in and have different levels, it's just we set the salary.
and they can't modify it anymore, even if they have extra money in their budget, huh?
They've been allowed to in the past, that's just because it's been an oversight of the commission, or actually, I should say, because the commission's never been informed that
But
they
since
gave
they're
themselves a raise.
elected officials, isn't it up to that elected official to do what they want? Really? We
Not
have-
the money.
Yeah, the money,
Except for the sheriff, and he's got some weird rules on
Well,
what he can do with his. But that's beside the point.
well, I thought maybe it's like if we give fund county attorney so much money, 120,000 a year approximately, isn't that up to her to determine how that's money spent?
within her line items of her budget, yes. But we actually approve a resolution every year that says what everybody's going to get paid. And then anytime there's a change in someone's paycheck, it's supposed to be, as far as a raise or whatever, it's supposed to be approved.
Even an elected official, so like the sheriffs,
Really, it should be.
whoever,
If the commission's letting them get away with it, they're letting them get away with it, but that's on the commission. So are you gonna let them get away with that? Are we
I
setting
just
a
wanna know what
precedent?
the law is and who does the authority.
Well, we've had like three elected officials give themselves raises this 2019 pay year, fiscal year, calendar year. So if we're setting a precedent to allow them to do that forever, fine. I mean, I won't be here to see
Well,
one of us, but,
When we get down to pay, maybe we ought to restrict that.
well,
Well, we need
I
to,
would suggest that when we do the pay resolution, we do a pay resolution for county employees, then we do a separate pay resolution for elected officials. Because even though they are department heads,
Yep.
there should be a separate resolution.
so,
That's
so the only, so officials will never get a
It's not
raise unless it's,
130 yet.
What's that?
It's not 130 yet.
121?
I think I told department heads 130.
That's fine.
Yeah, we were
I
just
kinda
gonna-
said we could have a discussion before.
Nickel and dime.
But, all I'm saying is that, so an elected official will get the pay that, in the pay scale that the commissioner set, and it won't change unless the commissioner then give them a raise. So, because right now
I
it's not.
really feel like
they're
it's
not-
deceiving the public when they get one paycheck one month and get a different paycheck the next month just because they ran into the office and said, hey, I want this much money. How is that fair to the public who employs them? Because if the public asks for the record, they can look at each paycheck. But really, when they ask, I want to see what everybody gets paid, they're just going to get the resolution that's published in the beginning of the year. So after that, you would have to know to ask for every pay period to see what that person makes. Really, when you ask in the beginning of the year, that's what they should be close to making.
No, I'm not against what you're saying, Alex, I'm just saying if we're gonna set a policy that's known now that the commissioner's gonna set a elected official's pay, and that's what's gonna be set for that year, and they'll never get a raise supposedly unless the commissioner approves that. Right? So that's what we were saying, okay. I'm just saying, let's put, that's in black and white, so everybody knows that, that's all I'm saying.
My observation is that in years past, the Board of County Commissioners has never actually exercised their authority. And that can be argued either way, but it comes down to the fact where, like Dawn was explaining earlier, depending on whether or not you came and sought a personal favor from the board, who determines how it's gonna be? Do you know what I mean? Like, well, one person asks for it to be one way, one person asks for it to be another. All elected officials need to be treated the same, and then all employees need to be treated the same. Elected officials are not employees, but they still need to have, I mean, for example, a couple budgets ago, the Register of Deeds marked up her salary line item to give herself $8,000 more for the year, and we said no. So we didn't increase the salary line item. However, if she had had an employee, and that employee quit partway through the year, so she just sucked up the rest of that money, we're allowing them to do that. Is that fair? then the next year's budget, they're increasing the wages for everyone that ultimately they can absorb themselves. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I kind
And
of
the
do.
commission has never given itself a raise. Well, not
Where's
never, but
residency
in a
in here,
long
do you
time.
Where's what?
know? Residency?
You took it
Okay,
out.
that's fine. I just
I
wanna
took
know
the
your
whole thing out?
position here, cause that's
Oh, well.
different than where we're operating now.
Well,
Alright.
what has been happening has been a lack of statement about it.
Yeah,
And so
Probably why I
therefore,
can't-
We
if you
should
just don't
maybe-
say anything, they can do whatever they want.
maybe that, if, we should put that specifically in the handbook for elected officials.
I think under pay rates and ranges, we could say a separate resolution will be made yearly for employee wages and elected officials. So you can improve your elected officials on one resolution, you can approve your employee pay rates on the other resolution. Now, if that changes, it's because the commission votes on it,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Jim, what do you think about that? Is that fine with you?
Yep.
Okay.
Residency. I would like to put something in here, and I'm not sure where it's gonna go. You need not be a resident of Lincoln County to work in Lincoln County except for the sheriff's department,
Law enforcement.
law enforcement.
Which was basically what the policy was, just that it said emergency services, and in my marked up copy, I had said, and I think Ladonna had said, that we needed to strike emergency services and put
Yeah.
law enforcement. Because they've already made the exception for, or they changed the policy when they allowed.
Okay, so
ambulance
here's another question. If we're going to take the stance that an elected official can do whatever he wants, then he can hire someone out of county. Who are we to say? How are we going to define the parameters that the Board of County Commissioners is going to exercise their authority?
You're not defining the,
We are.
you're not defining the characters over the employee themselves, you're defining it over the fact that they can't use our taxpayer money to drive back and forth to work.
That's the second part of that paragraph is, no county vehicle will be used to go to and from work, and no mileage will be paid for anybody going to and from work.
That's fine. What I'm saying is, if we have to choose which way we're going to do it. We're going to say elected officials are allowed to hire whoever they want, or they're
Yeah.
not.
Except
Are
for the
they or
sheriff.
aren't
The
they?
sheriff has to be able,
But this whole residency thing is about the sheriff. It's not about EMS anymore.
What's about people who have a vehicle that they take home at night, and that's the sheriff's department? The deputies take a vehicle to Westfall or Sylvan, and we're paying for that mileage every day.
Okay, but
And that's where
if
this
Wag-
comes in.
Mr. Waggle finds someone who lives in Bennington who wants to be a deputy, are we telling them no?
well,
Well, that's the
We
question.
have, they've been required to drive over here to work.
So then okay, so you're saying for a county vehicle,
Yeah.
they must live.
You need to do that, and I will tell you, if you wait until he gets here at 1:30, if he's coming, he will tell you they really should live here, because if he has an emergency situation and he needs to activate them, he can't wait till they drive 45 minutes here. Now, he's really good because he believes in residency requirement and that they need to live within their
Yeah, but
communities.
what if we had a sheriff that didn't? That's where I'm going with this.
That's what we had before, and guess what? He got recalled.
yeah,
But
and
not
we
because
got
of
the
that.
big, yes, because of that.
that's exactly
Had
why Terry
absolutely
Finch got elected.
100% to do with him.
Terry Finch put that whole thing together, and he got elected to county commission because of
I
that
thought they
recall.
claimed that he overspent his budget, and that's why they
No.
recalled him. And the reason,
Between that,
but Lincoln County lost the court case. So what are we arguing?
No, we wanted it
No,
on
we
appeal,
lost
on
it.
appeal we won.
no, we didn't.
No, we lost
We
it.
lost it on appeal.
We lost it. So
Right.
the conversation that you had before, there is a ruling that says that you guys don't have any control over the budgets, and that also entails all spending of the budgets. That lawsuit we won, or Nylander won against us,
County.
and it set
Commission.
precedence across the state that we are equals to you guys, so you guys can't tell us how to do.
Yeah.
The only thing you have budgetary control over is the budget itself, the total dollar.
No, see, you're arguing both sides
Do you
of the
want me
fence
to
when
read
you
it?
say that.
No, that's the sheriff.
No, but
They
what
got
I,
exceptions in that.
No, but now you're saying that we can tell
okay,
the sheriff
strike
you
the
can't hire.
residency requirement, and when you have 6 officers that live out of Lincoln County, what are you going to
Dawn.
do when you have an emergency? Strike it, I don't
Time
care.
out, time out.
I don't care.
Time out. I am not arguing for or against the residency requirement, okay? That's off the table.
Why
I'm
don't you
willing-
wait until 1:30 when everybody else is down here, where you can sit here and, degrade us
Rhonda.
elected officials,
Here's a
Equally.
Dawn, get real, okay? You've been getting paid.
Get real.
You've been getting paid to be here the longer you're here. I don't believe in that. I'm allowed to have my
Hey,
opinion about that.
every employee gets paid. It's
Exactly.
a full-time benefit.
They're an employee. You're an
It's
elected
a-
official. You choose to rerun every 4 years.
It's a benefit that the employees get, so the elected officials should get that benefit too.
It's actually not a benefit. You don't have to call it a benefit. It's a choice that
Well,
the
then
commission
call it
makes to
something
not increase
different
vacation
and don't pay them
time.
longevity.
Do you get vacation time?
No, I
So
do
then
not.
why are you trying
But
to
you know
argue that
what?
you should get everything
I
they
do
get?
get.
You don't.
I do get vacation. I don't take it, but I can take off whatever I want to take.
Exactly. And
So that
if
is
you were
vacation
found,
time.
If you were found to be defunct in your obligations, then you can be recalled. That's the point
Yes.
of being elected. You don't get to get a special paycheck because you choose to run for an election every 4 years.
Take out the residency requirement, and you'll have every single one of your officers living in another community.
I am not arguing for or against the residency. What I'm saying is you have to pick one. Either we can tell the sheriff who he can hire and where they have to live, or we can't.
You're not telling him who he can hire. You're just saying where they can live.
That's my point. We can or we can't.
You can tell the residency, you can't tell.
You're not telling him
That's
who
part of
he
the
can
criteria.
hire.
Well, we can actually
like-
reject his hire. We
She
can
can't
actually
hire a
reject.
nurse.
Yes,
She
we
can
can.
say
No.
nurses have to have an RN, or whatever she wants. We can put that in here, that you gotta have an RN to be a nurse, but then she can only interview those people. Weigel can only interview people that live in the county or can move to the county within 30 days or whatever that is. I think that ought to be in there. I also feel very strongly about going to and from work. No county vehicles, no mileage paid for that.
I don't think we're doing that for anyone except for the highway department.
Yeah, I was only one person, him now, Brendan. Other than that, we don't have that, right? Yeah, right.
But are we, I mean, we did put that as part of the, job,
Description.
well, yeah. Part of the job offer, I should say.
He doesn't have a contract though.
We said we'd have a county vehicle, that doesn't mean that we said they could take it home at night, did we?
Well, I mean, we said that, but.
I will unset it then in the county handbook.
Do
And we can say that
Delete
as
that.
part of your health program, you are contributing to the wellness part of your health program by walking that 2 blocks back and forth.
No, but it not always be him, Jim. Maybe
That's
some
right.
guy that lives 10 miles.
But the new
away.
guy won't know about the old arguments we've had.
Okay.
It's 1:30. Okay, I'm going to put residency in for the sheriff or for law enforcement.
Says the Board of County Commissioners is not to agree to usurp the powers of the office of sheriff by controlling the hiring or firing of deputies and assistants appointed by the sheriff.
Well, then there you go. We can't have a residency requirement.
You can have a residency requirement, but you can't tell him who he can and cannot hire.
You are telling
Now,
them
if-
effectively who he cannot hire when you say they cannot live in Bennington, Kansas. That is, I mean,
You're just saying that they have 60 days to move into our community. They hired a guy from Tusca and he drove every day to work here. And then he got in his patrol car and he worked. So he did hire somebody.
so
But then
okay,
he-
now that's different.
But then
We're
within
gonna say
60
you
days.
you cannot
But then
take a
within
county vehicle outside of county lines. That's different than saying you can't hire someone and keep him on the payroll if he lives outside the county lines.
But then he moved within 60 days. He established his residency here.
I know, but you're missing the point. If
I
read
understand.
the
I
statute
just-
again.
Don't. Because I know who will have to defend this.
Right. Admin leave. I put a whole new section on admin leave.
Can we just go
Oh, yeah.
group by group?
Yep, that's
Was
right.
anybody else coming down?
Yeah, Leann, I think was coming down. Sounds like Tammy's.
Where are you? Can you give me a?
Up here is another one.
Starting at the beginning or
It's
where are
newer
you
than the
starting?
one you
We
have.
already made
Probably
it
about the same,
through,
but
he said, where did you say we made it through?
Yes, Leann's
what
coming down.
pay, I think,
Leann
wasn't
is
it?
coming down.
Pay.
He just got that. Oh, okay.
So you're finishing what you were doing first and then you're going back?
Do we,
I think we ought to just start from the front. We get them in here and
okay,
start from the
start
front.
over.
And it's LC Trans bus.
Thank
at
you.
Lincoln CO.
Now, there's gonna be some format changes, paginations, all that kind of stuff, and I'll probably print it in 2 columns rather than one across the whole page.
Oh, the one we got's not like that.
No,
You're
it's the
saying-
same information, except
It's just yours is
I just
different.
printed one in column so everybody see what a column thing looked like.
Okay, okay. Maybe partway through the book you had changed on us.
No, most people think it's easier reading the column, so I'll probably do that. If you complain, I'll print one that doesn't have columns. So, in your review of the thing, did you find anything of interest?
Leann, there's a new one right
She's got one.
there. Oh, you got a new one.
She's special, she gets hers.
Well, which section are you starting on? So let's just start.
At the very
Employment.
front. Yeah,
You want employment. I
Number
have an
one,
issue with, number 1, pre-employment testing must be done prior to orientation. We can't technically pay somebody, I don't know if it's still in there, yes it is. We can't pay somebody $20 per diem requirement
okay.
to, okay, first off, 2 things. Number 1, pre-employment testing needs to be completed before orientation. You don't do orientation first because you say you want to pay them for orientation, then they're already on the payroll. And whatever the results of that drug test is what you get, and if you have to put them into a drug rehabilitation program if they're
So
already in a.
what's your fix? Just take that whole paper, sentence
Well,
out?
I think you need to flop it. They need to do pre-employment first and then orientation. And then my question then is, are we paying everybody $20 to go and do pre-employment screening?
I wouldn't.
Cause
Was
that's
that
what
in
it
there?
says.
or was
Yes.
that added? No, was it in there prior?
No.
No.
No, it was not. But it was in some of the recommended changes that other people had put in. So, the employee shall attend the pre-employment screening. And then do the
And upon
orientation.
successful completion, orientation will be scheduled.
I'm gonna go back up there, go up a sentence. I think to what you were saying, Dawn, about the orientation comes afterward. Sentence number 2, the person shall jump down to submit to a pre-work screening and or physical examination before performing any work duties, along with, including laboratory drug screen. Because aren't we doing the pre-employment, well, not everybody has to do the physical capacity.
Basically, we're doing
Does every employee do the drug screening,
every employee does the drug screening.
but then only some do the physical capacity?
Yes, and so normally what we're doing is when they come in to do their drug testing, then we're calling the pre-employment screening while they're right there to see when we can get them in for that, so that it fits with their schedule, because they do have to drive to Salina for that.
Okay, so that sentence is still all right then.
So, well, no, because we want it's just too wordy, I think. I think we want every new hire shall submit to a pre-work screening and or physical employment screening.
Physical capacity,
Or
that's what it's called.
and or physical, it says examination, so capacity. Is it called a capacity test?
Yes.
And or, this is fine, because that covers it, you may or may not. So you shall submit to a pre-work screening, including laboratory drug screen and or physical capacity test. Does that make sense? Then you mention attending orientation provided through human resource. Is that what you were getting at? You have to do the drug screening and your physical capacity, then you go to orientation, because we don't do orientation unless you've already gotten a check mark for that.
Right, because
Did you follow that, Mr.
if you were
Gableman?
paying
Yeah.
them for orientation, and they're coming in, they're already an employee. So if they get a negative on that test or a positive on that test, you have to send them as part of that drug program because they're already an employee. But if they've never been an employee,
Yeah, they're not officially hired until they get a check mark you pass. Then we'll do the orientation, and you're suggesting we pay for orientation.
I deleted that.
Okay, just take that out altogether.
which most employees do come their first day of employment, that's when we do their paperwork. Some people will do it.
So they're
ahead of
already
time.
getting paid on the clock, is what you're saying?
Some are and some aren't. It just depends.
So really-
So what's the question? What should it be?
The drug test is on their own.
Some are coming at their own convenience when they have
Like
time.
the day before they know they start or something.
The drug test is on their own dollar, is that right?
Getting there. We physically pay for the test, getting to the test.
Right.
So those
That's all I
that are
know.
driving to the physical capacity training, they're going on their own.
And
So we won't
even
pay for
if we
the
don't
test.
hire them, we still pay for it.
We pay for the test itself.
And then
not-
if they're,
Even if they fail.
and if they fail, we still,
We still have to pay.
obviously you don't hire them, but we pay for it anyway. Okay.
Now they can, if they fail, they can pay to take the test again, but that's on their own dime.
Oh, okay.
So like maybe, cause it is a little weird, you have to, strength on you're pretending like you're pushing, and for a person at first, if they're pushing on something, they're like really physically trying to push it when really all they're testing is the strength. So,
Like you might screw up something accidentally.
Yes.
That doesn't mean you're incapacitated. Okay, so I apply for a job. You present me a letter with a conditional job offer. I say yes, I want to. You tell me to go do my pre-employment screening, which you pay the bill for. I pass. You give me an orientation. Covered? Okay.
Yeah, in those steps,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay. We had gone through V5 short-term absences. That's where we quit the last time.
Okay, do we need to, do you guys wanna go itemize through any of those before we skip a couple pages?
I have
Yeah.
more. I
Yeah,
just
no,
was
keep
waiting for
going.
other people. Okay, A, equal opportunity. I think it should say and or human resources and not and.
I qualified that personally. Here's the issue, Dawn. What if someone brings something to their supervisor and the supervisor just stops, like, it shuts down the issue right there? Then you don't have a second person to say, yeah, that was happening. 'Cause
Okay, this is my problem.
Go
What
ahead.
if it's the supervisor?
I
It
know.
only sounds like they can only go to their supervisor.
So you want
No,
and
that's-
or.
That's why I thought it needed to say and or human resource officer. So I understand where you're coming from. But what if it's the supervisor that somebody's discriminating against? So I just thought it should be.
How about must go to human resources and or supervisor? How about that? Because I think it absolutely needs to be reported to HR.
I better go, we'll see you guys.
Bye, we'll see you later.
I have to go to the hospital board meeting, they moved up to 2:00 on Tuesdays now, so. See
Thank
guys
you.
later. I'll be
Give 'em our
back.
regards.
Yes, we'll hear from you.
Hopefully it won't be too long and I'll be back.
Does that make sense, Dawn? If you, they have to go to HR is what I was getting at, because if you don't have that record in the HR department, then the supervisor can squash an issue, and when it comes up again, there's no record that it ever happened in the first place. I
Well,
think
the
it's,
and or means the human resources will always get notified. They just may get notified after the supervisor.
Well, I think she's probably right. Maybe human resource officer first
human-
and or,
Okay, doesn't matter to
but
me.
not or.
yeah.
I think it should go to the human resource officer. Maybe leave it at that. And then the human resource officer can call in the supervisor and say, did you know this was going on? Or if it's about the supervisor, then they go to that, it'd be the board, and say,
I just didn't want to limit their ability.
I
I understand the supervisor part, but I also understand it could be the supervisor that is discriminating. Unless we just add a line that if the person is a supervisor, that they can go directly to human resources.
I'd like to leave the supervisor in there though, because that's where I'd want them to start. If it's a supervisor, then to human resources, but I don't think you wanna cut the supervisor
My
out.
issue is the same as Dawn's. I wanna make sure that information gets to HR.
Yep.
Because if it's about the supervisor, or if it's about the supervisor's pet employee, then that information can stop there. And you don't want that information to stop there, you wanna make sure that it's recorded. Whether anything ever comes of it is a totally different issue. But if you have a sexual harassment thing where the supervisor just goes, that's Joe,
Well,
he just acts like that.
The
And he
and/or does
squashes
that.
it.
In any case,
No, but then the person has to feel obligated personally to say, well, my supervisor didn't do anything about it, now I'm gonna go tattle on my supervisor to HR. No, they should be told to report to HR, and then the HR person handle it.
it's gonna be the same problem if you take supervisor out, cause he's still ratting out his supervisor. When you go to the HR and you rat out your supervisor, it's the same course.
What if you just added a sentence that employees that feel like they've been discriminated against their supervisor should go directly to?
Yeah, I guess
And
it
then you
doesn't
can leave
really
the-
matter, because they're gonna do what they wanna do anyhow, but I was defending that same
employees-
concept on, like, if it's the person that should be involved, but maybe it's because of them, then you want another avenue, which I think is HR.
Cause some people aren't gonna complain.
Alright, I'll put it in, no problem. You'll see it again. What else you got? Are you guys,
I put B is not followed now by the highway department. He has changed people's positions without prior approval or notice to their personnel file. So I'm wondering, okay, this is where we struggle profusely. Because the highway department does have title changes. We don't know what they're supposed to or not supposed to report. But as it reads right now, anytime somebody comes to be advanced or a position is changed, so if they're moving them from a motor grader to a truck driver, or a truck driver back to a motor grader or whatever, you guys are technically, according to this, supposed to be being told.
we are, because and it depends on the pay scale, because he'll be moving him from one pay scale position to another.
No,
Okay.
not necessarily.
Yeah, what if it's
My
just a
husband's been
unilateral?
moved twice and his pay hasn't changed.
You what?
My husband's been moved twice and his pay hasn't changed.
But if he went to the bridge crew, his pay would change. If he went off the bridge crew, his pay would
Right.
change.
But you're saying according to this, we should be notified even if the change does not tag on a
So-
money increase or decrease?
We'll use Larry since you brought him up as
Yeah,
an
go ahead.
example. Larry was hired as a motor grader operator. That is a separate job description, and he was hired as a motor grader operator. He was transferred to a truck driver. That is also a separate job description in which normally, so when you hired him as a full-time motor grader operator, or you hired him as a full-time truck driver. So like our personnel files aren't in jive with what
That's right,
it
because
is.
when he changes from grader to truck, then his employment record has to show a different pay scale. He's no longer a grader -3, now he's a truck driver
Well, make it
-3.
the same, but now he's a road grader again.
Yeah, and see that, but
But
again,
when
it has
we
more
implement
implications
a
than just
pay
the title.
scale, it should reflect, which is more work for HR, because a class B truck driver might make less than a class A grader operator.
Just wanted to kind of point that out. Not that you have to change anything. I'm just telling you
Why
that
don't
that's
we-
something that you need to like maybe stress that should be done.
Well, and that would, in a sense, when you have the pay rates, would be a demotion, and does the commission have to approve that?
There are a lot of implications to that we need to do, and a lot of it's gonna have to do with our dang pay scale if we ever get around to putting that on the table.
Well, we're gathering
I
now.
know, but
So
it's
should it say advancement, demotions, or position changes?
No, I
just-
think,
just like
I
that.
think the advancement and the demotion inherently applies for a pay rate change, because if you're basically getting a promotion or a demotion.
Okay.
I think if you're having a unilateral shift, that's not necessarily the same as putting someone to be a crew chief versus taking them from that crew chief position and putting them back down in the crew. Is that what you're assuming by that? I mean,
I'm saying if you got any position change or advancement, we need to know about it. And the motion too, it says that next door, or the next paragraph.
So you just need to make sure your supervisors know that that's your expectations, cause I'm not sure
Well,
it's realized.
hopefully in the next week or so.
Cause this was in there before, wasn't it? I don't think it's anything new.
I don't know. That'll be an item.
See, the pay rates and changes, I said, can you pass this handbook until you pass the thing the way it says?
It's pretty hard, but until we get the scale, I'm writing this as if we had a pay scale done somewhere.
I think also we need to put in a separate resolution from the BOCC will be made yearly for employee wages and elected officials' wages. I've seen other counties, they publish two, so it's,
Well, don't you wanna do that back in the pay section?
sure, that's fine,
Yeah, let's do that back in the pay.
it's fine.
I don't think I had anything else until we got to E1.
Okay,
The nepotism, I think you guys added language to the issue to define.
yes, we tried to make it so it would fit.
The categories. And it was implied that it had something to do with my husband, but it has absolutely nothing to do with my husband. I just really feel like we need a full-time category, a part-time category where they are part-time employees that are regularly scheduled to work for Lincoln County, because you have them. And then a part-time per need, which are employees that just fill a shift every once in a while when they call at the last minute, but they're not willing to say, yes, put me on the schedule one day a
I
month.
thought we did that. Is that not,
No, we took all, we made all part-time people part-time, period. There's no distinction between,
wait, we had a lengthy, I remember making notes about per need, cause Hannah gave
yeah,
us
but
that.
then we ended up saying all part-time people be the same.
But then that makes them eligible for benefits.
None of them
No,
would.
No benefits for anybody. Any
That's what I
part-time.
understood, was you were taking
Yep.
benefits completely away from
Yep,
all
we
part-time
did.
people. And I understand that, but yet I don't understand it because it's your part-time dispatchers that work every single holiday. And they don't get paid for the holiday, but they're working it. They don't get double time. We don't do a double time or a time and a half or anything like that for anybody that works the holiday. I was a part-time employee who worked 40 hours a week and got absolutely not a damn dime.
But this,
Until I
this
shelled out a kid.
qualifies by hours. If you have 40 hours, you're getting full-time status. That's what the 2080 is.
Yes, but we tell them that they can. So before we told them they couldn't work more than 1,000 hours. Now we're saying they can't work more than whatever 30 times 52 is. Is it 1,560 hours? I had that written down someplace.
155, 1,555. So now you say we need 2 part-time categories.
I just personally feel like we do, but I don't.
Well, like.
I'm not the only person here. I just work with the part-timers, I guess. I feel like
It says employees who work 1,000 per year or more are eligible for capers.
But they also should be able to get the half of the benefit of the leave time and some holiday pay, because you're guaranteed, these people are saying, I am going to work 20 hours a week for you. No questions asked. I'm gonna work this for you. Now, okay, well now I don't wanna do that, or now somebody doesn't want to work, and now we're scrambling to find somebody that will work. Okay, I'll work one shift for you on EMS for this month, but don't guarantee me, I'm not gonna guarantee I'm gonna work anything next month.
You kind of got the permanent part-time, and then you got the temporary part-time.
I just.
This permanent
No,
part-time.
my question was, why are we paying leave time to someone who's not here for 40 hours? If we don't need them for 40 hours, why would we pay them to not
Okay.
be here?
I get that.
That was
But-
my question to this whole
But okay, but
scenario.
this is the thing. So when it was proposed a very long time ago, it's like, what could they give them? Because they didn't want to put them on the health insurance plan, so they said, let's do a half a day of vacation time if they work half the available hours. So some months, some of the employees don't work, but some months they do. Let's take James Miller, for example. He works every single Saturday at the landfill. Every single one of them. I'm not sure he's had a Saturday off since he started, except for when Strutt filled in for him. But he's consistent, and he's working for you, and he's telling you, I will make that. Do they not deserve a little bit of something rewarding them for that commitment to you?
Yeah, I'd rather pay them more per hour.
Yeah.
I'd rather pay them more per hour and say, I'm not gonna pay you to not be here. We don't need you full-time. Why would we pay you to not be here part of the time? Let's just pay you more per hour. I don't see the disadvantage there to the employee.
The only advantage to the employee is if they come down and they're ill and they need some time off.
Sick time.
Then that's what they use they're not really getting a vacation. They're just,
But
I mean, they might, I don't know, they might
Right.
choose to use
it's
that.
just PTO, so.
But it's time off. It's something to reward them. That's my only thing. You have part-timers that are true part-timers and committed to you. Like, she has a gal 1 day a week that comes and works for her, right? Is it 1 day a week? If she didn't have her, now maybe it doesn't matter whether or not they get it. Maybe they could care less. I'm going to tell you right now, my husband's name was thrown around several times last week, but he could care less. He does not care. He's retired. He does not care. But you have younger people that do. That would maybe take your part-time job and commit to you over another part-time job that doesn't want to. Like your ambulance people. You might actually be getting a few of those part-timers here because, oh wow, if I work 2 shifts a month for Lincoln County, they'll give me 6 hours of leave time. Or they have to work more than 2 shifts.
But my problem
one
with it
shift
is,
a week.
okay, but you're not thinking about the implications. We're paying someone part-time to say that when they call off, we're still gonna pay them and pay to bring someone else in to cover their shift.
Most of the time you're not.
Yes, that's exactly what that means.
Well,
so why
for ambulance you are, but
Yeah.
most of these other positions you're not.
Now, your
Right, so why-
part-timer works 1 day a week, right? I mean, every week,
But she doesn't get leave or,
Well,
she gets
no.
a half a holiday.
but how would you,
Because she's not working the amount of hours needed to get that leave time.
how would you
Paid.
figure some leave time? Would you want her to have some leave time?
No, because I believe when she started, she made more than I did when she first started, because she got no benefits.
Okay, so.
The holiday,
raise-
I mean,
raise
it's
a-
nice, but I don't know that it would matter. But if you truly have a part-time position,
Yep.
that's like half-time, those are very hard to fill anyway. So if you don't have anything, you won't get any part-time people to work.
Who do
I
we
think.
have that works, that's not a regular part-time? Ray works 20 hours a week supposedly, as a part-time guy, right?
And then
He's
and then
not
James.
he's
I
not
think those are
supposed
the
to work
only
more
two.
than 12 hours a week unless
Okay.
they're bailing.
But he's registered,
Except for the weeks that they have recycling.
but that's a regular
Probably.
schedule.
Yeah,
He's the
so
only other
Ray,
Unless there's
But
EMS.
she's
Strutt
almost
was.
just her need. I mean,
James
she's on the
Miller,
schedule,
right.
but it's the
She is,
need
if we're not
hours.
busy,
Letta,
she does need more,
Morris.
Yeah.
so yeah.
John Novak,
Yeah.
Lisa White, and
Wait,
then
who's
they're
John Novak?
He's a
part-time
dispatcher.
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 And then you have part-timers, and you have to forgive me, I won't remember all their names, but, there's a Todd Hamby, I think he's more part-time per need. That, that Tim Corby, he's
Yeah.
giving regular time. Kayla Luke is just per need, truly, just call me if you need me, and if I can help you, I will. Deidre Sturts is giving regular time. Brandon Cochran is giving regular time. Lauren Peterson is giving regular time. Alex Winters is giving regular time. Now, it may not be every single month, but it appears to me like he's trying to schedule them at least 1 or 2 times per month. Now, they might not actually qualify for leave time unless they pick up, say, an EMT decides, or one of the full-timers decides they want to be on vacation, and maybe Alex is out of school and says, I want to work this week for you, and I can make this work. Then he would qualify for leave time. But half these employees are not qualifying for leave time unless they actually physically work half the days during the month.
So,
Like, maybe 6 days a year, or 6 months out of the year, they're qualifying. Maybe sometimes more, maybe sometimes not. But to not, I just feel like we need to, you were talking about, can we replace them with part-timers? Well, we probably could. Maybe that's the solution, increase the pay. But then you're gonna have full-timers that are gonna be like,
No, because that's not part of their whole, they're just because they're making more per hour, they're only working 12 hours a week. It's the idea that you wanna retain them If the person is committing to 40 hours to get benefits, to get everything else, they're not gonna make that dollar per hour necessarily, because everyone needs to understand, if you have a family plan, it's $10 an hour more that you're making. You're not just making 16 bucks an hour, you're making $26 an hour. The husband-wife package, spouse package is like $7 an hour more, or what, it goes down from there. So whatever benefits you're receiving goes on to your dollar an hour. That's why you offer more dollar per hour for the part-time.
So can I ask you a question? What's your dollar per hour for part-time that you were thinking? $2 an hour, $3 an hour?
Definitely in that range.
If you did $2 an hour times, let's just say they worked 20 hours a week, that's 2,080 hours. And if you divide that by, I think,
Wait, 2080 is the whole work year. So it
but
would
that
have
would
to
be $2 an hour would be 10 times 1040 would be basically 2,080. So if you divide that by, let's say their hourly wage it's 14 and it will now go to 16, you're at 130 hours. So
additional pay compared to the $14 means.
compared to the 6 hours of vacation that they're getting.
Well, wait, they're getting 6 per month. So if they qualified 6 times 6 is 36. If
Hours.
you're saying,
And they'd be getting 130 hours. Did I do that right? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the $2 an hour, they're getting 130 hours more than the 36 potential hours that you're giving them.
which I think would help draw people in and make the managers use less part-time out of their salary line item.
It
I mean,
might.
Well, that doesn't have to be decided this minute. That was my question though, is why would we be paying for time off, especially in the situation where you have to replace that person anyway? If they're your part-time shift coverage and you're paying them to not be there and you're paying someone else to come in, double that number, make sure that whatever that hour is that you're taking to pay them time off, those 6 hours a month or whatever, double that first before you do the math. Because we're paying someone else to come in.
But only 2 departments are paying somebody else.
Well, that's
right
where
now.
we use
Yeah.
most of the part-time. EMS is, you just named 4 or 5 people in EMS, and sheriff's office, that has to be covered. So both of
But
those, you have to double that number.
Most of those part-timers aren't even qualifying for the leave, is what I'm saying. Most of them aren't even qualified.
Then what good is the leave? That goes back to my original question.
The
What good
only
is the
good
leave?
thing it is if they do work it, then they're getting something
Which
that
is
they
only
could
like 1 or
take
2
off.
employees, potentially, who I'm
Yes.
sure would rather have a more dollar an hour pay, in my opinion. I mean, we're basically talking about 2 people and whether or not they get more money to stay in that position, or whether they just want that time off, because no one else is even gonna reap the benefits of it as a part-time person. But every part-time person would reap more benefits from the higher pay rate. It doesn't have to be decided right now. That was my
I
question.
still think we need a part-time per need.
I'll put that in.
And my thoughts was a part-time person is a regularly scheduled person that works a regular shift, and the part-time per need are the people that fill in that don't take a regular shift and are less than. But we need to make sure that the part-time people are less than the 30 hours unless you wanna offer benefits to part-timers. Because with this Blue Cross Blue Shield plan, it's 30 hours.
Yeah, and that's
15,
55, I think, 1559, it's some odd number. 1559
30
maybe,
times 52, 1560.
1560, yeah. So on part-time regular, they've got to work.
But if you're not giving anybody any benefits, then it doesn't matter.
Well, in that one, non-exempt employees are paid on an hourly basis and are paid extra.
I think it needs to
should
say
say-
1 1/2 times.
Well, or their overtime pay rate or something.
Yeah.
Not just extra, because extra could mean anything.
Fair Labor and Standards will come in and say, what does that mean?
We
What
always
is-
do 1.5, right?
Yes, so it just
So
should say,
1.5 times, I think.
So you're saying you want part-time regular employees to get 1.5 times what?
For overtime.
That last
on the
sentence,
non-exempt part.
non-exempt employees are paid on an hourly basis and are paid 1.5 times their pay rate when working overtime.
One and a half. Well, I'll put something together for pre-need and we'll argue it out the next time.
Then on 3, when you go to figuring time worked, I bring this up because employees shall not clock in until the appointed time to begin work. And I'm just gonna bring up my husband again. You know, he's like, when it's light out, I could start and get something started if I need to finish it up and have a half an hour of overtime. And I said, well, you need to approve that through your supervisor. If he's fine with you starting early to do something, that's his decision. He's like, no, we can't clock in before 7 minutes till. It don't matter what's happening, we can't clock in till 7 minutes till. And we gotta be there to clock in. We can't be there at 5:15 because we have to clock in at so much till. I just, isn't that based on what the supervisor
Yeah, but he's got to,
says?
he has to have a uniform hour possibly, otherwise you'd have 15 different hourly, you know, you work from 5:15 to whenever.
Well, no, I just think he meant there was something special going on. I don't know.
See,
I don't understand what that means.
I take issue with that whole overtime thing because we're told we can't have overtime.
But
So
they
like,
were-
I can't ask except for elections. That's the only time I'm allowed to have overtime. They have been told they can't have overtime unless it's tax collection time. So why is that any different than any other department? That's what I don't understand.
Because you have office hours.
But the other,
So the highway department doesn't have office
They don't
hours?
have regular
they've been
work
told
hours?
they could get overtime if they're behind. So,
They do have
I think for
regular
that
work
period
hours.
of time where they were behind, but
Well,
Are
we've
they
also
not
taken
caught up?
away 3 positions there, so they've reduced their staff by 3. If anyone here wants to reduce their staff and then take overtime for the people that are there, maybe it would be better. I mean, there are some scenarios where, you know, their work doesn't come because the paperwork comes across the desk. Their work comes because they have something to perform. They have a function to perform.
that's what I just didn't know. If they had, you know, like if they're behind on the mowing and it's light at 6 o'clock and they want to start at 6 o'clock and go mow, can they do that if they're behind? I said that would be according to your
That's
supervisor.
Brandon's job, is to manage
And
his,
he's like, no, we can't do that.
well.
So I'm just trying to
we'll
clarify
discuss that.
well,
for,
when you have 20 employees, overtime could get out of control and the budget
oh,
blown
easily.
immediately.
I know, but I'm just saying, I don't let my girls have overtime.
I think we'll leave
Hardly
it like
ever.
this and we'll discuss with management on how they should be doing
On-
things.
On the number 2, that's the one where I said that I think, I'm not sure what your guys' actual intention was, but you guys, the supervisors have control over the set schedule of when their employees work, but you guys have control over the department hours. Are you saying, Leann can now say she wants 4 10-hour days, and I'm gonna say 5-hour days just here in the courthouse?
I think that will probably have to be changed to,
I just feel like you guys should have set the schedule over the operational hours, and the supervisor sets the control of the employees' schedules to staff their department adequately to perform the essential functions of their job, or the essential functions of their, but that's, I just was confused by that. I didn't hear, I mean, I kinda heard the conversation, but was confused by all parts of the conversation, so.
Which one was that?
She's
That
on
was
2
number 2.
hours.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What did it say prior to or edit?
I don't know, I forgot my handbook.
Here, Rhonda has hers, Leann has hers.
Would you please read section 2, E2?
The individual department heads will arrange specific hours of operation for each department. The supervisor establishes the schedule for personnel in each department or the department head based upon the volume of work and availability of personnel. Offices may be closed for lunch based on availability of personnel.
So really, we just took out language.
Yeah.
We didn't put that in there. That was already in there.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? That
What she read is what's happening now. What reads now is if, we'll just use the highway department for example. If they come back in and they say, we want to work Sunday through Wednesday from now on. then they can do that according to how this reads.
With concurrence of the board. That's why it says, that's what we added, was the board has to agree to whatever they're changing. Like, the board agreed to the Monday through Thursday thing.
You guys just took out the part that gives you the authority to set, I guess, what section was that? Cause it wasn't.
Employment status, number 2, hours.
We added the language with the concurrence of the BOCC.
You cut out an entire paragraph and left it as one sentence.
Yep.
I still can't find it. What page?
Page
4.
Jesus.
Well, it's,
That's okay, couldn't either.
the county works 40 hours a week everywhere.
I think that you guys need to, because some of the departments have 48 and some of them have 43 and some. I just think you guys need to say that you guys set the hours of operation with the supervisor establishing the schedule for the personnel. Because this does say the individual department heads will arrange specific hours of operations for each department.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was in there. We didn't put that in there.
Right, but that's not what we did when we did the time
So
clock,
you
and
want
that's
the
not
others-
what has been historically what has happened.
So you want the old
But
sentence
again,
put back
if the
in?
treasurer's
No,
office says,
well, it's
hey,
in.
we're busy during tax season, we're not busy the rest of the year, we're gonna close down on Wednesdays and cut staff, I mean, is the board going to object to that?
Well, they have in the past.
Yeah.
Well, we've never tested it. Maybe we should.
I'd like Fridays off.
I'm just thinking the citizens would be throwing a fit.
Why
just
though?
think-
I mean, with 3,000 people,
Some not.
Right
I
here.
mean, some people that
We
work
took 2 sentences out of there.
8 to
The rest of
5
that
would
was already in
appreciate
there.
it if we were
I
open
know,
later.
that's
in
what
the
I
day.
have a
on
problem
a
with.
Tuesday,
This
you can
is
come till
specific
7
sentence.
So you
PM
wanna
and then
put
you
that-
don't,
put
then
it
no one
back
can come
the
on
way
a
it
Friday.
I
I
think
wouldn't,
this
I
should be
wouldn't
the
object
board
to
of
that,
commissioners
especially
will arrange
if you
specific
can do
hours of
any kind of
operation for each
consolidating,
department.
that's
with these,
beneficial
and then
to
add the
everyone
sentence back
on
in
the
that says,
whole. It's if everybody wants to
with the
get
supervisor
overtime
setting
in
the
every
hours,
position that already exists, that it's gonna cost
establishing the
everybody money.
schedule of personnel.
So you just, in other words, just put that sentence back in there.
Courthouse.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
but-
gotta do that, you have to
Same
take
thing.
department head
Not
out.
necessarily though, I mean,
Board of
Because you're just gonna totally
BOCC.
confuse people.
Because right now, people are coming in, tagging their big trucks, and
And
there's a
they're
note that comes over, see Rhonda in the appraiser's office for your personal property. If Leann's open until 7 o'clock, Rhonda closes at 4:30, they can't go over and do that. So then they're gonna make another trip in.
Another trip in, or they're gonna say, well, I
Well,
tried
you're
to
gonna
come,
pay.
I just
Yeah.
sometimes feel like we're held to
Yeah.
different standards than everybody else is held.
or they're gonna complain.
well, okay,
Because
but
we're the
that's
most
obvious.
public.
You
When they don't
have
come in on
24/7 service there, you have 24/7 service there, you have the biggest department over there. You have your own thing that doesn't really integrate with the other departments. I mean, there is some kind of expectation for the courthouse.
Commissioners not set your building schedule?
We're 8 to
When you
four
got
thirty.
asked?
We're 8 to 4:30.
Yes,
Yes.
the rest of- yeah.
So if I do lab draws, I go home at 3. If I come in at 6:45, I go home at whatever 3, 2:45, whatever. But it's open till 4:30. Or if we're there late doing a program, you know, we're still there at 8 o'clock in the morning. Somebody's covering 8 to 4:30, regardless of all
But
the
instead
extra
of doing
time.
overtime, you're telling me that when you have a late, you might have 2 girls stay late, and then those not come in until late in the morning, and the other 2 are there first thing.
Right.
That's how to properly schedule an overdraft of hours,
Generally,
not to
you
just
don't get
say, "Oh,
overtime.
everybody needs overtime because we all."
And
stay."
sometimes we have to do overtime, but we try not to, but sometimes.
Well, anybody can have the
It has
event
to
where they're
happen.
behind and they need to do something to catch up. I don't think that's what's trying to be prohibited. I think what's trying to be prohibited is someone clocking in 15 minutes early and clocking out 15 minutes late every day to get their extra 2.5 hours of overtime or whatever it
If
ends
they're
up
not
being.
doing anything.
I think
Right.
that's the purpose of not paying out, not allowing
Well,
regular overtime.
you said, for example, yourself, that you walked in there and they were all sitting in there at what time the other day?
3:30.
So
no, we
please
got done
explain
here
to
at
me-
3:50, so it was like 4:15.
So please explain to me, in 45 minutes time, if they were already sitting, what were they doing?
I
So
would
if they did want to start early, then why don't they go home early? Instead of sitting, drinking coffee, or whatever it is that they do.
I'm not arguing that.
Seems to me like the Board of Commissioners needs to send each department head the hours that their department will be open to the public.
We did that with the time clock policy.
No, I think we
And
need
then we
to write a
changed
memo.
it when we got the request to stay on the 4, which I will repeat again. I questioned originally when I even became a commissioner, why are we doing 4 days a week? Well, they've always done that in the summers, blah, 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 blah. So now this year, instead of going back to 5 days a week, which is what we hired the new manager to do, was to just do what had been done the year prior, go back to 5 days a week, we had this request to go to 4 days a week. I had suggested crossing over shifts. Some people do Monday through Thursday, some people do Tuesday through Friday. Well, no, they'd never have enough people together at the same time to do a project. So the board, the commission board, effectively changed their hours of operation outside of what we put on the time clock, because now nobody's there on a Friday except the administration.
So what we need to do is write each one of them a directive and telling them when we want them to be open for business.
I'd like that to apply to the ambulance department too. When are their doors open for deliveries to be made?
I've experienced that myself. What is an appropriate time to lock down for the night? Because I understand you don't want people to be able to walk in, but appropriate sleeping time is probably not 6 or 7 p.m. In my opinion, if someone really wanted to visit, they're just like you can walk in the sheriff's office and speak with someone at the window. You should probably be able to ascertain some communication until an evening hour there, I would assume.
Well, the purpose of the highway department working 12-hour days is more efficient use of the equipment. But that only occurs when the sunlight part of the day is 12 hours long. So we probably ought to go back and restrict that to 4 times 10 during those times that the sunlight is 12 hours. And then the rest of the time it's 5 times 8.
Well, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Because what do you do in the dark? You work for the highway department.
Oh, I asked that question. They service their vehicles, they get them up and running and oiled and greased and fueled. And they have lights.
That'll
Every
work.
piece of equipment has lights.
That'll work if you've never had to oil and grease and service a vehicle. You find out that it doesn't take that kind of time.
Well, I can tell you, I can oil and grease a combine in the dark.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
And I had to a lot oil and grease, but we didn't go
But how
out
many
at
times
6
do
a.m.
you have
to
to
do
do
it.
that? You don't have to do that every day, all day,
We did.
but just for a short period of time.
Grandpa wouldn't
If
let
you're
you
not
run
using
it
your
unless
trucks
you.
or graders or stuff, you're not gonna be doing that too much.
I don't know. I shouldn't say anything about another department because I've never worked in that department, so I have no idea what it's like.
We can fix that.
No. They wouldn't like me. I braked way too slow. I would have your first major catastrophe in which a piece of equipment rolled. Especially if I was driving a truck. Ask my brothers.
I think we
My job was bending the grain, not driving it to the elevator.
Let's pretty much go back as we revise that on the hours, and then we'll have to discuss the hours of operation of the various departments. That won't fit in here anyway. We don't want that in here.
I was trying to find the list that I had emailed you guys. So you did number 4.
On brakes, no damn
Brakes.
brakes.
What was my question? Oh, brakes. I'll just read you what my question is.
Right.
Brakes. Are you saying that they can deny brakes? I wasn't sure that that this is allowed according to FLSA. I think in secretarial positions it is, but in labor-intensive jobs in which the highway department operates, I think we have to give them brakes. But I didn't know.
Wait, where are you saying it infers that it's not?
It says department heads schedule breaks or may not schedule breaks. In other words, you don't have to take them at 3:15 every day.
That's what you mean? Okay.
He can schedule what time to take the breaks.
Or they can just take them but you're not saying that
He
can
cannot deny the break.
He's not gonna, okay.
Okay. Because somewhere I think it said the word deny.
Well,
But maybe that was
Can we
the
just
schedule.
strike that sentence? Because I think if you are the department head and your crew is taking inappropriate breaks, you should address them. Can we just strike that sentence? Because generally, we need a comma. There will be no more than 2 breaks per day. Lunch breaks of 1/2 hour or more will not be paid. And break time, if not taken, will not be accumulated or otherwise paid. Any break time over 2 15-minute breaks will be charged to leave time and will be logged in and out with the time clock. I think that's fair. Do we need to put anything about department heads at all? Because I think they need to be dealing with that on their own.
You might have modified this from the time that,
I did
from
a
the
little bit,
email.
yeah.
Punctuality and returning
Oh,
from all breaks is.
I know what it needs to say, sorry, I didn't finish reading. Needs to say that employees must remain on county property for breaks. Otherwise, if they fall and break an ankle or are involved in an accident, we are
Workers'
liable
comp.
and it could be considered a workers' comp.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, whether or not they follow that is a whole nother thing.
Okay, but breaks, not lunch.
Right, just breaks.
Because lunch is unpaid, so you can go travel, pick up your lunch and come back. But your 15-minute break, okay.
Yes,
So,
Send that to me, would you please?
I will.
And I'll put it
I
in.
just, you know, people are gonna do what they're gonna do, but just, so as long as it's in the handbook, we at least have a fallback that says it's not work comp.
Mhm.
Okay, A, deposit slips.
Oh, can I go,
Oh, sorry.
I don't, the breastfeed thing. We're required to let them breastfeed and give reasonable break time, but we don't have to pay for it, and it needs to say that. Break policies listed in 4 apply, because if it takes me 45 minutes to breastfeed,
you
we're
can dock
required to
45.
let them, and they could use 15 minutes of their break, and then the other half hour has to be leave time. We don't have to pay for it, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And that has been a problem in the past, so I just think that needs to be clear because it's been a problem in the past. Well, you have to give me break time to breastfeed. Yeah, I do, but I don't have to pay you. So,
Okay,
How,
I'll fix
may
that.
I say,
I don't know how-
Lincoln County also allows additional unpaid break times and provides a private place. Because they're already implied to get 2 15-minute breaks and a lunch. That's implied with everybody. So then Lincoln County also allows additional unpaid.
yeah, that's fine. However you want to word it, it just,
Did you catch that?
it has been a
Additional
problem in the
unpaid.
past.
I was thinking about that too, actually, for nursing mothers to nurse or express milk, correct? Because if you were fortunate enough to have someone to bring you your baby.
Yeah, I had changed that, yeah. Nursing mothers to breastfeed or express milk.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that too.
Because, yeah, they,
All right,
That's
they
I'll
can.
cripple
nice.
something together there. What kind of problems were you gonna get providing a private place other than the restroom? Does that mean that we would have to construct a special room at the county shed if we ever had a female employee out there?
No, they
They
just
can
have to
come
be
to
able
the-
to.
Health
Hmm?
department and breastfeed.
Okay,
We've had that happen with the
Like, I think the
law
sheriff's,
enforcement before.
Yeah, and I think they also provided like a private office that they
Yeah,
could
I was
have.
gonna say, you can
It
just,
just
as
can't
long
be a
as you can go into
bathroom.
a room and close the door and be separate from other people, I don't think.
Just can't be a bathroom.
okay.
Because you wouldn't go eat your
Or you
lunch
can
in the
just deal with me
bathroom.
and subject everyone to your breastfeeding.
Yes.
On camera.
She's healthy. She likes it. Okay,
I did
Any
notice
other-
you took something out on termination,
what?
that they had to return their handbook. I'm pretty sure it was in there,
Yeah, it's somewhere. Yeah.
not that we really
Not that
went.
anybody
Well, it
ever
says-
has, but.
Nobody
I
has
said-
ever.
Return any and all county
Like,
property.
what? Where is that?
I figured that was part of the any and all county property.
Okay, so was there any problems with 5 or 6?
Just that you need to keep PTO consistent
Where
instead
at?
of leave. And you
Under-
probably fixed it.
Where are we? Where are you?
6. Where's
Sure.
6?
So is it for sure gonna be called PTO from now on?
I think that's appropriate
Unused leave
from
time
everything that
for-
we've talked about.
Yeah,
So you're talking unused leave time, should be unused PTO?
Yeah, I think it
Okay.
should be consistent,
Yeah.
and I caught several of them, but then there's several
Well,
more
I
that
tried to
I
change, I went a
yeah.
universal change and went line by line, so on the new one, I hope I got them all. But keep looking,
No.
cause we'll fix them if I haven't.
Well, there's one right there, is what she's saying,
Yeah.
right?
But that didn't start out as paid leave time, and that's what I changed. all
Unused
PTOs to.
PTO. Did
Yeah.
you catch
Yeah.
that? Unused?
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay, so, pay deposit slips. I think that there was conversation, and then I'll have to read what I wrote, and then I'll have to look to see what I found. We give deposit slips to their supervisors. We used to have a point in time where employee A would call and say, or a spouse would just walk in and say, I wanna pick up my spouse's pay stub. Well, then we found out they were having problems and it was inappropriate. And so normally we send to the supervisor. I think Brendan was trying to get out last week. So I need to have every employee sign that I can pick up their pay stub. No, I mean, we give to their supervisors unless we know, like the
If
outlying
it's not
shops.
a part of your work chain of command, then if it's an external person, that's when it has to be a special permission.
Yes, so I just wanted to kind of make that clear.
Well,
And-
it does say only the employee may pick up.
From their
Unless-
supervisor.
Oh,
So-
yeah,
so they-
on file with the appropriate supervisor.
Yeah, so they get dispersed to the supervisor. So normally, say LaDonna, for example, Sherry Salter picks it up, but occasionally somebody else will. But they normally call and say, so-and-so's gonna pick up our pay stubs. And if they don't, you know, we
Okay.
kind of know.
But I can't pick up Larry's because he hasn't signed a piece of paper that says I could pick up his check,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
But Brendan doesn't need each of his employees to sign off saying that he can get them. Now, we have always mailed out the outlying shop people because they weren't taking them to them in a timely fashion. And he kind of like frowned at that the last time, so I'll have to have a conversation as to what we
Save
do.
the money
They have
and let
Monday
him do it.
meetings, I think is why.
What?
They have Monday meetings and everybody's supposed to be there. I
Okay.
think is
So
why.
Yeah, they're on a regular practice of coming.
You
to
want it
Lincoln.
distributed on a monthly basis to the department head?
Yes,
And then get rid of that written signed authorization?
No, we still
Yeah.
have to have that. You don't really have to change anything, Jim. I just
Okay.
wanted to kind of
Alright.
explain that Brendan does not need to have every single employee's signature saying he can pick up their check stubs. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
It's only if somebody's friend wants to pick up Joe's check
Yep.
stub.
or a wife, or a
Yes.
husband, yeah. Okay, so that's all right,
Yes, I think
all
so.
right.
And then it says, in there, non-exempt employees will paid only for hours actually worked per time clock records. I think you need to add PTO and extended illness in there too, because they're getting paid for all three of those things.
And they all
If
need to
they
be
have
logged
them.
in the time clock.
Right.
Okay, so non-exempt employees will be paid.
Only for hours actually worked, and PTO or extended illness taken per time clock records.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Did you catch
And
that?
holiday.
Oh, holiday.
Holiday,
That was a good catch.
vacation, or PTO.
Yeah, because it's not just the actual work time.
PTO would be vacation. right?
So-
PTO, extended illness.
That's true.
That's true.
Extended
Yeah.
illness.
Yeah.
And holidays,
Okay.
okay, I got it.
No, holidays aren't PTO. PTO is your leave time.
No, but.
No, she was correcting me. I said,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I said
Vacation.
vacation.
So add three things, PTO, extended illness, and holidays.
Okay. My next one is number 2.
Social Security?
Other insurance. You must have changed something.
Well, wait, we're still on
Oh,
pay
B
B.
number 2. Oh.
You on
B,
B2 or?
Second number
The
two.
second number 2.
Is there a second number 2?
There's
Yeah.
a 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're under the other deductions and voluntary.
So it needs to be 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, we're A, B, C, D.
No, we're already on B, B1 through
Little
8.
A.
One categories,
Wait, Dawn, are you on other insurance?
2 hours.
I
Where's-
thought I was on, still under pay periods, so I will find it.
Are you on other insurance premiums not endorsed nor paid by the county?
Yes.
Okay, so
And-
that's number 6. Mr. Gaiman, did you check that? The
Where
one.
are, whoa,
Go
where?
back to
Under
pay.
B,
Oh,
Pay
Okay.
A, pay B,
5, 6,
pay
7.
B 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 1 through 8.
Yeah.
Then to C. Did you catch that?
Yeah,
Okay, I think I do have an issue with the one that is other deductions are voluntary upon written authorization of the employee, such as, and it says other insurance. I would like that struck completely.
Where are you?
yeah, I'm lost.
The second.
Okay,
two.
B, the second number 2, where it says other insurance.
yeah.
Other insurance premiums not endorsed nor paid by the county. It makes it sound like the employee can walk in and say, I'd like you to start paying my vehicle insurance.
Okay,
I-
I see what you're saying.
That's,
Okay, just take it out, huh?
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. That should be secondary insurance instead of other insurance. Because,
potentially. We do Aflac, but I don't want the employee walking in and saying, here's my new insurance policy, please start taking it directly out of my paycheck.
Paragraph.
I think what I had originally wrote, which I think got struck from what I was reading in the email, which Jim, you need to not do that. Present us something different than what you emailed us.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
put other insurance as approved by the Board of County Commissioners. We don't want employees coming in and telling who I must pay.
okay, so,
So
other
maybe just-
insurance approved.
But doesn't paragraph 4 below that cover that?
Oh, we get back to that too. Number 4, other deductions will always be approved by the Board of County Commissioners and never HR. We don't want this liability or accusations of favoritism.
Mm-hmm. So strike HR.
That's right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because I think you guys should.
Right, so if
approve.
we choose to stop allowing Aflac to be pre-tax deduction, then we choose that. That's not gonna be you with each employee saying, you want yours pre-taxed, or not even offering it to someone, yeah.
Yes.
We either say, all of your secondary insurance coverage will be pre-taxed or not. So we just have 1 through 7 now, is what you're saying. We can strike,
Well, I'll probably redo that paragraphing a little bit, but yeah.
That
Okay,
was
so
just
the
my.
Second number 2 is gonna be taken out.
Taken out.
yeah, and then actually.
Or if it just says, or by approval of the Board of Commissioners.
But it just
But
already
that's-
says
it's
that
basically
in number
what
8.
Number 8
Yeah,
says,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, leave it as the last one.
I just didn't want it to be the, because then we would have people.
Okay.
I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah.
Well, you may voluntarily choose to have your child support deducted, but it's not like a garnishment, right?
Most of them now are garnishments.
Yeah.
There are very few, most of the time the state of Kansas won't let you enter into support agreement order
Without
without
a
it going
garnishment.
through them.
Well, regardless, I guess the last one covers all of it, whatever it may be.
Okay, and then, on C, notification within 30 days, I think it should just say by the 15th of the month, and this is my reasoning behind it, but I don't know what your reasoning is. But my reasoning is if we know by the 15th, we can normally get it changed. Otherwise,
pay
if we do
period.
30 days, it's crossing pay periods and it could get missed.
So take out 30 days in advance
Yes,
of any change.
And put in by the 15th of the
by the
month.
15th of the month. I think that's, should be workable for anybody. I was just concerned
It
if
gives
we
you
were to
enough
go.
time to do it, and it also makes it relevant to that paycheck rather than trying to do it for the next month and losing it.
Yes.
Losing track. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I didn't write the section down, but I think it's this next one. I don't know, what does this mean? Improper salary deductions could include deductions resulting from variations of the quality of quantity of work, deductions resulting from
That was
absences
in
caused-
there. That was in there. I will say that. It was in there. And I think what they're saying is if you got a demotion, but how could that be a deduction?
You can-
It's just a reduction.
Okay, this says complaint procedure for deductions. If that's the same one. The
Yeah.
county will only make deductions from employees' pay authorized by applicable law. With respect to exempt employees, improper salary deductions could include deductions resulting from variations in the quality or quantity of work. Oh my god, it is in here.
That's what I
I still don't know what it means.
No, I identified that too as a problem. I think that just needs to be struck completely. What it sounds to me is if you were demoted or you were guaranteed overtime or something that you didn't have, variations in the quality or quantity of work. That could be anything.
I can tell you that for a salaried employee, if they didn't have leave time to take, we would we would calculate their salary by however many days minus however many days of leave time that they didn't have. But what I found out this summer from Susan Lang with Fair Labor and Standards is if you're paying them a salary, you have a net salary that you must guarantee them. If you're putting them on salary, you must pay them whether they're there or not. Even if they work 5 minutes into the shift, you must pay them for the entire salary. And so I don't even know if salaried people should have leave time if that's what is being said.
But then that encourages the abuse of it. I think it should just, they clock their leave in and out so it can be tracked. It doesn't mean that they're going to be deducted 15 minutes overage or paid 15 minutes under.
Right.
But I think it still needs to go in the time clock.
I think
Let's
we
just
need to-
strike, that's a 3-line sentence. Let's just
Well,
strike it.
strike that whole paragraph down to employees who believe. Leave that employees who believe in.
Right.
I've always wondered
Keep
why,
the first
why
line.
we do that too, because most of the other counties I talk to, their salaried people are just kind of like elected officials. They don't have leave and all that.
We used to a very long time salaried employees didn't have leave time, but I'm not sure when they changed that. Did you
I've
ever?
always had leave time, ever since I've been here.
Have you always had leave time too?
Huh?
The ones
No,
that-
we don't want to say it.
But it seems like we didn't.
Seemed like it.
We didn't have to punch the time. No, we didn't have to turn in a time clock when I first started being salaried.
The reason why you do the time card is because Fair Labor and Standards says that you have the burden of proof. So when we got audited that time, I'll just use employee A told them, who was a salaried employee, I work 8 hours of holiday or 8 hours of overtime every single week, and this county just won't pay for me because they come in and they interview random employees that they draw out. They literally told him that's what he told them. Well, because we had no time card, we had nothing to refute it. So guess what we had to pay out? Because they take the employee's word for it over the top of the employer. It's the employer's responsibility to have the documentation.
Right, so if you
they're
never showed up to
salaried,
work,
it didn't
Yeah.
matter.
But,
But if
okay, I
you
know
showed
what
up to
I'm
work-
talking about.
But
you also have to have records to base your termination.
Not
Because
all-
even though we're at will, if someone is repeatedly not coming to work, even though they're salary and don't necessarily have to have the leave time, if they're repeatedly not coming every Monday or whatever, that's a reason to terminate. So you want, as the employer, the viable paperwork to show in case there was an allegation that it was discrimination instead of work-based history. You don't
now,
want to leave that open.
that particular position, they ruled that that position was not exempt from overtime. So that's where it comes in. And at any point in time, they may change the rules of Fair Labor and Standards to exempt.
Who's exempt or for what purpose?
So, yeah, I
Have
remember
records.
when we had, yes, we've always wrote down time or, leave, but I remember when we had to start on our time cards, writing, 8 hours or writing what time we came in and stuff. We used
Right.
to not do that.
We
I
used to
remember
just
when
have to
that
write
changed,
down,
But,
you used an hour leave this week, but we never did the actual hours every day we were in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. then
that
they
changed
Yeah.
when that happened.
When we had that audit.
But it's always been, you have
Leave,
leave time.
okay, I
Yeah.
didn't,
Mhm.
because
I
some
don't
other
know why.
counties don't.
Maybe it was just sheriff's deputies that, did they have leave time?
I don't know.
Our sheriff's deputies used to be on salary.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's right, we did.
Which I could be completely wrong too. Okay, well, Jim, sorry, I really thought, what is he
Nope.
trying to say? I don't
Well, I'm
understand.
gonna take that first bunch out, and it will start with employees who believe that they have been subject to.
Okay. And that's where I stopped because my head was hurting.
Oh, right here.
Besides what little bit we had that was on the video, and I think I sent you guys all.
Yeah, I got that. That's what most of these notes are. Did you need to see them again?
No. And, again, I
Okay.
wanna say that 43-hour requirement for the sheriff's deputies is Fair Labor and Standards requirement as the minimum amount of hours or maximum amount of hours that you can have them work without overtime, but you can always do less if you wanted to pay your employees overtime based upon 40 hours.
So, do you wanna add in, where are you?
We were,
Overtime.
Okay, that's where I just jumped down there. Do you wanna add in, since we were talking about the overtime, this is talking to the employee directly, your supervisor or the department head may occasionally, require you to work overtime. And then you're expected to cooperate, blah, 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 no overtime permitted unless requested or approved in advance by.
You wanna put
Accepting
all
it.
that in third person, the employee, department head stuff?
No, but I'm saying, do we wanna add, I mean, I don't care, we can do first, second, third, but do you wanna add that the department head has to get BOCC approval? Because that's kinda what we were talking about. We're generally saying no overtime. Are we going to add anything in there for like a directive to the department head that says, get your overtime approved by the county commission?
How can you do that if somebody comes in with
It could be
6
retroactive.
titles? And you can't possibly get that done if they come in at 10 after 4. You're going at least 4:45. So how can I get that approved?
It can be retroactive, like how you do your time slips. If you're gonna change your time clock because, or if you're not gonna punch out until 4:45, let's say, then technically the board just kinda needs to know that, as opposed to, what I've noticed sitting on this side of the table is, we're not here every week. I can't even get in and look at your time clock. So I don't even know if you guys are using up overtime unless someone doing the paycheck says, hey, guess what? These people used $5,000 for the overtime this month, they're over on their salary line item,
The time clock won't print a report, an overtime report for each department
I don't know, maybe.
that would say the health department had.
Yeah.
4
But I guess
hours
you're
of
right, it
overtime.
doesn't need to be approved.
Yeah, because
beforehand.
sometimes you don't know, yeah.
But do we say in here, the general policy is no overtime unless emergency? I mean, I guess it says permitted by your supervisor except in emergency. Like, obviously, if you're driving your grader home and,
You have a flat tire.
yeah, exactly, you're still stuck at work, so.
I think that's why we say may occasionally require you to work overtime.
Okay.
If you're working overtime on a regular basis,
Yeah, it's
something
implied,
wrong.
it's implied. Did you guys have more questions or edits in these sections under pay, holiday, any of that?
No. Holiday falls on
Did you catch how we changed the evaluations to the quarterly, October and April? We were trying to get it so that if you do your second employee appraisal on October 1, it gives the commission October, November, and December to look at the pay scale and apply raises and work that out before the new budget rolls in on January 1st. Then everybody's not waiting their January, February, March paycheck to get their raise for the year based on last year's performance. So that's kind of why we changed that under performance appraisal. Another reason is if we do the mid-year, we talked about, that way as a new employee, you're subject to the 6-month and 1-year increments for raises. So if we do them every 6 months, you don't have to do a special appraisal for that employee because he's already gonna be getting his 6th month at some point in there. You don't have to redo the evaluation, in other words. If he starts in May, you're gonna have that evaluation in October anyhow. So then they get their raise then for the new hire, 50 cents. But that's not in here, right? Would we just discuss that, that the 50 cents a quarter isn't in
Put
here?
that in
no,
there?
I wasn't sure if it was or not. I haven't,
But we have consistently done that. I mean, how many years has that been?
Well,
a very
Under the-
A
long
long
time.
time.
I have some things on holiday.
Holiday?
If a paid holiday falls during an employee's vacation, I think you should make that requested PTO. We're back to those, getting rid of these
Leave time?
leave, vacation, whatever. And the next vacation should be PTO time. And then I don't know why, at the supervisor's discretion, the employee may extend the vacation an additional day or carry over a vacation day for future use. I don't know why that needs to be in there.
Agreed. So strike that
Where at?
sentence.
I think it's just always been,
Which
but I
one?
know what they're trying to say. What they're saying is you're not gonna get a holiday and vacation for the same day.
Double
You're only
pay.
getting one.
Exactly. But whether they extended another day or not, I mean, they're just gonna ask for however much leave, and they know a holiday's in there, so I don't know why,
Yeah,
I don't know what that sentence even.
The only thing that I wondered, because it's always been in there, is whether or not they required you to take a week's vacation off.
it's because the policy just prior to that says you have to work the day before and the day after to be eligible for the holiday pay. So are we
Right.
making you take vacation time if you're gonna be on vacation the day before and the day after is the question? Or are they
But
getting that
they don't
holiday?
get vacation time.
They normally
PTO.
get,
Yeah.
PTO. Okay, let me correct my own. What do we have? We just had Martin Luther King Day, right?
Mhm.
So if I came to work on Friday and I come to work on Tuesday, I get paid I get paid holiday for Martin Luther King. But if I scheduled to be gone Friday and Tuesday, are you gonna still pay me
Yeah,
for Martin Luther King Day? Why though?
yeah.
But I wasn't here to work. It says you must be
I
available
don't know
to
why
work.
that's even in there.
I
I've
think it's
never
in there for
understood
why that's in
that.
there.
I think that one's in there for those people that don't have paid time. Like you have, I'm sorry guys, you have an all-time high at the highway department where
Oh,
you
I
have
know.
employees that are taking time off without pay. That is to get them people to come to work. So if they want that day, they have to work both days.
But sometimes we
many-
schedule our
take
vacation, so we
vacation.
only have
Or
that
take
week, our
PTO.
PTO, so we don't, we're
Yeah.
only using 4 days versus
Well, then they
5.
don't get
We
their
schedule it
holiday.
that way on purpose.
Well, you would do that, but this
Yeah.
is to address the department head who would just not. I mean,
I had a
that's
conversation
unfortunate.
with an employee that was doing it every single holiday and I finally said that's not fair to everybody else.
No, it's not.
And one or two a year is okay, but every single holiday is ridiculous.
But if you were scheduling so that you only had a couple people in your department, let's use your department, you only have 3
yes.
people, so if you said, well, you're gonna do that over Christmas, I'm gonna do it over New Year's, you're
Yeah,
gonna do
we
it
just
over
work it out,
Martin
yeah.
Luther King Day, or you can schedule that so that you're not closed or putting a damper on your business as usual. But if the department head's not doing that, I think that's what this is saying,
Okay,
you have to,
yeah.
but I agree, let's just strike that whole sentence.
Or which one?
At the supervisor's discretion, last
Last sentence.
sentence under G.
Okay, take the whole sentence out.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like you can't carry over that, you're gonna carry that PTO time over regardless of whether your supervisor approves it or not, because we already have it. It's ours to use.
And that sentence before already clarifies, if a paid
Yeah.
holiday follows, or, I mean, if a paid holiday falls during a vacation, it will not be counted against vacation. So it already,
Or PTO.
yeah, can you change that too, please, PTO, but you have vacation time there,
Yep.
The only thing
PTO.
that I can think that derived from is, I'm wondering if prior to all of us, there was a policy where they had to take an entire week's off.
It
You know,
could
normally that's where you catch if somebody's stealing, that's how you catch it. Is when they are gone for an entire week
And
and somebody
something
else
changes.
has had to step into that role.
that could be.
But
We're expecting a lot. Quality of work, dependability, cooperation, initiative, judgment, punctuality.
why did you select April as being the one that they turned to the BOCC?
Because, oh no, that should be
They should-
October.
Where is
Because
this?
isn't that for the January
It should be
pay?
October,
Yeah.
yeah.
Performance appraisals, the second sentence, or the second paragraph, might you say, that's only one sentence long.
Must submit
So
the
etiquette, you
October.
cannot have that as a paragraph. Must have 3 sentences to be a paragraph.
October, Mr. Galen.
Yep,
Okay,
1st of October and the 1st of April, those are right or not?
that's right, now go down one line and it says which one to
1st
submit.
of April, yeah.
Make, change that to October. Because this year, we're requiring everybody to turn it in now, February, but that's just for this year. In years following, they should be turning it in October so that we can make a decision about the pay rate for January 1. That gives us 3 months.
So, but this year, we're not gonna have to do April also, it will
No.
be just October.
Yes, not
Okay.
again till October, go ahead.
This is kind of off the subject of this, but talking about the evaluations for February. Did you guys ever approve a evaluation form for us to use?
No, we didn't, and,
Okay,
well,
that's
Randy's
fine.
not here, but we did get the one that you sent again, and I don't have a problem with it.
That's fine. I mean, I just,
Yeah.
when you said that, I thought, that's
Yeah.
the first thing that popped, that's off the subject, sorry.
No, that's a good question.
Not really.
Because you guys need to, you guys need to be doing it. So yes, do they all have a copy?
Yeah.
I can re-forward the email
Yeah.
just in case.
Yeah, I do.
I got it and printed it.
Okay.
But I never had the
Okay.
approval of you guys on it.
You're right,
So
you're right.
we were waiting for your approval.
You're
And
right,
it's-
because I
Which one
looked in
to
here and I
use.
just had
And
the old ones
it's
printed.
set up to have 2 in a year. The first evaluation, and then you review that again in October and add to it.
The first one
so-
we don't get to see, or we don't have to see.
Well, you will this year, but
Yeah,
after that,
But after
you
that,
won't.
the way
Yeah.
this, yeah,
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 because that's designed for you to work out a system with your employees.
yeah.
okay, off the subject, sorry.
Nope, thank you. That's good pointing out that. Okay, leave time. Any regular employee absent from work except for a job-related injury shall utilize PTO.
There's a lot of leaves that should be turned into PTO in there, Jim.
Okay,
Well, leave time is more than just PTO time, is it not?
no, not here,
anymore.
unless it's
Yeah.
extended illness.
Okay. So paragraph 3, Roman 3 should be leave.
I'm
be
gonna
paid
I'm
time
gonna
off.
suggest that we
Well-
define PTO earlier on.
We can do that, but you
And
have
then just
also
use the
extended
acronym.
illness and leave without pay and other stuff on there in that leave paragraph.
So you can't really change it to PTO. It's only,
You can make the first one PTO. A should be PTO.
Well, you just have to-
So is B.
B is already PTO.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think you should use the acronym.
Yeah.
Get people acclimated to it.
So 3 is probably okay saying leave benefits. Maybe just add it.
Paragraph 3 itself, I just left it as leave.
Okay, I think under
Roman
B-
numeral 3.
If you add benefits, then it's saying that these are all of the benefits that you will have when you're on leave,
Okay.
or options of, but I don't know.
It's all right. We had that once. Change it again.
Okay, so the period, John, section B, last sentence, the period of, well, not last sentence, second to last paragraph, last sentence. The period of accrual is the 26th of each month until the 25th of the subsequent month. So we need to change that to 26th.
Yep, I knew that.
Okay.
And I just had just a general question, why it's 6 months versus 3 or 4 before you could use your leave? That's really hard to not use any,
Can I be honest?
yeah.
It used to be that was what we called as our introductory. At first it was probation, then you couldn't do probation, you had to do introductory because probation implied that it was a contract, and they took off. That is the only one that they decided that they would keep. So that way employees have to work.
Well, also,
But they're not working, they're taking the 40 hours of paid.
so I was doing the
Time
math. I mean, every employee after 1 year has 28 days paid. Plus, I mean, extended illness or anything that may or may not come up. Then if you roll over your 80 hours, your second year of work, if you don't use all, if you roll over 80 out of the 144, you can have 38 days paid off your second year. There is no equivalent to that in the workforce, at least not in these.
Non-governmental.
No, I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable to say you have to wait till you accumulate 6 months worth.
Well, I just wondered why it was 6 months and not 4 or 3 or, I don't know. I don't know what it is other places, that's a long time.
Well,
but-
most other places you only get 1 week after you put in a year.
So,
So then you have 1 week vacation for a year or two. Then you can
after,
get 2.
you're right,
2 weeks.
you're right.
You're already starting off with a month.
So, forgot where I was going there. So,
See-
before the 6 months, they could use the 40 hours leave without pay.
Yes,
Okay.
I think, right?
Well, that's what we've been wanting them to do. I don't necessarily track it as much because, you have some, I'm just gonna be honest with you. It probably needs to be firm because you give an inch and you take a mile. We've normally only had instances where they had a doctor's appointment, or they got really ill and they just could not work. Now it is, my wife is off, so I want to spend time with my wife, so I'm going to take off too. And they don't care if they don't get paid. I just feel like that's kind of, I think somebody taking off for a doctor's appointment is completely different than somebody who's just taking off.
I put a whole new section in on
But with
administrative leave.
PTO, we don't discriminate because you're not gonna provide any
No,
substantiation.
It's
of
the
the
40
unpaid-
hours
Oh,
of
40
unpaid
hours
within
sorry.
the
should
first
be
6
for
months.
emergencies only or
Yes.
something
Yeah,
like that.
For the first 6 months, it used to be that's all that anybody took, but now
So
it's
let's
like,
address that under the very next section,
We
C,
have to use all
scheduling.
your leave to use.
Yeah, I know.
Look
but
under
I mean,
administrative
I'll
leave.
support it. Take off.
Section
I-
hotel in the new book.
scary me. No administrative leave, no.
That's what I said. You ain't gonna get none.
I was like, no, but then I read it and I was like, okay, maybe it's not as bad as I think it is.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so I told them, remember
Paragraph
previously, we
hotel.
had administrative leave instead of unpaid time off. So this employer or this or department head liked Joe, so he let Joe have administrative leave, but he hated Fred, and so he made Fred not qualify for it. So they cut that completely out and just gave them 40 hours of unpaid leave time to use in a calendar year before they lose their benefits. And so we struck the administrative leave part. He put the administrative leave back in and struck the unpaid.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Which I'm not sure, I despise both, but yours is a little bit better than what it was before.
So what about that?
So are we leaving leave without pay, G and H?
G is in, but
H is
H
the
is a new
administrative
change,
leave.
and that's what we need to look at, and see if
Okay.
that meets the requirement.
Thank you.
We
Okay,
probably
but
ought
what
to,
you're saying is we want doctor's notes for leave without pay.
damn betcha.
Okay, well, that's not in here, so.
It is too, somewhere, well, maybe not.
A
but-
full-time regular employee who is authorized to take time off work but has no accrued PTO available may be placed on leave without pay for up to 40 hours per calendar year without change in full-time status and full-time benefits. However, any unauthorized absence shall be deemed an unexcused absence and may result in disciplinary action up to and including termination. So, really, we want a full-time regular employee who is authorized but has no accrued PTO. Authorized by what? See, because it just says authorized. So who provides medical? I mean, does it have to be medical? Is that what we're saying? Or how do you get authorized to have your leave?
They ask their supervisor to tell them they want
Right,
off.
but what you're saying is then I can give you paid time off and hold your job, but deny you paid time off and not hold your job.
No, I thought he struck that, but he left that in there.
Where are we at?
G. So he still left G in there.
G,
I thought he
okay.
struck that out. G is the one I struggle with because I feel like we have employees that come. So, hold on, I'm going to pick on your department.
That's fine.
But a long time ago, we had an employee who thought that they should only have to work 37 and a half hours because that's all that they needed to work in order to get health insurance benefits. But our handbook did not specifically say they had to work 2,080 hours, which is 40 hours a week. So she was like, she would only work 37 and a half hours and then not use her leave time, but then have a whole bunch of time off, and it became a big conversation and conflict. And so they put in that they had to work 40 hours to be able to get leave time, or to get insurance. Yes, and if they don't work the 40 hours, they don't get the insurance. But then we added in this, so we had the administrative leave where we had every department head giving administrative leave to everybody they turned around and liked. And so they cut that out and gave this 40 hours of unpaid leave time. My thing is when I guess for me, I have always had to work and actually earn a paycheck and bring home a paycheck. I don't understand these people who just don't.
That's why I ask why we're paying leave time to part-time. That's the exact reason, what you're describing. If you need the job where you need the income and you only expect to put in 20 hours a week, why should you get paid when you only go in 15 that week instead of 20, is what I was getting at. But that's,
But at least they
it's
come.
relative.
You have full-timers that aren't coming.
Well, then the supervisor should be bringing them up for
Review.
for a penalty type.
Agreed.
So let's go to,
I'm almost thinking 40 hours is too much, but I know what the purpose of it was. It was to fill in that time. Let's say employee A has exhausted all of their leave time benefits, all of their extended illness, and they don't qualify for short-term disability until such a time. It was to keep them on until they could meet that requirement. I
Or
understand.
someone
you're
who's the
new.
first 6
Yeah,
months and
exactly.
a kid's sick.
and you take
Yes.
a week off total in 6 months, that's not terrible if it's,
No.
but what we're saying is how do you substantiate their eligibility?
Yeah,
So-
how do you get people
because
to
I would
stop
like-
abusing?
I would like administrative leave to be VOCC approval only. Because if you're talking about the way that a department head can selectively choose to give administrative leave or not, and use the justification of, well, I had to do blah, 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 blah with this person, then that should be approved with the scenario that's given, because we don't know what happened at work that Friday. So if we just hear, if the department head said, oh, he's on administrative leave, well, for what? That's not even, that can't even be discussed in open session. I think it should be approved administrative leave.
The hard thing with administrative leave is sometimes you have to take an employee out of the situation at the time it's occurring. It can't necessarily wait till Monday. If that makes sense. So if it happened on Tuesday, do we wait an entire week to punish, or do we?
No, but it depends on what kind of leave they're getting. Are they
Yeah.
getting paid leave? Are they getting unpaid leave? Are they using their 40 hours? Or are they using this administrative leave, which is additional but unpaid, but still doesn't count towards their PTO, or their 40 hours unpaid that they're allowed to self-claim?
No, they can't get administrative and 40 hours.
I think that
That's
leave
the
without
same
pay probably
thing.
ought
Yes,
to come
no.
out
The
and keep the
The
last
40
sentence in.
hours without pay,
Uh-huh.
you can initiate yourself. You can say, hey, I'm not gonna come and work on Thursday because I have to do so and so. I know I don't have any leave time. I'm just not gonna show up and don't pay me for that day. The administrative leave is initiated by your supervisor and they say, I'm putting you off for this amount of time.
But no, it says in here administrative leave can be for medical reasons and stuff too.
But that's because the supervisor deems it necessary. If I wanna take a Friday off in my first 6 months, I can use my unpaid 40 hours.
Right.
If you want to put me off for a week because you don't like what's happening in the office, that's not the same as me using my unpaid leave time. That's administrative leave, which is at your discretion, which I go unpaid, but my job stays and my benefits stay until you sort out the situation. It's actually adding a leave time option.
In some circumstances, you have to pay it, and in other circumstances, you can do unpaid. But there are certain circumstances that it would have to be paid.
I didn't know we had administrative leave.
He added that back in.
Okay.
We did have a long time
I
ago.
tried to
but-
rewrite that so it fit something. If it was up to me, I'd get rid of leave without pay.
That's okay, I didn't know we even had that option until what? A couple of weeks ago when somebody was talking about.
So what
unpaid
happens if you
or
have,
leave
but you
time.
have to have something,
Yeah.
if you're out of
I think
leave
we've had that.
and you're gone, are you just done?
I
You
just
have to have
I don't
something,
like
but-
this as much because let's just say you have someone who does physical labor in the highway department. They do get hurt. While you're pending to see if it's gonna be workers' comp, if they're eligible for FMLA, do they use their 24 hours? Then what if they wanted to use their 24 hours and while maybe they're not eligible for FMLA because it's not a chronic illness, it's just an injury and they think they can go back to work the next week, but they have 24 hours out of their first week, well, what do you do for the rest of the 40? They take their leave
They
without
use
pay, or they
extended
take,
illness.
Extended hours.
And so you guys had some questions about extended illness. Let's just talk about that really quick. So in the extended illness part, it had work comp. So basically what happens is, LaDonna, I'm gonna pick on you again. LaDonna falls down the stairs and breaks an ankle. And she's off work. Work comp won't pay for the first week until you've been off so many weeks. So we allow them to use their extended illness so that they're still getting paid.
well, first they have to use 24 of their own time, right?
Yeah, 24
Well,
PTO.
no,
Not with
as a
work
workers'
comp, we
Okay.
automatically
Started.
let them use their extended illness, and then they come back. And normally, most of the time, it's short term. Sometimes we'll know if work comp is going to pick them back, because by that time, maybe she broke it bad enough that she had to have surgery and have some pins put in it. And so we know that she's gonna be off, so then we can ask work comp, are you gonna go back and pick that up? And normally they're already having you submit their salary survey so that they can figure that out. They're already talking to the employees' doctors, so most of the time we already know that prior to actually issuing payroll. So we can go back and fix. But we do allow them, so let's say Leann hurts her back today, lifts the box, hurts her back, and she goes to the chiropractor, but she's an hourly wage person, and gets her fixed up. That short time that she's gone, we let them use that extended illness because they hurt their back on the job. Right or wrong, that's what they have done. So we just let them, that's the only time they really can use extended illness immediately, is if it's on a work comp claim.
Is that clarified? Has that been clarified?
I don't know if it is still, but I thought it was, but
The county requires employees to utilize extended illness leave during workers' compensation absences of less than 1 week. Okay. So what do we want to do about the administrative leave? I feel like that does give a lot of discretion to the department head. I mean, let's just say, okay, we have someone saying they had appendicitis and they had it for 2 weeks prior to knowing, to getting their doctor's excuse to say now they're using extended medical because before they used up PTO or took unpaid leave, etc. So then they retroactively go back and say, oh, well, this all along has been my appendicitis. So what if the administrator, like the department head says, well, I know he can't come back to work for another week. It's not workers' comp. Can that person just personally choose to put them on administrative leave because he's assessing their, it says in here, assessing their medical condition?
they would still be on leave time. Are you saying they've exhausted all benefits? Because if it's a medical situation, they're gonna be on family medical leave, which is not gonna be administrative leave.
So then administrative should have nothing about medical in it.
No,
So we need to
administrative
strike
is
that.
more disciplinary issues. Or, well, it could have medical. Let's say, for example,
Let's say you haven't been assessed yet. Maybe you're having strokes and you're going blind in one eye, and you haven't been assessed by the doctor yet. So the supervisor says, well, I'm going to put you on administrative leave until you get assessed. But that's unpaid.
Can be either one.
See, there's where I
depending on
feel,
the situation
that's
and
where-
what it occurred in, and that's where we contact our attorney's assistants to help us. Because there have been instances where they have told me, if you put them on administrative leave, you must pay them. And this is their reasoning why. I can't give you an example right now because I can't think of one. And then there has been instances where they have said, you can put them on administrative leave if you have nothing else for them to do. And it does not have to be paid until they get assessed.
because you're basically just holding their job and leaving their benefits intact. But in,
Well, one of the paragraphs, the first big paragraph, the department head or elected official and so forth, that pretty much covers a lot of the concern you were talking about.
I just feel like it's just gonna be one more thing that
yeah,
we're gonna have abusive employees that are gonna be like, oh, I wanna get this administrative leave now.
So we can take it out.
well, no, we can take away the leave without pay so that any leave without pay is administrative leave, which means it has to be initiated and provided documentation by the department head, which takes the authority away from the individual employee to say, I'm going to use technically they get 40 hours off every year with no explanation as long as they don't care they don't get paid for it. Let's strike the leave without pay and leave the administrative leave. That way the supervisor can determine whether or not they get leave without pay. And then we can put an hourly cap on that and just strike 40 hours. Because we've been asking them to do 24 hours leave time before they qualify for extended illness, right?
No, it's been, I thought it's 3 days. I had it.
It says 24 hours because not every department is, so 3
8
days for
hours.
you is 24.
Oh,
So it says
24.
24.
It would be 2.5 days for 12-hour shifts or whatever.
12-hour days, never mind, but
Yeah.
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 I'd like to leave that last sentence and leave without pay in there somewhere.
I did 3 days, okay. Yeah, that adds up.
Unauthorized absences. Let's start off leave time
I would
with that sentence.
I would
Let's
say-
put it right up under A, unauthorized absence. Right up there in the first paragraph.
I would say administrative leave is probably the lesser of two evils. I'm gonna be honest, we have not had employees that have taken advantage of that unpaid time off until just recently.
Well, then we're just gonna get rid of it.
And it's like, so disheartening for those that actually work.
But I'm saying, if I was an employee reading this, I would say, this is at my discretion to use. You can't fire me, well, you can, because it's at will, but you shouldn't have a case to fire me if I want to say, every Friday I'm gonna take off until my 40 hours is up, because I want them off. I mean,
And I
really, you're
can't
saying I'm
imagine-
entitled, just don't pay me then. It's okay, just don't pay me. That's different than saying, my boss put me on leave because I have something going on until I get okayed to go back full-time or whatever.
Sorry, Randy.
Okay.
I just can't imagine that you guys would ever approve to kick somebody off of a full-time plan and put them on part-time and then put them back on full-time as soon as they qualify for full-time. That would be a nightmare, honestly.
So you're saying the whole purpose is to leave everything intact?
I think so, to give them the opportunity to leave everything intact, but still give them some time off. And you can accomplish that through administrative leave, I guess, if.
Well, I'm gonna repeat what I said earlier. Right now, after 1 full year of service, you're eligible for 28 days off in the year where you get paid. If you don't use that your first year, your next year, you can have 38 days off, paid. So if you want to do the 38 days off, plus an additional week, 5 more days, because you don't care if you get paid or not, you can have someone off every second year. They can be off for, what is that, 43 days out of the year.
But they can't take it off all at once.
Yeah, they can.
Not if
Well,
the department head has
if
to
the
prove
depart-
absences.
Yes, but some department heads don't feel like they can. And I've tried
But
to
they
tell them.
need to, yeah.
They do. I had an employee that wanted to take off the week before an election. You can't do that. Like, sorry, when you were hired, when I hire people, I tell them, you cannot take off the week before or the week after an election. They all know that, or the week of the election. But they all know that, and so, like, I had to deny, and then somebody's like, you can't do that. Yes, I can, the handbook gives me the authority.
Well, let's replace G as administrative leave.
So you're doing leave without pay went bye-bye.
Correct. If you're getting leave without pay, it needs to be approved by your supervisor anyway. I don't think you personally can determine whether or not you're gonna show up to work just for the fact that you don't care if you get a paycheck that month. That's the same
Somewhere,
amount.
we probably need to make a firm statement that all absence from work has to be approved by the department head or elected official.
Put that in the first paragraph.
That's what I'm saying. Do we need that?
Yeah, all PTO,
I'm gonna put it above that, under leave benefits. I wanna put the next sentence. All absences.
I'm up
from
under
work.
A.
Well, I was gonna do it under 3,
Right.
just above
Oh,
A.
as in the paragraph.
The main paragraph, the main.
Oh, yeah,
thing.
yes. We're on page 5.
Okay.
And then we'll still have A, B, C, and all that other stuff.
Okay. This way, if we strike G and change it into administrative leave, then all that stuff about the medical still applies, because if you've exhausted all your other resources, and if you're in your first 6 months and something medical happens where you're not eligible for extended illness, yada yada, you can do administrative leave until that medical thing is resolved, and then you can start utilizing your own PTO after 6 months. I think that's more appropriate.
Let me go back and ask the Gordon question now. Why did he leave? He had no benefits, but did we say that in here?
Because he did not
He
qualify
had-
for family medical leave.
Well,
Okay, so
and
that
there
was,
were also
He
unexcused
wasn't here
absences.
long enough,
but
We really shouldn't be talking about this.
No, he's not an employee.
Now,
I was just wondering under admin leave whether he would have recourse.
You
to
could have.
that.
Remember I gave you that
Yeah.
option, did you
Yeah.
want to?
Yeah. Okay,
I still think it needs to say, does it say it has to be reported to or at least discussed with the commissioners before or after?
Prior or during, if you know you get sick, you might not know the day before, but you certainly know the day or two
Well, I
after.
just meant if I wanna do administrative leave with my employee, I would expect that the next Monday I better be up here with the commissioners explaining why.
That's what I was getting at earlier, and someone was saying you don't know that ahead of time, but you do know enough to report it and make it reportable. Yeah.
Well, and hopefully someday you'll have somebody that you can actually confer with before you have to do that.
hurry up.
Yeah,
get 'em trained.
actually, if you didn't wanna come and you just had the discussion with HR could be updating us monthly or
Because I
whatever.
wouldn't want a department head to feel like they could grant administrative leave again and abuse it, you know.
Right.
Do we wanna put a cap number on that? That's where I think if you have to take off more than that 40 hours, let's say, are you still an asset to the county at that point where we're paying every month for you to have benefits where you can't even work? You're already you have up to 12 weeks with, help
Family
me.
medical leave.
Yes, FMLA, you have your own PTO. What if you've exhausted everything at that point? You've already put in, we're still paying for 4 months of benefits for no employee to show
I
up to
didn't
work.
put this in, this page, and the next page is the return to work policy. And it has to do with how you can come back to work and when you can come back to work with the doctor's certificate and all that.
But I'm saying, can we put a 40-hour cap on the administrative leave?
Yeah,
Does that make sense? We're gonna replace the 40 hours of the leave without pay and put that in the hands of the administrator to say up to those 40 hours. Does that make sense?
To me, I would think that would help the department head, so you have a,
How many weeks should go by
Clear.
before,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody likes to lose an employee, but at some point,
so I'll
You
make
have
a
to
second
say-
sentence.
enough is enough.
There's a 40-hour cap on administrative leave.
Randy, what did you get back?
yeah, because if it's medical, you already have all the other weeks of time. If it's not medical, then you
Yeah,
can
that's what I
parcel out
left
the
it.
40
That's
hours.
three.
I forgot to.
Yep.
The county will use the FMLA definition of a serious health condition, which is defined as an illness, injury, impairment, or physical or mental condition that involves either inpatient care or continuing treatment by a healthcare provider, along with other factors to determine the course of action for each individual case. The below outlines how each case will be handled. However, the county reserves the right to request a return to work status and/or fit for duty screening as it deems necessary. Is that what you're
And then
talking
the next two pages, at least the next page or so, gives all the nuts and bolt details of that whole thing. When you can, how you can, what you have to come back, light duty certificate, all that kind of stuff. You wanna stick that in, and next time we can run down and review it?
Could we just simplify it and say, if it's due to an illness or FMLA definition of a health condition, that you may be asked to retake the performance capacity screening? Because this says, Donna, love this. In addition, all employees returning to work in a job with a physical requirement predetermined by the BOCC must also be referred to the clerk's office for a fit for duty screening.
Yeah, that'd be HR.
Can we just,
She wrote that, she wanted the job. I thought there was an awful lot of detail in there, so I
if
didn't
an
put
employee
it
is
in.
returning to service after an absence of 30 days or more, if the employee has suffered an on-duty injury missing more than 5 consecutive days, if the employee has suffered an off-duty injury missing more than 5 consecutive days, if the employee has undergone a major surgery or medical operation, or if the employee has an inpatient hospital stay. So basically, if you miss a week of work, or you had a surgery or in the hospital, or if you've been gone for 30 days because of any of those reasons.
An on-duty accident.
In other words, it would be, the absence, which is justified, basically.
It's basically saying you can be required to do a screening again,
Yep.
which we can just send them down to the physical capacity place and reassess, because they would have a note in changes, which is what you're supposed to do, even for workman's comp claims. If they have a bum shoulder and it's indicated in the first screening, then if it shows up again in the second screening, that wasn't a result of their work injury. But they might have an additional impairment that's now documented in their employee file because we sent them for another screening.
There's also a section in there that says, that talks about what to do if the employee comes back and is unable to perform his original job. What do you do then?
If such certificate is requesting, the employee cannot produce at the, If an employee is unable to perform his or her duties with accommodations, or there is no vacant position available, the county will make every effort to work with other departments to find work for an employee. The temporary assignment will be offered for a set period to be determined by the director and the elected official providing the light duty assignment. Light duty assignments will be given on a first come, first served basis without regard to seniority. Employees will be assigned a light duty job on qualifications and availability. The employee will be provided a job description for the assignment. The job description, along with the light duty assignment agreement, must be signed by the employee. I don't feel like we're large enough to implement that.
Does FMLA have a section on return to duty and a certificate saying you're well or something like that?
I totally agree with everything up here, but I think we can simplify it by just saying, if you're gone for any of these reasons under FMLA, we can require you to go back and do the screening physical capacity again. It doesn't necessarily prohibit them from doing it, which it may.
But if you do the physical capacity and you can't pass it, then we have some decisions to make.
What
Shall
if
we
they're
offer
in a-
you a full-time, or shall we say thank you for your service?
What if they're in a position that's not required a physical capacity screening? Or do you plan on changing that to all positions?
No.
But it's because of their health conditions. So let's say you suffered a heart attack and you wanted to come back to work. I guess you can't really deny them their desk job anyway. That's a non-physical, you know what I mean?
Well, we're not testing them for that, is my point. The only people we're testing are those high risk.
But that's what I'm saying. How can you
Positions.
test, if someone's only job is to come back to work to do their desk work, how can you determine whether their heart attack is gonna affect them or not? You really can't, you know?
But if they're,
But if you had a person who had a stroke and they weren't functioning, I mean,
then they might be.
you
able-
had a question about it, you can send them with their job description to an evaluation, because we've done that in the past, not this physical capacity. But I wanna say it's like an occupational therapist or something.
I thought when this has happened to our own employees, we've required them to get a doctor's release. That their own doctor says that
It
they're
would have to be,
fit
right?
for duty.
We've done that as well, we've done a combination of both, it just kinda depends on what the situation is.
Yeah, you think they'd have to have a
And what it
medical
is.
release to
I'm
come
gonna
back to
stick
work.
that in, and next week or whenever we talk about this again, then we can, everybody have a shot at it, if that's all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
What I plan on doing is sending this out again,
do you wanna,
with all the
sometime
corrections
wanna
we
leave
get,
it?
or I put in
Yeah.
by Wednesday. And so you can look at it and we can then pick this up when we need to.
Well, whatever, I wasn't here,
We
so.
have more nitpicking to do in this, so we kinda just went back over the
Sure.
sections we were on.
No, that's great.
B, the deferred compensation, the state of Kansas ING is now called Capers 457. What if we just said, to participate in a deferred compensation plan of their choice? And just ended at that, based upon what your offerings are, maybe what,
And lowercase deferred compensation plan,
yeah.
okay?
And not like identify the specific two companies, cause I'm not even sure if, well, I think NACO is still,
No, that's all right, but if I just put it like that, that'll work.
I just thought maybe it shouldn't have to be specific.
So I'll delete the National Association of Counties
In the state of Kansas
and,
ING,
right, and then, we'll participate in a deferred compensation plan lowercase.
yeah.
All right, got it.
So can I go back to extended illness? I'm sorry. I think E and F need to be flip-flopped, because I think you need to tell them what they're getting before you tell them how they can use it.
Where are you?
Okay, what do
Extended
you wanna,
illness,
what would you like to fix?
I said E and F I think need to be flip-flopped, because
Oh, okay,
your, F tells you what you're getting,
okay,
Yes, accrual.
E
and then-
tells you how you can use it.
Mhm.
okay.
So, I don't know, or it should be all in one. And then it doesn't address family members, or how else you could use it, doesn't need to, or is that on a case-by-case basis?
Well, it's in
or-
accordance with FMLA. So I think FMLA defines it with immediate family members, doesn't it? I guess we need an attachment.
Well, that's difficult to do though, because
Oh, it says FMLA leave policy, see Appendix A.
like you had an example earlier, if you had a cancer, your spouse had cancer, you had to stay home on chemo, does that qualify or not, you know? Or if you had a kid that, say you had a child.
I think the question was, maybe I don't know what the question, but I think the comment was it was pointed out that this only applies to the employee for an FMLA requirement, but can it include,
Immediate family.
yes. So that if you did have, or you had a child who's taking care of a mother,
But doesn't FMLA define as immediate
FMLA
family?
has those requirements already.
So
don't
where's
they?
Appendix A? Because that's what it already identifies as Appendix A.
FMLA has a requirement.
It's in
probably.
the back
Well,
of
then
your
we don't have to.
Is it in there though?
In your, no,
Yeah.
not in this, but in the
Yeah,
other
it's-
one, I didn't put,
Well, then
The
if
Would
two
one of you read
appendices
what
in.
that says? Do you mind?
The,
The FMLA Appendix A,
What page are you on?
at the end of your,
Under the
you won't have it in
appendix,
yours, Rhonda.
Purpose, general.
You gotta have the orig, oh,
blah,
okay.
blah, blah. There's a whole lot under appendix A. Turn for leave.
It's
Has to
both
be
wording
healthcare
and
experts.
remote.
I will.
Figure this out.
does that mean I
Let
gave
me
my
borrow-
handbook to you?
No, that's my handbook.
I think part of the
The
reason
one I
why
marked
it's a
up.
little confusing is
Yeah, last
because
week.
it's.
Not
there's
yours,
a
I gave you-
I didn't
subsection,
do it right.
not-
You mark this
only
up.
letter.
Good.
She gave you her
So the
last
accrual
week.
part of it is
Yeah.
under the
That one.
extendedness
Here,
illness
back here.
was to explain what it was. So, oh, he added
Thank
something. So he added a healthcare provider certification.
Okay, I'm gonna read this. Basic leave entitlements. The FMLA requires covered employers to provide up to 12 weeks of unpaid job-protected leave to eligible employees for the following reasons: incapacity due to pregnancy, prenatal, childbirth, care for the employee's child after birth, placement for adoption or foster care, to care for a spouse, son or daughter or parent who has a serious health condition, or for a serious health condition that makes the employee unable to perform the employee's job, and a qualifying exigency, I don't know that word, which occurs while the employee's spouse, child, or parent is a member of a reserve component or retired member of the regular armed forces or reserves and is on active duty or on a federal call to active duty. So it defines, it is,
Yeah,
Okay,
the FMLA appendix part
Okay.
defines.
so in the E and F, when we refer to FMLA, that refers them back to that.
Right.
appendix.
Those
The
are the-
eligibility
Health is right there,
Is-
yeah.
defined in the,
okay.
what is
In no event may any leave
exigency?
of absence
What?
Exigency, I don't know that word.
exceed 6 months in any 12-month period. I thought you could only be gone the 12 weeks of FMLA and then you're done.
Well,
I'm confused.
It should
if
be
they have
emergencies
720
misspelled.
hours,
No,
they
it's
accrue
urgent
leave
need or
time of
demand.
extended
Oh, really?
illness.
I don't know that word.
I never
How many
seen
is
it.
720
Qualifying
hours?
urgent need which occurs while the employee's spouse, child, or parent is in the service.
Okay.
So as long as you have leave, the 12 weeks doesn't mean anything. Make up your mind, because I've
Say
been
it
told one
again.
way and I've been told the other way.
Say that again.
You have 12 weeks of paid leave time, but as long as you have time on the books to take for yourself,
Right?
there's nothing we can do about it. But you have to take it in conjunction with each other. So you're not going to get 720 hours of extended illness and then start 12 weeks of family medical leave. You're going to take your 12 weeks of family leave at the same time you're taking the 720 hours.
Because FMLA is unpaid.
Or paid.
Or paid.
It's used in conjunction with our leave time.
But
Right.
we're paying it because of our leave time. We're not paying double. You're not getting paid
Right, FMLA is unpaid, but if you're getting leave time,
You're getting
qualify
paid
for
during
it.
that time, but what they're saying is you have to give 12 weeks before you sever the job. But we're allowing paid extended illness so they can keep getting a paycheck, but they're already using up FMLA time.
I was told
I thought is
by
18
a
weeks.
prior human resource person that once you lose your 12 weeks of FMLA, it didn't matter if you had extended illness leave, you lose your job.
Because you can never have more extended illness than you have FMLA. FMLA is 12
I do,
weeks.
all the time. I have
No.
720 hours. Yes, I do.
But if you went in to have a surgery and it was going to take you 3 months to recover, you're going to exhaust your paychecks with extended illness before your 12 weeks is up.
I don't think so.
720 hours is less than 12 weeks.
It's 18 weeks.
No,
I
it's
just
not.
did the math.
So how does that work?
Well,
But I don't think that we can terminate as long as you have it,
as long as you have leave.
as long as you have
If
leave.
you're on FMLA and you decide to take that temporary disability, then you're not using your extended illness. So
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 I
have to
6
think
months
about
is the
it.
maximum,
I have to think about
as long
this.
as you still have.
Wait
I
a
have to
minute.
think about this.
We're offering 720 hours accrued.
That's the maximum that they can accrue for extended illness.
That's why. So it's because you've accrued it because you haven't used any that you're outliving the life of an FMLA regular 12-week policy. Not because we're paying out in any given year
But
720
But
hours.
if I only have, say, 100 hours, if I take short-term disability, then I'm not taking my extended illness, then I'm not using them, so.
But most of the employees are using them because they don't want to get the 2/3 of a paycheck, they want to get the full paycheck. So almost we hardly ever use short-term disability, except for employees that don't have the leave time. And that you are only entitled to 12 weeks in a calendar year of family medical leave instance. So once you do get over that 12 hours, then you have to report to work. So you really can't use the extended illness. Because then,
But then why are we
Why?
allowing them to accrue more than 12 weeks?
good
it
question.
should really
It can be
not-
cut back.
It should be the total. What's 12 weeks
Well,
total?
then what does the 6 months mean?
6
If you
months.
can only use 12 weeks in a year, why does it say you can only be gone 6 months in a 12-month period? If you can only use 12 weeks, why does it say 6 months?
I think
I'm
because
confused.
I think that's because we have I think it's because there are legal standards that we can get rid of you if you have not been to work for 6 months. Because we are holding
Right.
a position open for an employee. I think it's separate from family medical leave. But I think there is a legal, probably through Fair Labor and Standards, that says that we do not have to, if you have been off for 6 months, because you have accumulated leave, because I think that's part of the reason why we had so much leave time and so much
Right.
problems, was because we literally had employees that could take 2 years off and still get paid. But they're not working.
That's crazy.
But that's why they chose to do longevity pay instead of increasing vacation time, because if you used up all your vacation, then you got sick, and you qualified for FMLA, you can be gone a whole year practically.
Forever.
Yeah.
And so I think the handbook is saying you're not going to be gone more than 6 months.
Period, no matter what the cost.
But
Yeah.
That's what it says.
technically, you'll be gone after 12 weeks if you
Yes.
take 12 weeks of
But
FMLA.
But
And
that's
it's not a
after
calendar
you.
year,
But you
it's
could
from
use all your PTO
time to
first.
time.
But you could use your 48 days PTO first and unpaid leave. So there goes a month and a half. Then you have another 12 weeks. So yeah, it gets
Well,
close to 6
We
months.
make them use them in conjunction.
Yeah.
So it's according
Right.
to the law, we can make them use it in conjunction, and that's what we chose to do, because that's what they did not
So
choose
your
to do
FMLA
before.
can start the day that something happens, and you can choose to get paid however you want with your leave time.
Yes.
So if you want the full paycheck instead of worker, but what if you did do
The,
like
the
she
only
said, and do
stipulation is we
workers' comp?
require you to use your leave time.
Right.
We will not pay you if you have leave time on the book, or we will not pay you if you have leave time. So any
You have to
employee
use
that
it.
is absent is required to use leave time if they have it accumulated. So that's how we're getting it in conjunction, so then that way it's not on top of each other. It's
Okay,
not,
okay.
Right.
It's
Right.
not being you can have 12 weeks off here because you have enough vacation and another 12 weeks for family medical.
Okay,
leave.
but then she's right, it's confusing, what's the point of saying 6 months anything, you're never gonna get to 6 months.
Well, you,
At some
shouldn't.
point in time, they could have. It probably.
Well, if you have uncapped administrative leave, sure. I mean, your administrator could say, I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave you on unpaid leave until you come back, which,
but this says in no event, no matter what happens, however you schedule your leave or time off or whatever, if you're gone more than 6 months in a year, you're out.
but I still see what
But
you're
it needs
saying,
to
it's
say
like,
if you use 12 weeks of FMLA, you're out.
yeah,
Well, how about she
Because we
cut the
have actually-
720 hours back to whatever
to
that
6
12 weeks
to,
is?
yeah, what does
I mean, that will make everybody really happy.
Well, if you can't use it
What's the
anyway and you're
difference? Yeah,
gonna
what
lose
is
it,
the
what
difference?
difference does it
But
make?
this
It
6
just-
months,
I'm just saying that,
Well, why would
and
you
if this
take your
is personal
extended
to
leave
me,
first?
because if you had 8 weeks off and then you got sick right again because of what you were off 8 weeks for, I think my husband had 2 days to use in the whole next year, or he'd be over FMLA. So until February 15th, he can't be gone at all, or he's gonna get canned because he's over his 12 weeks.
So 40 times 12
Because
is
he had a
480.
surgery in February.
He can take vacation time as long as he has it.
And we're allowing to roll
And that's
over any
okay?
amount unused
Or
and
is it
cap
12
it at
weeks,
the
12
rollover of
weeks?
720.
It's
Which is
PTO,
18.
it's all
paid time
PTO,
off.
Is
right.
480.
It's not
Number
family.
one,
He's
yeah,
not
this
giving
six
me a
weeks.
doctor's note
That's
saying
how many
18.
So if
18
you have
weeks,
PTO,
Yeah, well, I couldn't do that math in my
You
head, so
can.
yeah, that's way longer.
you can
this
use more
month
than the
is,
12
6
weeks.
months is not contiguous.
Yeah.
But you
Yes.
can't use your
It's 6
extended
months
illness.
within the year.
Correct.
That's what you're
6 months.
saying.
So it could be the
Correct.
month of April and then the
But I
month
really
of
need
That
July.
wasn't
and
So
Digest.
she's saying
Digest.
you used all
I need
your
to digest.
PTO,
Yeah.
and all
I know,
the
I'm
only
just
way you
saying.
can get additional time off is administrative leave.
I think what
So
she was
you're
saying
never
is you
gonna
can't
reach
take 12
6
back to
months
back.
12
unless
weeks.
you
I
get
get
admin-
that,
personal
yeah.
administrative
You couldn't
leave
take
on
2
top of
FMLA
exhausting
claims.
everything else.
Yeah,
Your
well,
We got too many
PTO,
options by mine. FMLA.
Well, that's all right.
I need to
leave
digest
time,
that.
vacation time,
He's been trying to be
short-term
good,
leave,
so
blah, 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 blah.
not be sick.
It was confusing, what overlaps them against each other, and
I can call Bud and ask him because I think that the 6 months they added. So I'm sure that there's some kind of legal determination
well, like
that
he
gives
was
us that
saying,
date.
it doesn't have to be 6 months in a row, it can be 6 months of the year.
Right.
So,
spread out.
but you're still saying, even if you exhaust all of your options, including FMLA, you're never gonna hit 6 months.
Probably not.
You can't, because if you start FMLA, and then you choose to get paid all your PTO, that's 28 or 38 days. Well, that's, no, minus 10 days for holiday. So so that's even less time. You get paid with all your PTO used up. Now you qualify for extended illness. You get
Okay,
extended illness.
you can use extended. You can though. Okay, so let's say we have 3 weeks, and they've carried over 80 hours, so they now have 5 weeks of vacation, and then they're getting 4 hours, 8 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours a month of. Let's say they're maxed out and they have 720 hours. They would only have to take 24 hours here, then they can start drawing this. Now, although family medical leave starts, but let's just say they had the 5 weeks, then they have 12 weeks, and then they would have
5 more weeks.
plus 5 would be 17. And then if you guys were really nice, which we've already set a precedent, so we know that we have to do plus at least another 2 weeks of family medical leave. So we now have 14 weeks plus 5 would give us 19 weeks. You're getting pretty close to 6 months.
Yeah.
Now,
So out of your extended illness, you could only use the 12 weeks that
extended
FMLA
illness and
will pay.
FMLA, are they
That F-
dependent on a year?
No, it's not a calendar year, it's a year from the
Year
surgery
from
or
the-
whatever.
Family
Time to go
medical leave,
that's
you must
still-
work here a year before you qualify.
Okay,
Right, but
so
if you
I
had,
qualified, but is that a one-time use in your whole career?
No, per
It-
calendar year.
Okay,
And
so
or
if,
per year, and we do a rolling year, so whatever day
Right.
1 is, your
so this
day
12
starts from
months
there.
then can be 1 June to the next year, and it will encompass 2 fiscal years, which would certainly allow you to queue 6
No.
months off.
No. So say June 1st was your first day.
Yeah, no,
That is
you've been here 5 years.
It doesn't matter, but let's say June 1st, you bring me a doctor's note that says,
You're starting.
I'm on family medical leave
Right.
because of whatever.
Okay,
your calendar year starts, or your year starts June 1st.
Right.
As soon as you
LaDonna
initiate
comes
it.
in
Right.
on August 1st, her starts August 1st.
Right.
So we have to track that. So they can't physically cross. So no, you couldn't have 12 weeks at the end of one year and 12 weeks at the beginning of the next
Okay.
fiscal year.
But you're still a month shy of 6 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
With all the options lengthened
Yeah.
out as far as even, and that's saving your maximum rollover and using, the only thing you can get probably is if you're accruing time, the 5 months that you're off, you're accruing an additional, 6 hours a month extended illness that whole time? 4? So,
No, you don't accrue.
you don't accrue if you're on family medical leave.
Yeah, you don't
Okay.
accrue.
do you
So-
accrue vacation time?
No,
No.
not if you're
So
on family
everything
medical
stops
leave.
accruing, okay.
If
Well,
you're
then,
on
then you've
FMLA.
maxed it out on paper and it's still only 19 weeks. So I really
Yeah.
don't see why we need to do
No,
720 hours.
We do have, that's true, but we do also have shared leave, which is harder to get. But let's say you have an employee
People
who has
are willing
cancer
to-
and they're willing to donate to. So they've done
Well,
that
I
before.
would personally encourage that more and reduce the 720 hours to.
Well, or you could have 12 weeks one year and 12 weeks the next year and 12 weeks the next year and use your 720 down.
You know what? You start accruing again. You know
Yeah.
what Mike Weigel told me that they do at the state, which I thought was kind of a unique idea. The only catch is you have to have somebody that qualifies for it. But he said when he got ready to leave, they only pay him a certain percentage of their sick time. But they could donate the other time or he loses it. But they had to donate it to a specific person. So he reached out to HR and said, give me a name of somebody that I can donate it specifically to. They finally found somebody for him to donate his time to. But I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah.
Because then he didn't feel like his vacation or his sick leave time was going away. Somebody
Mhm.
else was actually
We had the
Utilize it.
opportunity to
And
do
don't,
that.
I mean, some companies, like I know some schools, at least back where I'm come from, they can put into a pot. And you can draw out, you apply basically because of you've exhausted your FMLA in that given year or whatever, and you apply and you can get, and then they just reduce that time pot. I would be more in favor of that than leaving it to a maximum accrual where everybody's sitting on this time that they feel that they deserve to get paid for or that they deserve to be able to take off. Because I've heard that multiple times. I've made all these 720 hours I can't even use. Well, that's because they're only in the event that we're saving your job for you because you broke your arm or had to have a brain surgery.
You're lucky you've
If
never
we
been
look at
sick.
shared leave though, we're gonna have to take a close look at this 6 months. Because you could borrow leave from somebody else and put you over the 6 months in any year.
I
So
think it was
That's
more
why I'm
just
saying-
so they would get a paycheck, not necessarily to keep their job.
keep their health insurance.
Yeah,
Just
to
with
keep
this
their
one.
you
health
probably ought to
insurance
ask
and
where that 6 out of 12 came from.
I'll ask.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
On a whole other tangent.
We've almost got
You
to
guys
where we
think
were
you
the
guys-
last time.
I can say, yeah, where are we at now?
Yeah, we're
We're
back to where
Other
we left
benefits.
off last week.
Have
Yeah,
you
actually,
made
we're,
decisions yet on that stuff?
Well, he's doing some more fine tune editing. Thank you for that.
Well, and I didn't know on G leave without pay.
yeah, we threw
Oh,
that
you're
out.
taking that out. Okay,
Yep.
I was gonna
I
say,
think
it
we're
should be pay
transferring-
periods, not
And we put the
calendar
last
year.
sentence up on the first part of the leave
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
What do you guys say we end at 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, if you guys will right away and send me stuff, then I'll put it in, I'll try to put this out Wednesday and pass it out to everybody again Wednesday. And
Okay.
then that'll give you time to look at the whole thing again, and then maybe we'll talk about it next time we get scheduled.
Okay.
Are you doing this on your PC at home? Is it a desktop or are you doing it on the laptop? You're
Yeah.
not
On
doing
your
it.
smartphone?
Oh.
Oh. I was gonna say, surely.
Well, may I put that on our laptop?
Recognize that it's word perfect.
Oh.
You could
Well, you just
download
put-
Word Perfect from,
You put open with Word.
you could, open it with Word and then
I'll have to find the file for you,
I
stick it
can't
in.
find the 6 months in the
it
current.
will,
Oh, here we go.
Find it, it's on
Yeah.
page 5.
Thank you.
Jim's deal.
See, his font is too little. People like me who struggle with reading.
I can put up whatever font you want, we publish it.
I agree with you.
I'm not sure
Convert
12
from
font
Word
is
Perfect
gonna
to
be
Word
big enough for
too.
me.
But
We got Word on there.
I
We
have
can
to
get off
admit,
of
what
it.
he's easier
You
for
got
everybody
all kinds of
to
stuff.
send us,
Just
so we
download
put
it.
it out, and it's all running together.
Yeah.
How do you drag this down?
Floppy costs more.
Trying to read that all running together, I'm going,
By the time
okay,
you
wait,
download it,
where, what section?
I think the
I almost
meal
prefer to do it,
reimbursement
but
looks
you have to
good,
use the credit card
better.
on the internet, you know what I mean?
But I think it needs to
Sure.
address tips, no tips, or yes tips, I don't know.
No alcoholic
Okay,
beverages,
this
does
would
it
be
cover
either
that?
you.
Yes, it does.
People want me to have a full bar when
Just
it's
not
tax
tips.
time. Okay, what
The
are you
question that I have though about tips is sometimes when you go to places, they automatically add them now.
I know, so does
How
that
do you-
include tips then, the 40 max a day or the 25?
Yes.
Okay,
Cause you know, sometimes it,
If you can't eat on $40 for
Well,
one trip, I mean, I feel
I'm-
like
I'm just saying when I turn in my ticket like now, I never count the amount I give as a tip.
no.
Because it's cash on the table, I have no receipt for it, so I can't even,
But this way you can say,
So-
okay, I have $40 to spend today. If
Right.
I know I'm skipping lunch because I'm in a seminar, I
right,
can leave my waitress the tip in the morning and leave it at night, and as long
Yeah.
as or if I'm a little bit over $40, then I just pay the difference.
right,
I
So-
think it
I-
includes.
So tip should,
okay,
tip is included, okay.
okay.
So many of the places now in bigger
Just add
towns.
it, I
on.
know, they just add it, I know,
Usually it's like
so,
gratuity if it's over a certain amount of people at the table, but
yeah. And so it was
Try that
is
word
mileage
pad.
addressed somewhere and I
You
just.
can do a
missed it?
conversion.
I guess it doesn't have Word.
we don't have anything on
You can do a
it yet.
convert it, open
Okay,
it
that's,
up
I
to,
think that's a
open
separate
it and,
resolution,
add
but maybe
the
it should be. I would
Word
like it to
file
say
and a
whatever the
conversion problem.
government rate is
Yes.
for the year.
Yeah, either the state or the federal, whatever. Yeah, so it just stays,
So you don't have any big word processing
No,
program in
nothing.
here?
you know, we don't have
So
words
that's
for
what you're
nothing.
gonna get.
What do we have, just like, you have notes, huh? You know, we don't, well, we have.
You don't have Office or anything like that, huh?
Can you send that as an attachment in an email?
Yeah.
Well, it's still gonna be in Word Perfect, unless I
Yeah,
copy.
but
No,
I
but when
think
you
I
give
can
it to us,
convert.
I'll do it
Well,
like
I
I did
can
the
read
last
it,
time.
I can read it.
I'll do it like I did the last time, just copy the whole thing in the email, so it won't be an attachment, it'll be, that's what I sent to all
Yeah.
these.
Well,
This
that's
is the
what you did
whole
to me,
big,
too.
I mean, what
Yeah,
you
then
sent
it
us
comes
was
as a-
just a big, long email.
Okay.
Yeah,
But you were able to print it.
Print it.
yeah, then you
so
can do what
at
you
least-
want with it.
We'll get a,
I
sometime
was
we'll
just gonna
download
offer
Office.
to help
so-
edit as we go, cause I can.
Yeah, and then we
When
can have
we-
a file here
But
for
When
we
we
can-
get final,
Someone needs to transfer it
you
to
can
a
tell
Word.
me, if you want this in Word, I can do it in Word, but I wanna get all the fixes in.
Well,
Why
if
are
you
you
have it
wondering?
copy and pasted to them, they can copy and paste that into Word, but it needs formatted.
Yeah, but when I get ready to publish the final thing, you need to tell me what you want it in,
Word or Word Perfect.
yeah. And if you want it in Word, then I'll just
Is
put
it on
it in Word,
are you using a laptop or a desktop?
both.
You can do either
Interchangeable.
place. You can have Word. The thing is, a lot of times if you open them like in Word, say you can have Word Perfect file, and you can say, I wanna open that up, and it'll, a lot of times ask, do you wanna convert this to Word? And you
Yeah.
go, yeah, and then
It
you
will,
go.
and that's what
Yeah,
I,
it's just, they go back and forth all the time.
but probably if I'm gonna give the flash drive to Dawn for her records, you'll want it in Word, not Word Perfect probably.
Might be the easiest, but,
Yeah, that.
Since
but
she
I
can,
can put it in, I could put it in.
But I don't
Word
even
too,
have
and
Word
check.
on this to pull it up.
Well, we'll
We
get it.
literally bought this and I've been
Well,
using the
it's
internet.
just,
we'll,
Once we figure out which direction we're going for IT,
We can get some
Yes.
office products or
yes.
yeah, when we do the IT, we get
something. We
some,
really don't need anything
get
other
some
than
IT
Word.
compatible. Well, we get IT compatible.
Anyway.
Most of the time, Word,
Yeah.
Office is compatible. with
Okay,
everything.
so Ladonna asked a good question, mileage reimbursement, it's not addressed in the handbook, but it's done by resolution and it hasn't been changed forever. Would you consider putting it in the handbook and just saying by whatever the rate, and it can either be the state or the federal rate, or?
I think
you wanna put that other benefits, paragraph Foxtrot, mileage reimbursement?
Miss Foxtrot, F.
Okay.
Well, it's, just in
Um,
front
under
of
county
Roman numeral
administrative,
5.
Foxtrot, that's-
He's a military
Is that
guy.
a word?
State-
Foxtrot, yeah.
I think the state rate.
Cause they,
Yeah.
I think the, division of a municipality or,
Publishes
Yeah.
the rate every year. So I would say the state rate.
Yeah, I would too, then
You want
And
just in
that's-
accordance with the state rate and leave it
Yeah.
at that?
Then
That
we
way
don't have to
then it-
edit it every year.
That way you don't have to edit it, yeah, if you put in 55 cents a mile, and next year it'd be 60 or something.
and
And they change that all the time.
Right.
too.
I wouldn't put it that way, then we could just go by what's.
And then
applicable
should I
at the time.
find the last resolution and say that this supersedes
Yes.
or rescinds that?
When we publish this, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we could even make a new
Let's just,
resolution.
yeah,
Write it
let's
in there.
just,
We could do a new
my
resolution
motion
saying.
to the board will rescind and renew.
Okay.
the
And
resolution.
the new resolution will just be that it's the going state rate. That way we
Got
don't
it.
have to use a number and you'll
Okay.
never have to pull it up again.
Yeah.
You want me to show off, huh? Foxtrot uniform, November, Echo, Romeo, Alpha, Lee.
Get that military.
Foxtrot is F, right?
That's F.
I
That's
just,
F.
I'm like, Frank, Edward, boy.
I know.
I do have Charles, but.
I was just on with customer service, and you know they're from India, and trying to give me a letter recognition by word, and it's like it was so painstaking.
Well, I do that
Just
over
give
the
up.
phone too. I'll say N like Nancy, M, because they'll get N and M really confused, you know, if you just say M or N. Well,
Yeah,
they-
but when you don't have a primary English-speaking person, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
dog,
Well, if you talk.
bat, umbrella,
I
anything
say-
they can think of. It's an inanimate object that they learned in their when they learned their
The one
alphabet.
day,
When
Yeah.
they learned it.
the
Yeah.
one day I did not figure out a U, and I finally said umbrella,
Uh,
and they were like, "What?"
unicorn.
Was like, you think of the
Unit.
first word
Oh,
that
no,
comes to
sorry.
your head.
P as in
When you get those people call you, wanting to sell you crap on the
Okay, so we're back to where we were the last time.
Indian accent.
Do we wanna do this again next week, or we got other plans, or
Well,
what
we
do you wanna
can.
do?
We could do whatever. If you guys
I'd like
want
to get it done. I hate to just keep.
I think in
bringing
the
people in here.
afternoons, and we could plan
I'd
it
really like
again,
to
if
get it
that's
done.
fine with you, Alexis.
If
and-
we make sure to start where we left off this
Yeah.
time, and
Well, we've done the first part twice, so maybe we can go on to start.
Yeah, but this complex stuff, this FMLA, blah, 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 that is the most complex stuff.
So where do we start at?
On
start.
paragraph Roman 5, short-term absences.
Okay.
That's all untested territory.
Okay.
Stuff that's not-
And if you got any comments on the first part, bring that and we can stick that in. Next time I come in, I will indicate the changes or the comments that we've made to this last.
Don't even waste your time with the indications of the separation. I think just retype what you know you have
Okay.
edits,
All right,
and then because there's gonna be one more time you have to go back
at least
through,
once more, yeah. All
and
right,
everything needs changed to PTO.
yeah. Well, I'll go through and do that. I did a universal change, and that's why some of it got missed.
Well, because some of it is
Just leave
Well,
instead
and
of
like
pay leave.
vacation,
Yeah,
you could.
vacation
yeah,
Find
vacation
and
leave,
replace
yeah, yeah.
vacation
or
with
sick leave.
PTO.
the
Well,
word
if I
sick.
read it, I could do it as I read it.
Okay.
Why should I read my work? Never.
Well, I read through a lot of them and then I just got tired of changing it, so I figured I'd just say, Jim,
Dawn-
wherever leave is.
Dawn,
change it for
6A, section 6A, reporting accidents or injuries, I think that is already clear when we had that discussion in executive session about how to deal with reporting an incident. It says injuries or accidents must be immediately reported. Well, it says at work. I think,
You're not on 6A, you're on 5A maybe. No, I don't know where you are.
She's on 7A.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Under
sorry.
safety,
I
right?
missed, yes.
Safety,
I'm
all
sorry.
right.
I apologize.
Next week's, what's the plan?
Okay, so that particular section is for workers' comp. Maybe we need to also have in there, what I'm saying is, if you're going to miss work because of an injury, whether it's at work or not at work, it still needs to be reported. Because if you have an injury and then 6 weeks later you say, oh, I need retroactive FMLA, then there's no record of anything happening without being mandated to report.
We just take the at work out. Injuries or accidents,
Well-
no matter how minor.
But this particularly applies to so that any unsafe practices or conditions can be corrected within the work,
That's under safety.
This is probably about safety.
It is safety.
I guess this is what I'm getting at. If you fall at home and you have a smelly one,
Yeah. That
you can
revolution.
go on for weeks having an issue that not necessarily is workers' comp, but when you finally decide that it's bad enough that you can't come to work anymore, you can't get us to document for retroactive FMLA or extended illness pay. Do you see that? Without it being notated, we can't start that until they actually declare that issue. That's not addressed in here yet, from what I saw.
No, I don't think it is.
Okay, I'll await your proposed change.
Okay, I'll make note of that because I'll forget.
Good that we're getting this right, because it is complex, it's showing all the different options that just come into play here.
Okay, so
It's really hard when you feel like somebody is covering for somebody else, and I want to do. If my employee fell and hurt themselves I probably myself would write a note and say, But I mean, I want them to get everything that they want to, but I also don't want them to cheat the system either. And I struggle with that because sometimes I feel like others are not that way. Because they'd rather be friends with their workers than be not friends, so.
that's absolutely an issue. Because no one wants to come into a hostile work environment, and you may create that for yourself. But at the same time, it's not fair to the county to be footing the bill for something that is not
Or the
legit.
next. And we have had instances where we had somebody that got to work and 5 minutes after they got to work, they tried to claim a work comp claim. It happens.
Yeah,
It's not fair and it's not right, but sometimes it does happen.
some people are gonna abuse the system or try to.
Were you guys all done then?
Pretty
I
much.
think, I went to you guys I went to the hospital board meeting and just came back and, let me just update what happened there. The new, CEO or temporary one, she had some interesting comments. Well, they plan on, eliminating some of the agency staffing in the emergency room and nursing. They've already eliminated it for the day shift. And she wants to cut expenses, increase revenue, which is kind of common sense, then work on community relations. They're gonna do reduced lab and radiology somewhat because of personnel, and also staff scheduling. They're gonna have to, shifting staff schedules around to increase shared responsibilities, so they're, are cutting back on some of this, especially agency stuff, which is nursing. And that's about it, and they're gonna try to add some like cardiac rehab here as an extra service added, trying to increase more revenue. So that's where they're at, that's what happened there today. I don't know, have you guys all met our new, well, good, okay.
Oh,
Pretty
So-
I think we need to request that the board officially introduce her to the health department and ask for any, shared information that needs to be discussed, because I do think that there seems to be a disconnect there, or there was, I should say.
They've asked to have a meeting with me specifically. I'm not quite sure why or what the purpose is. I assume to find out when money is coming. Also PDC questions, I'm assuming, so. But if there's anything I can't figure out, I'll make sure I refer them where they need to come, which is you guys.
I was gonna call and request to visit with her, cause I have some other projects that,
When I asked them again
like,
today about,
like summer lunches and things, are they gonna continue those things or not? So,
asked them about their funding, and, at the end of this month, we will give them a portion of like 60%, I think, of the money that we allocated, 300,000, I think, and then also, I asked them
Yes,
if they need,
yes.
Yes, yeah, we'll do this again.
Yes.
yeah, next week in the afternoon, hopefully.
I have two things, of course, doesn't affect Rhonda, but wellness ambassador. So Terry Heater has agreed to be a wellness ambassador, but she really feels like there needs to be a wellness ambassador at each department. And apparently the website is very confusing.
Is this PIC,
Or
or the wellness program?
This would be the wellness program, yes. And so, I was supposed to ask you guys to maybe try to encourage each department to appoint somebody to
what's the
agree to
wellness
do that.
ambassador?
They basically help employees get on the website,
Okay,
encourage
can we discuss it
participation.
while we're on this topic? Okay, so I put in a call. right now, and I don't know where you left off with your communications with them, but right now, I asked Rhonda to schedule a follow-up meeting and have a whole day, maybe we'll rent the Finch again, where they invite by department, and I know not everybody's leave, but just, or have like a walkthrough session, you know, like, your girls can leave, you know, they'll be there from 8 to 9:30, and you can send them up one at a time, or two at a time, or however you wanna do that, but I asked her to have a follow-up session, because I did express a little bit of concern that there wasn't enough one-on-one, and I think her response was, well, we were there, if someone doesn't ask us the questions, we don't know what to answer. But I also said, I would think that it would help to have a visual. There was no PowerPoint presentation. There wasn't really anything except the packet that then, if you don't understand it and you don't want to say you don't understand it, you're just going to walk away. Or I kind of understood it, but I even started filling out the wrong section, so I asked and then she corrected me. But I think she's hopeful to gain traction on some of what our expectations were with the one-on-one employee relationship by doing a follow-up meeting. So I said, she said maybe even 2 sessions and overlap like into the evening, so that if people wanted to bring their spouses after work, they could go through. And I thought, maybe we should even order something and have a spread of some sort of hors d'oeuvres where if you're then visiting, taking up their time, you're not just standing around with your twiddling your thumbs, you can eat or visit with someone and take your turn to go through the line, and she will bring more than just herself for her staff, so that everybody has a chance to visit with someone and ask the questions they may have. Because I think she said you had already referred someone to her saying,
Yeah.
hey, I can't figure out my prescription issue,
Right.
yada yada.
Right.
So that's one of the things. The other thing is, which I did tell her I felt not misled on purpose, but I definitely did not understand that they weren't going to do everything. What she's saying is, we opted out of the state plan, so now we have to, as a county, have a private portal to Blue Cross Blue Shield, to Delta Dental, to whatever the vision thing is. So someone in the county still has to be designated as the intake person. So anytime someone has a change, has a baby, their spouse dies, they get married, blah, 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 throughout the year, that county person is going to access the portal and change their name and their date of birth and all that private information. PIC is not doing that, which...
And enrollments.
No, she said they are doing enrollments.
No. What they said,
new hire enrollments.
no. What they told me was I would give them the employee their contact information. They would set up a webinar. They would help the employee fill out the form, send the form to me, have me contact the employee to come back up, sign the form, and then I would do new enrollments into every single portal.
Wait, for new hires, not for every year. For new hires.
Every year from here
That's
on
not
out.
how I understood it. I understood that every year.
Paying them for.
Well, okay, so
To balance the invoice. And let me tell you, they
No.
did not balance the invoice. Yes, that's what they told me.
okay,
That's
well,
what they told me
my
on the
discussion
phone.
went a little further as to you're an employee, Ladonna. Okay, so if you came to me and asked me a question about your health insurance, I'm supposed to refer you directly to them. So the idea is that every single employee has direct access to that company. You can call PIC whenever you
I
want.
can call them, but if I have a baby, they're not gonna put it in the system. That doesn't make any sense.
But what they're telling me is they don't have that portal. They don't have the portal access. We are Lincoln County. We have the portal, so there has to be a designated. I'm not saying I agree with it. Okay?
They told me
I was
they have
misled.
never ever done that for any other county. This is all they've ever done for all of the counties.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you, I did finally find the Blue Cross Blue Shield invoice that they supposedly emailed me, which I question whether or not they should have emailed it to me. But I found it, and they didn't balance back to it. They said they balanced back to it. They did not balance back to it. Your insurance is wrong, and so is somebody else's.
Okay.
And so I'm like, if I'm gonna have to balance it out each month anyways, then really, what are we paying them
doing
for?
more.
I don't need to send them. They want me to send them the Delta Dental invoice so they can balance it out.
Okay, but
I've already balanced it.
So let me explain what I think I understood them to say.
Okay.
They are a benefits consulting company, which means you as an employee get to consult with them about how to utilize your benefits. And I think we thought we were hiring a benefits management firm that will coordinate for the county anything we need that has to do with health benefits. I think they're saying we still have to have a point person on the county payroll who manages the input information and the data. They will be available for any employee who has signed up for our program to get personal consultation information. Like, you can call them and say, hey, I was on this prescription, but now it's not covered for the same amount. And then they may tell you, well, ask your doctor if you can try this one because this is on the list. So you can share your personal information with them about your health insurance, and they will help walk you through that.
Or go to the doctor even, or the insurance company.
They may have suggestions, they may have...
To help go manipulate through the...
Right, but I think what
does our contract say specifically? Is it this much
It
confusion in
says
there?
specifically that they will provide consultation services only in getting the plan. If you pull open that book that I
have
have,
it in here, yeah.
I read it. And this is my thing. Why are we paying them $1,500? Literally, we're paying them $1,500.
You're paying it so, and again, I'm not arguing the cause. I'm just, what I understood from my conversation is we're paying it so that any of our employees can contact them and not you to say, my Advair inhaler is not covered under my plan now. So, and then they say, well, you know, this one is, ask your doctor if this is compatible with your other
They
medications.
can call Blue Cross Blue Shield directly. to do
Yes,
that.
I don't think they will tell them any of that. I think they tell them which number to call. And give them a telephone number, which is on the back of their card. That's,
Well, this is all the further I got because I said what I would like is another meeting because I felt like there were no visual explanations and people didn't get a chance to be truly one-on-one. So I think the commission should sponsor some sort of catered hors d'oeuvre where pick sets up, let's do it at the Finch, that's a nice spot, let's pay them again and rent it and have every employee the option to come that day, either the afternoon at work or after work with their spouse, and walk through and express any individual concerns. I know there are a few people that have concerns about what prescriptions are covered and what aren't.
Yeah, prescriptions are an issue that one employee called me about. I called Rhonda about it.
So,
Because he has some special prescription, probably a high dollar, you know,
a specific
for something.
brand name.
And the new Blue Cross didn't want to pay for that.
Right.
Because
But I
for all
share
this.
Dawn's concern because I believe we thought we were hiring a company to work for the county, not necessarily just be available for our employees to consult. And so,
and
like
my
a broker, we were trying to broker our new plan, which we did, I believe. But then now it seems like they're putting it back to data entry on
I
our
just
end.
feel like their book is like false. Like if all they were really going to do was go out and get us bids, that's what they should have said. That's all we're gonna do is help you get bids.
Well, we could have paid a fee
and
for
we'll
that.
facilitate
and
a meeting
not
once
a
a
year
year.
long.
Yes. But now you're locked into a 3, actually you're not locked into it because you can cancel, you have to pay a couple of months. But I'm gonna say it again and I know it's probably the wrong words. I feel like they oversold themselves. I feel like she told us whatever it was that we wanted to hear so they could get the sale and I don't think that they know. And I don't know, did you go to the first session or the second? But apparently at the first session.
I was at the second.
One employee got up and Hannah was there and got up and said, just tell us how much it's gonna cost us. And she was gone. She got overwhelmed and came up to my office. Like they couldn't find her. She was gone. Well, she wanted that little sample thing. The one thing I told her was employees are gonna wanna know what the cost is gonna be. Well, we can't tell them that. Well, she come running up to get that little thing that they had presented to you to provide to the employees because they were all getting angry.
What was it gonna cost? Because basically that's what we wanted
So-
to know.
Maybe, you know, when we originally did the bids for this, my top choice was Hub, I think. So, and I think it was on your list,
I liked
but
Hub, too.
but not your top. Maybe we just need to call Hub and say, if you get a contract with a county like ours, do you do all the data entry? Do you know, ask them if they do what we thought we were getting when we paid this monthly fee. Because that should make all the difference in the world as to whether or not we're satisfied with this service that we purchased. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Are you willing to do that?
We can always pay a 2-month forfeit and get out the money.
I'm suggesting that company because
Just to
I feel
kind of
like they were
know
next on
if it
Yeah.
was the
list.
same.
But they were bigger, they were,
Well, what if they do that? Then there you have a,
I mean, they said that we would have human resource, contacts, but they've not given me a single company name to contact. So if I had human resource questions or
okay,
concerns.
so in her defense too, I want to say in my conversation with her, she was clear about saying all this legwork that she's done to broker our new plan was a lot of work. And she said, and she did say in meetings prior, a lot of the hoops and stuff that we have to get through are in the beginning. After that, maybe we haven't gotten to the point yet, because it is just the beginning of the year, maybe we haven't gotten to the point yet where we can actually selectively choose more services from them.
and we'll give
I
them,
just feel like what it's gonna be is a fee, like the wellness program, a fee. The HSA, the FSA, a fee. That's what I feel like it's gonna be. Everything is gonna be an add-on. And this was what their base cost was, and then everything else is gonna be added. And I'm just not sure that we're saving money overall by the time we have all of these add-ons, but
Is the wellness plan just a year or is it a 3-year?
I don't know. Because I've never received any of those signed contracts back.
Because it went so fast, I think the health department could do a wellness plan for cheaper than $14,000. But since it went so fast, I didn't have the time to throw that together. But I intend to provide that to you guys before probably August
Awesome idea.
or September,
That's an
because
awesome
we
idea.
can do it cheaper.
And that's something you can collaboratively
So-
do with the hospital if you do like labs or whatever. Well, you can probably do any
We
draws
can
you
do
need,
labs,
but
we can do weights and blood pressures, we
Mhm.
can review their labs with them.
mm,
Just to say whether you need to talk to the doctor or not about them, I mean, we can't go into detail about them, but neither do they when they come to do their screening, so, we can come up with monthly things.
yeah,
We
so
can go
really
through
internally the
Workwell,
county,
Kansas, and get all kinds of what we can do with people, so that's my intention, I just didn't,
every
have
health
time.
department should be doing that.
I just didn't have time to
Yeah.
present it as fast as it went. I'm still concerned that we're still getting health wave stuff, and we got an email to sign up for Naturally Slim last week. We are off the state plan.
I think
Where's the disconnect that we're still getting all this stuff?
I don't know, cause I emailed that Anthony Rodriguez again about it, and he says you're off of everything. So-
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think just because we did a late notice,
some
we
of that
didn't
mailing
Well,
service.
we
and
were
stuff
But
like
we're
the
getting it
last
all
day.
in the mail too. And I'm pretty savvy, but every time I get something, is this the new insurance or the old insurance? We got Caremark cards. And I was like, oh, we're gonna go
I
with
got that
Caremark
too.
again.
I
It's
got
like,
Caremark
nope,
too.
that's old
We had
stuff.
some employees that got health insurance cards too.
Yeah, and I'm like, talk about being confused, you know?
But I will say, the
So-
state issuing their literature to us is not necessarily PIC's fault.
No.
I mean, we have to
I hope
separate
not.
our issues with,
Yeah.
with what their services
The
are
state's-
versus,
They
the
probably
state
have a
has
contact.
automatic rollover probably.
Right, and they have people that send out documentation,
The
they
big-
had
But
notified
that,
them.
if we had to notify them by October, that shouldn't still be happening. I'm sorry.
Well, then
It's
that's
still
the
should.
state though.
Question that I have is whether or not PIC is doing the 1099-Cs or if we're required to do that too. Because if we're required to do that, that is a huge project. Now, the state is going to send us for last year, but what about 2020? Because according to that contract, I don't think they're providing us any of it. I think that's all on us to do. And I'm sorry.
You
if-
felt like
if
you were
we would've
hiring
known
that out. You were contracting out that part of the work. is
Yes.
what- Yeah, I
I thought all of that was being
Yeah.
contracted out.
I thought that too. I did.
And so I feel like, and I'll be honest with you, I told her, I said, we just need to stop this conversation. Because I said, bullet point number 2 that you have on this list of things that I'm supposed to be responsible for is the only thing that I was supposed to be responsible for. And I said, I think you need to come here and get on the agenda. Silence. I said, did you hear me? I think you need to come in here and get on the agenda and talk to the commissioners, and let's hash out what it is that we are supposed to be, what everybody's roles really truly are. And she sat there for the longest time and she said to me, I don't know, I'll have to check my calendar to see if I have any upcoming time. After all, I do have other groups that I need to pay attention to as well.
That's when you should have said you're about to have one less group.
And I was just, then we met with FSA, which we finally, or HSA company, which we finally did, I think Friday. They were fine, but I still have to do all of that work too.
So, okay, so potentially, let's just jump into the future, right? We have this issue we need to deal with. Potentially in the future, for the 14,000, your department could perform some function like that. Potentially in the future, if none of these benefit management companies do what we thought they did, then we're better off to hire someone and have another employee in-house, whether that means 2 in the HR department or what. Do you see what I mean? Right, that's what I'm saying. For $1,500 a month, that's half a salary for someone to be part-time, to do only that, and they can become savvy with personal contact. I mean, I'm working in the future now, but I'm just saying.
Because honestly, what I was thinking about doing, if I'm going to be responsible for the 1099Cs, I'm going to build every employee right now. And I'm going to have their 1095C sitting out there. And then each month I'm going to go select every employees and select the month that they have coverage for. Because can you imagine trying to do that at the end of the year?
For 70 people for 12 times.
Yeah, for 12 months, yeah.
And it may be 80 people by the time you have comes and goes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, when we had the state, when we had the state, they weren't
comparison.
doing none of that though, were they?
They were doing it all for us.
1099Cs? They did all that?
Yes.
They didn't do,
They'll do my 2019s. I just don't have them yet, so I went ahead and sent out W-2s.
but like the processing of,
And that goes for that goes for people who've had.
like new employees,
What's a
process, any
1099
processing and all that.
It's the one that
We still, when we
we
get an
have, we're
employee, we still
required
gotta
to
go through
provide
our
you so that when you
HR,
report on your
they do
tax
that to you even
return.
before
But
you
we
get
have
involved.
insurance.
No matter who you get, we're gonna be involved
I mean,
with
not
that.
that
Because of payroll,
of
because of
like,
payroll.
On
Yeah,
our end,
no.
yes, but she's
I
talking
gotcha.
about going into the Blue Cross
Health system.
Blue Shield and taking all their information and translating it. Yeah, she has to have their information just to employ them, but she's talking about working in the portal, which
So
they won't do at all.
When we was with state, they did all that for you, portal?
No, we did the entry into the portal, but we only had to do it once. We actually we didn't do it, the employee did it. On a few occasions, because some people are computer illiterate, we would go in at 2.
So if you hire a new employee,
But-
it'd be Joe Blow, and he'd say, here's my birthday, here's my social security number, and I'm a new employee, and I'm gonna get insurance now with Blue Cross, and
okay.
then that'd be it, right?
No.
Oh,
So with the state of Kansas, basically this is what you did.
okay,
You put into the state employee system that you hired somebody.
yeah,
You get their birth certificates, their marriage licenses, and whatever it takes to
Right.
insure them.
right,
You upload all that document, you add their dependents, you add their names, etc., etc. You request the state to send them a request for their portal to enroll themselves in insurance. Then they get the email that says you have 30 days to complete your
you gotta
enrollment.
log on.
Then they log on and then they go and select whatever it is that
Whatever
they
they
want for health
want,
insurance
okay.
coverage.
That was
And then
how.
you put in your own children's information and stuff
Well,
like
that's
that.
what
So,
Pick-
but now you're gonna be doing it.
Well,
Yes,
Pick,
and according to them, Blue Cross Blue Shield doesn't require anything,
Pick should have,
which is
done as
weird.
much as the
but-
state, Pick should have done as much as the state here.
So
Right.
but she, and this is
I
the
thought
thing.
they would, I thought
was-
they would too.
I
Okay.
thought we were on the same page that we were hiring them to work for the county, but what I'm hearing them say to me now is they work basically for our employees. We hired them so that our employees had someone to go to. But anything that has to do with data entry is still gonna have to come through us, which is paid time in our office, which we thought we were subcontracting.
Yeah,
The only thing that they are actually doing is sitting down and explaining that big booklet that they had, just basically what they're doing here. That's all they're gonna do. They're not gonna do anything more. They're not gonna counsel them. Like I was told, yes, we'll sit down there and we'll talk to them. In fact, they had that really nice story about how they had an older person that was paying for Medicare on their health insurance, shouldn't have needed to do either or, just one of them, and how they saved this person all kinds of money. At what point in time did you get that consultation? Did you get it?
But I'm gonna say that's also, we're at the beginning of the year. So I don't think we've gotten maybe to that point yet with them.
we
in
just
the year.
started this with them.
But every year it's going to be the same because every year everybody has open enrollment. So if they were so busy to do that at the
that
end of
time.
this time, then they're going to be that busy next year. And
That's true, we did start these conversations in October, but she was also brokering a new plan for us. It wasn't like,
true.
And we
wasn't
had a,
brand new.
I think
Or
you
it
need,
wasn't, yeah.
I think from your end, all the clerical work that we thought we were delegating, you need to find out if other companies do that or not. Because if they don't, then we need to start really cultivating an in-house program. If they do, then really we chose the company that we thought was doing something that the other ones did, but they don't. Do you see what I mean?
I do.
Start asking and ask Hub if they do the 10.9, what'd you say,
1099C.
C?
All that stuff. Maybe we should have too bad. You know, see, you don't know when when we go out of away from state and hire a broker. You don't know what you don't know. Now when we've got it, we're figuring out, well, here's what we don't know, and next time you know what the hell to do.
I remember things that she said, and I remember, and it may be in writing, she would personally counsel every employee every year, at least once a year. And it would be one-on-one with every employee.
I think where I am the angriest at is I remember after Brendan, Gordon, and Caleb was hired on, so this conversation came in October. I told her, I said, we need to have a conversation as to what your role is. What exactly are we paying you the $1,500 for? And what am I supposed to be doing? Because I said, I went ahead and did these people, but because it's just easier for me to do it, well, they're standing here and I enrolled these people and they're did all their benefits, and I said, I just didn't really have time to actually call and ask. And she said to me, well, you'll continue doing that because you are the only person that has access to your portal with the state plan. But after the first of the year, we will take care of that for you. That's what she told me the day on the phone. And I was like, okay. And I said, well, I can give you our login to the state portal if you want to go ahead and do it. And then she said, it's about, I want to say it was like, she's like, it's only a month and a half to the end of the year. Surely you won't have very many. And after the beginning of the year, then we'll be responsible for it. Like, I don't think she's listening, honestly. I think she, maybe their company grew and they took on a lot of clients, or maybe I just had higher expectations and now I'm calling them on the carpet for it, but I just feel
obviously there's something that's been misconstrued, so let's start by doing a comparison back to the other bidder that we considered. Let's go from there, see if they do the 1099C, see if they do the enrollment, keep up with the portal, blah, blah, blah. If they don't, then we're starting from scratch with our expectations.
Well, and I would have.
If they do, then we're gonna say, whoa, this is what we thought we were getting.
And I would have what you said, do have a meeting with them down at the Finch with the employees.
I've already asked her to schedule it for February,
Yeah.
so I'll let you know, or she's gonna contact me or
Well,
Dawn
then,
or
and I think
whatever
then
about-
too, we could, if she would come meet with us and the commissioners too, and we could discuss where we're at with
Sure.
her. Saying, hey, we got some little
I
misunderstandings.
think we
or
need
what-
the information that Dawn's
Yeah.
gonna collect first.
Right, but I would like to have another meeting with her because saying, hey, here's where we're at.
We all thought it was going in a particular direction, that maybe we didn't read the fine print, and that's our fault, but it was also discussed, so we felt that we had the understanding,
Yeah.
so.
It is complicated again, you're switching from all this benefit stuff.
we still only have 2 applicants.
But you haven't interviewed yet?
I have not.
Okay. And do we have other
How
job
about we-
openings listed right now?
Are we ready to adjourn?
I think there's job
Adjourn,
openings
adjourn.
in the highway department listed, and I